Badlands. Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
I hear every day about the products you all wish MyPillow carried. Well, guess what? We probably do. Slippers, bathrobes, pet beds, blankets, mattresses, sleepwear, loungewear, duvets, comforters, pot holders, aprons, oven mitts, and so much more. And they're all on sale. For example, get our best-selling standard MyPillows for only $14.98. Body pillows, $29.98. 6-piece bath towels or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And I've never done this before. When you spend $100 or more, you're going to get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
Subcommittee will come to order. The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. Today, this subcommittee will examine implementation of the Environmental Protection Agency's Brownfields grant program. Brownfields are generally described as properties that contain or may contain a hazardous substance, pollutant, or contaminant, which in turn complicates efforts to expand, redevelop, or reuse the site. Often these contaminated sites are not redeveloped because prospective new owners are worried about becoming responsible for potential liability as the original company that is liable for the contamination no longer exists. Through this program, EPA provides grant funding to states, tribes, economic development agencies, and other entities who are then able to study the extent of contamination, clean up the site, and find a way to redevelop it. Since 1993, EPA has administered efforts to clean up these sites. Congress first formally established the Brownfields program in the Small Business Liability Relief and Brownfields Revitalization Act of 2002 and codified it under the Comprehensive Environment Response, Compensation, and Liability Act. The Brownfields program has traditionally enjoyed bipartisan support, and the last statutory authorization expired last September at the end of fiscal year 2023. Reauthorizing this program will provide us with an opportunity to examine the program and find out what aspects are working well and what aspects need improvement. I believe taking testimony from our witnesses today will help us to inform our efforts. Additionally, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act provided an unprecedented supplemental appropriation of $1.5 billion for brownfields. The awards funded under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act were exempted from some of the traditional statutory limitations, such as certain maximum grant amounts and state and local cost share requirements. We will need to examine these changes and understand their advantages and their disadvantages. EPA estimates there are more than 450,000 brownfield properties in the United States. This amounts to a lot of unused and or underutilized land with great economic potential. Broadly, we also know that we will need additional infrastructure and facilities to support our growing economy and process the materials and components needed for new, innovative technologies. The Brownfields program may also be a good tool to help secure American leadership in emerging industries and traditional manufacturing. For example, ABI Research, an industry analysis firm, estimates that by the end of 2025, there will be over 6,000 data centers built worldwide as artificial intelligence continues to take off. Over the next 5 years, our country's electricity demand is expected to grow by 16%. This growing demand will entail construction of additional energy resources. So today we will examine opportunities to bring those industries to brownfield sites in our communities and explore existing barriers to put these sites to good use. In my district in Southwest Virginia, counties, state agencies, regional organizations, and public-private partnerships have already been hard at work revitalizing former mine land for economic development. I hope we can learn more today about how the Brownfields program can support these endeavors and similar ones around the country. Thanks to our witnesses for being here and contributing to these efforts. First, we have the Honorable Jim Connaughton, Chief Executive Officer of James L. Connaughton Strategies, where he works on sustainable technology, innovation, and public policy. Mr. Connaughton recently served as CEO of Nautilus Data Technologies, a company producing data center components with minimal environmental impacts. He also served as chairman of the White House Council on Environmental Quality under President Bush. As you all know, this committee has been engaged in robust discussion over the past few years on ways to improve permitting process generally, so we welcome his extensive experience in this area. We also welcome back Mayor Christian Ballwidge. Did I get that right? All right. From the city of Elizabeth, New Jersey, the committee greatly appreciates him lending his knowledge and expertise to our efforts to reauthorize the Brownfields program. We will also hear from Krista Stoneham, President and CEO of the Houston Land Bank. Thank you for being here today and sharing your insights on the program and efforts to revitalize the areas your organization serves. Last but not least, I'm excited to recognize and to welcome my constituent, Dwayne Miller, Executive Director of Lennowisco Planning District Commission. And if you want the definition of what that is, we'll give it to you later. But my staff and I have had the privilege of working with the commission for years. They've played an integral role in attracting emerging industries to our region, creating jobs, and cleaning up abandoned sites in Southwest Virginia. Thank you all for being here, and I look forward to a good discussion today. And I now recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Tonko, for his opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. EPA's Brownfields program has enjoyed tremendous bipartisan support for decades. I do hope we can continue to work together to examine and strengthen the program in the 119th Congress. I'm certain we all share a love for the places we have the privilege of representing. And like so many districts across the country, New York's 20th has an incredible manufacturing history that is foundational to its story. Along the Mohawk and Hudson Rivers, many mill towns once thrived. Factories produced carpets and collars and leather products, to name just a few. But sadly, many of these sites have closed, leaving valuable properties, often on the waterfront, abandoned or underutilized. And this too is part of my district's history. But the story of these former industrial communities does not need to end here, with blighted properties and years of disinvestment. EPA's Brownfields program can be the catalyst for these communities' comebacks by creating new economic opportunities that begin with assessing and remediating former industrial sites. In my district, Brownfields funding has led to transformational revitalizations. Some sites have become new parks, allowing public access to the waterfront. Others have been prepared for redevelopment, enabling new employers to move in. And simply put, these success stories would not be possible without EPA's programs. Since 2002, tens of thousands of acres of idle land have been made ready for productive use, increasing property values and local tax revenue, preserving greenfields and creating jobs. We know EPA's program has a proven track record of success and provides effective down payments. Each dollar spent leverages more than $20. And I'm incredibly proud that the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act included an historic investment of some $1.5 billion for the program for fiscal years 2022 through 2026. These funds included $1.2 billion for the EPA's program and $300 million for state programs. IIJA also took important steps to create greater opportunities for disadvantaged communities by waiving the program's cost share requirements and increasing the maximum award amounts. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses whether the IIJA has been effective and how Congress best build upon those investments. Finally, I want to express my concerns at the Trump administration's suggestion that 65% of EPA's budget could be cut. The majority of EPA's funding goes to programs that state and local governments rely upon. Without a doubt, a cut of this magnitude will have devastating consequences for our districts. And I do hope Congress will ensure that the value of EPA's programs, including the Brownfields program, are properly reflected in our appropriations process as it moves forward. Because the Brownfields program is an incredible investment of federal dollars, it enables local governments to support environmental and economic revitalization by turning a liability into an opportunity. I hope we can work together to make certain this program has the resources and the authorities necessary to continue its great work. With that, I would like to yield my remaining time to our colleague and good friend, Congressman Menendez, and thank you.
Thank you, Ranking Member Tonko. I'm honored to welcome Mayor Bowledge to the Energy and Commerce Committee today to discuss the incredible work being done on brownfields across the country and back home in New Jersey's 8th Congressional District. Mayor Bolich was first elected as mayor of Elizabeth in 1992 and has prioritized the redevelopment of brownfield sites throughout his tenure. He's been recognized for his role in redeveloping brownfields and was awarded the Distinguished Leadership Award for elected officials by the American Plan Association. He is testifying today in his capacity as chair of the U.S. Conference of Mayors Brownfields Task Force, a role that he has held for over 20 years. Mayor Bolich is uniquely qualified to discuss the importance of reauthorizing the federal Brownfields program and has testified at every Brownfields hearing this committee has had. It's an honor to call Mayor Bolich a friend and partner and to recognize the success stories in Elizabeth that he has overseen. Mayor Bolich, thank you for your leadership on this issue. I look forward to hearing your testimony here today. That I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield back. Now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Guthrie, for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Griffith and Ranking Member Pallone and Ranking Member Tonko, my colleagues, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Today we'll be examining implementation of EPA's Brownfields program and opportunities to carry on bipartisan tradition of reauthorizing the program. As you all know, brownfields are contaminated sites or areas that are suspected of being contaminated. The negative impact of brownfield site does not end within the geographic boundary of the site itself. They can also pose environmental hazards beyond their borders and lead to broader economic downturns in their communities. And unfortunately, brownfields are found nationwide. Legal liability for existing contamination often discourages buyers from purchasing properties for redevelopment out of fear of litigation. Properties then sit vacant as communities lose the opportunity to improve their local economy. We have a mandate to ensure taxpayer dollars are spent wisely. And part of why we are here today is to look at how we can improve upon this program moving forward and redevelop brownfield sites to support new and emerging industries, potentially even including opportunities to build a state-of-the-art AI data centers. The Brownfields program has been successful in aiding economic development while prioritizing environmental contamination. Just look at my home state of Kentucky. The Commonwealth of Kentucky and the historic Fayette County Courthouse in Lexington was used for over 100 years before the courts transitioned to a bigger facility. Shortly after becoming vacant, workers discovered structural defects, water damage, high levels of lead paint, asbestos, and other hazardous materials. The public-private partnership between the developer and the EPA through the Brownfields program made its revitalization possible. This building now houses a restaurant, visitor center, event space, and is a focal point for the community while maintaining historical integrity. You have major sites like the Hudson Yards in New York City, which is built on a Long Island Railroad yard. When completed, Hudson Yards is expected to contribute $19 billion per year to the local economy. And I went to school just up the Palisades Parkway from Elizabeth, and so I consider northern New Jersey, Manhattan, my college town. And my daughter went to intern a couple summers ago in New York City, and I saw the address. She was in a college dorm, and it was near Hudson Yards, adjacent. But I didn't know that it really existed, so I moved her in, and I know the difference between what it was and what it is. So I was concerned when I saw the neighborhood she was moving into. So I got there and just saw how beautiful and nice it was. And absolutely, northern New Jersey is just absolutely fantastic as well. And so we have other brownfield sites across the country. I know that we're going to talk about today. One in Indianapolis was a vacant 19th century iron foundry, and it was given a second chance to make affordable housing. This program also helps us in our mission to expand nuclear power and restore American energy dominance. In the 118th Congress, I was proud to see my bill, the Nuclear for Brownfield Sites Preparation Act, signed into law as part of the ADVANCE Act. My bill utilizes existing infrastructure to lower project costs and further our investments in nuclear power by allowing nuclear facilities at brownfield sites. The Brownfields program has been a bipartisan tradition here at Energy and Commerce Committee, and this hearing today upholds that legacy. I really appreciate our witnesses for being here. I look forward to hear what's going on in your communities, and I look forward to the further discussion. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes of an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank all of the panel, but I particularly want to thank Mayor Chris Baldwin, who's, as you know, the chair of the I guess his official title is Chair U.S. Conference of Mayors Brownfields Task Force. But I think that kind of underplays the role that you've played for so many years in our Brownfields program from the very beginning. And I know you've been a trusted advisor to me on everything we do at Brownfields. So thank you for all that and for being here today. We're discussing the Brownfields program, which continues to be a shining example of how government can protect the public health of our communities while also stimulating economic growth. In 2002, I partnered with the late Representative Paul Gilmore of Ohio, who chaired this subcommittee at the time, to write the Brownfields law. And over the last 20 years, the Brownfields program has consistently enjoyed bipartisan support and has been an economic engine for local government and communities looking to turn former contaminated sites into economic centers and green spaces. And every congressional district is home to at least one of these sites. As part of the program, the federal government provides financial help in the form of grants or loans for cleanup, assessments, and job training so communities can turn impacted sites into parks, public housing, or new business centers. And since its inception, more than 40,000 sites have been revitalized and made ready for development around the nation. And these revitalization projects leverage nearly 280,000 jobs and more than $41 billion in economic development. So this funding really has been a lifeline for communities. And with the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure law in 2021, we were able to inject an additional $1.5 billion into the Brownfields program, and that increased annual awards by nearly 400% to around $240 million. Through these funds, communities are growing their economies for the future and creating good-paying jobs. And the Brownfields program also benefits public health and safety by reducing contamination in communities that couldn't afford to repurpose contaminated sites on their own. And that's just the beginning. For every dollar the federal government invests in the Brownfields program, we get more than $20 back in economic return. And that showcases the win-win scenario that the program facilitates. And it's important that we keep all of these benefits in mind as we look to reauthorize the program before funding runs out in fiscal year 2026. We must reauthorize and fund the program to continue to its critical mission. And I believe that starting these bipartisan conversations early, Mr. Chairman, is a necessary first step. I hope we can all agree that this program is more than worth every dollar we put into it, and that we can work together to provide robust funding moving forward. But what makes today's hearing unique is the chaotic circumstances in which we find ourselves. The Trump administration, perpetrated by Elon Musk and Doge, has continued to recklessly and, I believe, illegally cut staff at federal agencies, including those that administer the Brownfields program at the EPA's Office of Land and Emergency Management. These illegal funding freezes have directly impacted the Brownfields program, delaying projects and causing confusion among grant recipients who are responsible for cleaning up these sites. The Brownfields program protects our communities and revitalizes our local economies, and we owe it to all of our constituents to figure out a path forward, ensuring funding is delivered. It's crucial that any discussion of the future of the Brownfields program builds on the program's economic and community success while recognizing the need for dedicated federal staff to administer it. So I thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I appreciate that. We now conclude with member opening statements. The chair would like to remind members that pursuant to the committee rules, all members' opening statements will be made a part of the record. We want to thank our witnesses for taking the time to testify before the subcommittee. Although it is not the practice of this subcommittee to swear in witnesses, I would remind our witnesses that knowingly and willfully making material false statements to the legislative branch is against the law under Title 18, Section 1001 of the United States Code. You will have an opportunity to give an opening statement, followed by questions from members. That said, we will now begin our opening statements, and our first witness will be Mr. Connaughton. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Griffith, Ranking Member Tonko, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Jim Connaughton. I'm a technology entrepreneur, a policy entrepreneur, and an innovation infrastructure developer. I have spent the better part of my professional life in and around brownfields, and I was privileged to be with Mayor Baldwin at the signing of the Brownfields Act in 2001 in Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. Growing our economy to meet the needs of a thriving population and national security will require a doubling or even a tripling of infrastructure over the next 25 years. That means hundreds of thousands of new projects. The hundreds of thousands of America's brownfields are the best place to start driving innovation, unleashing prosperity, and revitalizing our communities. My written testimony highlights 5 priority areas of American industrial innovation where brownfields are ideal: data centers, semiconductor manufacturing, submarine and shipbuilding, energy production, and plastics recycling. During Q&A, I hope to be able to talk about my own successful, albeit challenging, 8-year saga developing innovative AI data center infrastructure at 2 brownfields in the state of California and many others. My testimony today, however, is going to focus on the critical barriers to success of brownfield projects: the prolonged delays in approving site assessments, environmental permits, and connections to the electricity grid. These delays either kill brownfield projects or needlessly make them 2 to 3 times more expensive than they need to be. Whether your objective is growing the economy, sustaining U.S. technology leadership, strengthening national security, addressing the energy emergency, or confronting climate change, fully achieving these objectives is procedurally impossible. I will highlight 4 policies to enable immediate and lower cost project development. These policies eliminate process and litigation barriers while preserving compliance with our nation's environmental protection laws. The first speed bump for projects happens when agencies delay signing off on the environmental site assessments used to clear brownfield sites for reuse. This work is now performed quickly and cost-effectively by credentialed private sector experts using well-established methods developed over 30 years and tens of thousands of projects. Congress should authorize an automatic sign-off process for certified third-party expert site assessments. The second major delay happens during environmental permitting. I'm recommending that Congress legislate a permit-by-rule approach that I call Approve, Build, and Comply, or ABC. The legislation would categorically approve a list of pre-cleared locations and pre-cleared types of critical infrastructure projects in lieu of further permitting. Such projects would still have to comply with substantive environmental regulations, and any non-compliance would still remain subject to enforcement. These pre-cleared locations would include areas that federal, state, and tribal law have already prioritized, such as brownfields, opportunity zones, energy communities, shipyards, and existing rights-of-way. The third delay factor, of course, is NEPA and its state equivalents. The solution is to refocus NEPA reviews on unquantified environmental impacts as the original 1970 law provides. Since 1970, hundreds of federal, state, local, and tribal laws have been enacted, all of which quantify most every environmental impact in thousands of implementing regulations and technical documents. Congress should clarify that any environmental impacts that are regulated or managed under another law do not require redundant analysis and evaluation under NEPA. We still get full coverage, but we eliminate the redundancy. Finally, new infrastructure faces a 5-year delay and a massive backlog preventing connection to the electricity grid. Imagine if that was your home, your school, or your hospital, 5 years before you can connect to the grid. Congress should set a 6-month limit on interconnection decisions and direct the FERC and DOE to work with system operators to implement automated technology solutions with 3 years. We have the hardware, we have the software, we just need to invest to make it happen. With these initiatives, brownfields can happen starting tomorrow, and we can move from thousands of sites redeveloped to hundreds of thousands of sites redeveloped, and it will be the foundation of the future of our economy. Thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, sir. Now recognize Mr. Bowledge, Mayor, for your 5-minute opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman Griffith. I appreciate it. Ranking Member Tomko, it's good to see you again, and thank you very much, Congressman Menendez and Congressman Pallone, for your kind words. I've been before this committee chairman numerous times since the 1990s on the topic of brownfields, and I represent the U.S. Conference of Mayors, but I'd like the committee to know that we're also working closely with the National League of Cities and the National Association of Counties on this important issue. I also want to thank this committee for incorporating our recommendations into the Brownfields law in 2018, including the multi-purpose grants, the increasing of the cleanup grant amounts, and we were very pleased at that time to see additional funding of $1.5 billion and higher funding caps that were included in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Previous testimony, cities have been doing brownfields, as all of you know, for years, but we've hit roadblocks on those efforts, and the legislation that you mentioned in your opening remarks, Chairman, in 2002 was a game changer on many of those roadblocks. Providing liability protections for innocent parties, codified the Brownfields program, made a difference throughout many communities in this entire country. The results are impressive. For every federal dollar that are awarded in this Brownfields program, $20.45 has been leveraged. 13.9 jobs were leveraged per $100,000 of EPA funding. The only downside, as you know, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee, are that the grant applications far outnumber the resources that are available. And although many of the easier to develop brownfield sites have been tackled, communities still struggle to develop more difficult sites. The changes that were incorporated in 2018 reauthorization bill, as well as the Jobs Act, have assisted with cleanup and redevelopment of more complex sites. EPA Brownfields has consistently been one of the most useful federal programs at the local level, and it's a bipartisan program supported by Congress. Brownfields are a neighborhood eyesore that the neighborhood sees, but for cities, they represent unutilized potential. We see redevelopment as a chance to create jobs, revitalize neighborhoods, increase the tax base, and reutilize existing infrastructure. I want to thank Congress for including $1.5 billion in brownfields redevelopment in the Job Act, as well as providing higher grant levels. EPA was hesitant towards larger grants because they only had $90 million. However, with the increased funding and additional flexibility, EPA provided larger grant amounts of $500,000 for assessments and $5 million for cleanups. In my community, we've developed the Jersey Gardens, the Harborfront Villas, Elizabethport Hope 6, and they're all included in my written testimony. The former landfill became a 200-acre shopping experience. A former industrial waterfront is new home to mixed-use development that includes luxury homes as well as affordable housing. This is what the the Brownfields program is all about. Each community is different. They have their own needs and their own vision, and the program provides them with the tools they need. Regarding the next reauthorization bill, we would like to recommend on behalf of the Conference of Mayors, naturally additional levels of funding of $250 to $300 million per year for the next 5 years. Multi-purpose grant programs, increasing the grant amounts to $5 to $10 million. We would also ask the EPA to allow the broadest application of the area to cover these grants. Support of our original recommendation of increasing the cleanup grant cap to $1 million with the flexibility to go up to $10 million in certain instances. Raise the administrative caps to a higher level. This will help smaller communities. And finally, we'd like to work with you to develop recommendations on potential tools that can be implemented. The changes that Congress has made in the last reauthorization bill improved the program, and significantly the Jobs Act built on that progress. Our organizations are asking Congress for a simple reauthorization package with change in the effective dates, but if possible, we ask for additional resources, such as those that were allocated in the Jobs Act. This is a program that I think all of us are proud of, whatever side of the aisle, and I urge this committee for reauthorization. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity.
I thank the gentleman and now recognize Ms. Stoneham for a 5-minute opening statement.
Chairman Griffith, Ranking Member Tonko, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As Chief Executive Officer and President of the Houston Land Bank, America's largest geographic land bank, our mission as a quasi-governmental nonprofit is to turn vacant, abandoned, and underutilized properties into thriving community assets. However, I also serve as a steering committee member for the National Brownfields Coalition and a board member for the Center for Community Progress, both organizations dedicated to ensuring that brownfields are opportunities for redevelopment and economic progress. As the energy capital of the world, Houston is on track to become the third largest city in the United States, yet hundreds of brownfields and acres remain barriers to housing, jobs, and economic prosperity. But unlike many major cities, Houston has no zoning laws, meaning that industrial sites often sit directly next to homes, schools, and community centers. This creates health and safety risks, drives down property values, and makes redevelopment complicated, especially when absentee landlords, legal barriers, and contamination costs prevent private investment from stepping in. But that's where land banks step up. We take on the toughest properties, the ones that market won't touch, and position them for community-driven revitalization. But we can't do this work alone. One example of federal support and action is Project Yellow Cab, a 6.8-acre brownfield site in Houston's near north side. Once a vital transportation hub, the former taxi headquarters quickly became an illegal landfill, a crime hotspot, and an environmental hazard. But since 2019, the Houston Land Bank has secured $5 million in local government grants for site acquisition, leveraged $7.3 million in ARPA funds to gain full site control with Harris County, demolished abandoned warehouses, and prepared the land for redevelopment. But most importantly, we partnered with the community to plan 40 affordable single-family homes and 120 affordable multifamily units. In addition, we secured over $200,000 to ensure these homes are energy efficient and disaster ready, a critical need in Houston where storms and hurricanes are a constant threat. But Project Yellow Cab is just one example of a bigger need. To expand our impact, we also secured a $600,000 assessment grant for over 40 acres to conduct infrastructure analysis, facilitate reuse planning, and to engage community leaders, environmental experts, and policymakers to drive new funding and partnerships. Today, we're working with a $500,000 citywide brownfield assessment grant and a $5 million cleanup grant to transform a 60-year abandoned trash incinerator site into a public green space. But without sustained federal investment, these projects and many like them may never happen. Land banks across the country rely on governmental partnerships to take on sites that private developers cannot do alone. But we need continued success in order to align with Congress to ensure long-term funding stability, expand eligibility for small community-driven projects, strengthen public-private partnerships, and expand reuse planning support. Because at Houston Land Bank, we don't see brownfields as problems. We see them as possibilities. Homes where families can build wealth, parks where children can play, and storefronts where businesses can grow. But this progress depends on sustained federal investment. Houston, like so many cities, cannot afford to lose a single square foot of opportunity. We have the tools, we have the partnerships, we have the momentum. Now we need the resources to amplify our mission. Thank you for your time and service and attention. I welcome any questions you may have.
I thank you so much and now recognize Mr. Miller for his 5-minute opening statement.
Good morning, Chairman Griffith, Vice Chairman Crenshaw, Ranking Member Tonko, and Ranking Member Pallone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the critical role of EPA's Brownfields program in revitalizing rural coal communities. I represent voices from the communities of Southwest Virginia that have powered this nation for generations. Towns built around coal mines, processing plants, and industries that once thrived but have since faced economic downturn and environmental challenges. The Brownfields program is a lifeline for these communities. It transforms once contaminated, underutilized properties into productive sites for economic development, public use, and community restoration. The program does not just clean up land, it restores hope, attracts investment, and paves the way for a new economic future. One of the most significant benefits of the Brownfields program is its role in economic development. Rural coal-impacted communities often struggle to attract new businesses due to environmental concerns tied to former mining and industrial sites. Brownfields funding changes that equation. By assessing and remediating contamination, these sites, often the only developable flat acreage in a locality of very mountainous and sloped terrain, become viable locations for manufacturers, small businesses, and even a plethora of possible renewable energy and data center projects. We've seen direct results. For every federal dollar invested in brownfields cleanup, communities see an average return of $20 in economic development activity. Also, it is estimated that brownfields redevelopment creates over 10 jobs per $100,000 spent. Jobs that stay in the community and provide opportunities for displaced coal workers and younger generations alike. Beyond job creation, brownfields funding enables rural communities to repurpose land for critical infrastructure projects. Many former coal-related sites are being transformed into modern industrial parks, and it is our hope future housing developments to meet growing community needs. Without this federal support, many of these sites would remain abandoned, limiting the region's ability to attract new residents, industry, and businesses. The Brownfields program is not just about industrial economic growth. It's also about promoting the resurgence of downtown communities. Many downtown districts, brownfield sites contain legacy contaminants that pose risks. Brownfields funding allows localities to clean up these sites and create prime locations for downtown district resurgence, further improving the livability and quality of life in these communities. Many rural dependent communities are seeking ways to diversify their economies while maintaining their identity. Brownfields funding is playing a critical role in repurposing former mine land and industrial sites for new energy data center development, including battery storage facilities and even small modular reactor possibilities to meet ever-growing domestic data center development power needs. I'm thankful for Chairman Griffith as well as Governor Youngkin for making SMR an energy generation priority in our region. Lennawisco, the agency I work for, completed an SMR site feasibility study and identified 7 possible sites. 6 of those 7 were brownfield locations. I also would note all 7 of those locations scored very high in the siting tool for advanced nuclear development, the STAND requirement. These projects align with federal and state goals for energy security while ensuring that rural areas remain key players in America's emerging data center and energy future. The EPA's Brownfield program is one of the most successful examples for federal investment sparking local revitalization. It empowers rural communities to turn environmental liabilities into economic assets. In my experience, when a former coal site is cleaned up and put back into productive use, it does more than remove contamination. It restores local pride, creates economic opportunity, and provides a pathway for the next generation to stay and thrive in their hometowns. I urge this committee to continue its support for the Brownfields program, ensuring that rural coal-impacted communities have the resources needed to reclaim their land, rebuild their economies, and create a more sustainable future. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, and thank all of our witnesses. We will now begin questioning by the members. I would ask that members remember not to ask a new question to our witnesses just as your 5 minutes is expiring. We do have, that happens. We do have the opportunity for you to submit written questions for the record subsequent to the hearing, and I would encourage you to do so. That being said, I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Miller, Dwayne, as you know, I represent a large district. It's larger than 9 states by landmass. And so while today we're focusing on Lennawisco and the southwest corner with the mines and so forth of the district, I have brownfields in all of the 28 different geopolitical subdivisions that I represent, from Martinsville to Pennington Gap and Lee County, which is part of your service area. And it's from those 2 locations, it's about 220 miles. No matter where you are in the district, to get from one side to the other, it's about 4 hours and so many minutes, depending on exactly where you're located. So I don't want to, it's not that we're ignoring them. It's just that I couldn't focus on everybody. But I am proud to have you here talking about the work that you have done in the Lennawisco area. Could you talk more about how your organization has successfully utilized the Brownfields Grant Program in our part of Virginia? And I know in your testimony you mentioned Project Intersection, so you may want to get into that. Mike.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Project Intersection actually is on a brownfield site in the city of Norton in Virginia. As the chairman mentioned, I would say probably 80% of any acreage we have in the district where I work uh, that is more than 5 to 10 acres is going to be some form of a brownfield site. If it's something that can't be developed, it's because of the slope or the mountainous terrain that's in the region where we are. Project Intersection was an abandoned mine land site, and we were able to develop those 200 acres into a industrial park just over the last 5 years, utilizing brownfield money for assessment in the early stages, and then able to turn those funds into AMLR funding through OSM.
And AMLR is Abandoned Mine Land Economic Revitalization. That's a separate program from your traditional abandoned mine land program, correct?
Correct.
All right.
And it's a wonderful program.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, we've certainly utilized that program and secured over $30 million to develop that industrial park, and also have recruited 2 prospects that at full capacity will have 350 jobs within our region. 350 jobs may not sound like a whole lot to some of the members or members of the committee here, but 350 jobs in our region is what we like to refer to as a big lick. So we're really happy to be able to do that.
And you couldn't have done that without several programs, but particularly also Brownfields program. Is that correct?
Absolutely. There's really no development we can do, whether it's in downtown districts or larger economic development projects within our region, without reaching into the brownfield pot in one form or another, whether it's in assessment or actual implementation.
All right. Can you tell us what barriers, if any, your organization has faced in receiving and making use of cleanup grants and revolving loan fund grants?
The biggest issue, and what I would like to leave with you all today in terms of that is what can we do for redevelopment? The brownfield money is wonderful for assessment. It's also wonderful for cleanup. But in rural small areas like where we are with an aging population and of course a dropping tax bases with that older demographic, is where can we find the funds for redevelopment? I mean, we struggle to find the funds just for the assessment. And what we've had to do is pull a lot of our localities together, go to EPA for a collaboration fund grant, and then use those funds because our communities, you remember some of our towns, I'm fortunate to work for 15 towns, 1 city, and 3 counties. And we have actually the smallest town in the Commonwealth of Virginia, Duffield, which has 50 residents. Going up to our largest town of those 15, which is about 3,500. So very rural, small area. So, you know, we will get, I kind of, I won't use an analogy, but we really don't have the funds in our small localities to really get past. We'll do, you know, the assessment, and then we'll get into the cleanup on implementation. But there's really nothing to go that next step in redevelopment. And I'm not asking for EPA and Brownfields to fund all of that, but maybe some type of matching program where you could access some of those funds in the form of a grant for redevelopment of some of those areas. And again, not 100% by any means, but at least something that we could do. And I'd be amiss if I didn't plug too. I certainly anything we could do that would help specifically coal reliant communities, I think would be wonderful.
I appreciate that. And you mentioned Duffield, and I'm out of time, so I'll just say that Duffield has a lot of brownfield sites, even though it only is a town of, how many people did you say?
There's 50 in Duffield.
All right, I appreciate it.
It went from 54 to 50 in the last.
I yield back. And now recognize Mr. Tonko, ranking member, for his 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses again. I absolutely want this program to be able to continue working effectively. And after the enactment of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, we have some new data points that Congress might want to consider for adjusting the program moving forward. So Mayor Bolwich, do you and the local government groups you are representing believe that those IIJA funds have been used effectively?
When we can get them, yes.
And Ms. Stone, do you or any of the other witnesses share the view that the IIJA has resulted in federal dollars being well utilized?
Absolutely. It provided an opportunity to work directly with the communities to imagine what they would like to see and then directly implement the solution as well.
Okay. Anyone else on that? Those IIJ dollars included some tweaks to the program's requirements. Mayor Bolwich, I know you have made the point that many of the easier brownfields have already been addressed through the program, which has left sites that are more complex, costly, or otherwise less attractive for redevelopment. But of course, those sites also deserve the chance to spark a locally driven revitalization effort. Those IIJA dollars sought to address this by increasing the maximum award amount. So, Mr. Mayor, was this an effective policy change to better address more complex sites?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman, Ranking Member, it helps in a way that it affords flexibility for the municipalities, and that's the important part of that question.
Thank you. And did EPA strike the right balance between award amounts and the overall number of awards?
Depends on the municipality. It could work, the balance. In my city, it's always worked.
And do other witnesses have an opinion on the merits of larger award amounts? Mr. Conning.
Yeah, Ranking Member Tonko, the projects I'm focused on are these big innovation infrastructure projects, which tend to be larger and have a much more complex physical infrastructure, but then have all these spillover effects into then the smaller brownfields that will support them and supply them. So think of building submarines in Mobile, Alabama. You have the big redevelopment that occurs just at the facility for building, but then you have all these zones around the shipyard that can now be restored and redeveloped. So it's a combination of anchor and then lots of smaller supporting, and now you can have a systematic redevelopment that brings lots of value to the community.
Thank you. The bipartisan brownfields reauthorization that was recently marked up by the Senate EPW committee also included a statutory increase to the maximum award amount. And while the Senate hasn't gone as far as the IIJA's maximum awards, the inclusion of this provision is an acknowledgement that some future sites may require additional flexibility in the size of awards. Mayor Bolwich, based on the IIJ experience, is this a change we should consider in the program's reauthorization?
We believe the new money that's being provided by the Jobs Act is utilized and justify the appropriations in the future. Higher funding levels are naturally extremely important and could be included in this new authorization bill.
Thank you for that. And from our other witnesses, any comments on that effort being made?
I would have to agree, and anything we could do to raise the amount. And one of the things, again, I'm in a very rural location, so some of our projects may be as simple as redevelopment of an old school building. Not a high cost in terms of the grand scheme of things. But then we're also focusing now and really trying to take some of this rural property that's in a remote area and market it for data centers and also small modular reactors and looking at other energy projects. And as most of you all know, when you're talking about data centers or small modular reactors, you're talking about huge price tags. So anything we could do to increase, I think we would certainly ask.
Okay. Ms. Stoneham, I think you wanted to say something too?
Yes, the $5 million cleanup grant for the trash incinerator that I mentioned was the largest in our region. If we had more dollars, we could have considered additional uses outside of a green space, considering the site currently has over 40 feet of incinerator ash currently on that site. So if we had a larger funding amount, then maybe we can incorporate other community benefits. But we were very grateful to receive that grant award to produce that result.
Okay, with seconds remaining, I heard the chair earlier today, so with that, I'll yield back. How's that for being support?
Absolutely. I thank the gentleman and now recognize Mr. Crenshaw for his 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Ms. Stoneham, for being here and telling us about some of these successful brownfield site cleanups in our hometown of Houston. Before I get to Mr. Connaughton on a few other questions, on some of these Houston-based projects, in your testimony, you stated that the initial brownfield grant of, I think, $600,000 opened up $13 million. When we look at those are also mostly EPA, well, mostly federal funding that it opened up. Where does the state come in projects like these? I saw some from City of Houston. What's the state agency that would be matching or cost sharing?
So currently we have not had any matches match requirements or received any direct funds from the state. Now, we did coordinate with the TCEQ in terms of the compliance and the reporting and the testing, but we did not receive any funding as of yet.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Connaughton, you mentioned many ways to make this just a more efficient process in general. Could you maybe elaborate on that and ways to increase private investment interest in brownfield sites and also the efficiency of the program and permitting and just getting it going? We keep hearing this stuff in terms of years. How do we make those months?
Yeah, so many of the projects that have been in the program are smaller, more located near cities, rebuilding communities. And this, we're talking about grants in the 1 to 10 million. What I want to talk about is the opposite of funding. Those are what I call assess to attract. So you're funding to clear the site, so hopefully somebody will develop it in the future. What I want to talk about is attract to assess, where there's not an outlay of money. The main obstacle to building out large innovation infrastructure, and I have lived it and have the successes of the scars to prove it, the main obstacle is speed to project completion. So if I know I'm going to build a $200 million data center project, which I have done, and I know that I can actually turn it on in under 2 years, which is impossible, I'll pay anything to assess the site to make it clean for redevelopment. Okay, that'll be on my budget. But if I'm looking at a brownfield and I'm not sure of its assessment status, and I don't know I can get my permits, and I don't know what I can build, my project is going to cost 2 to 3 times more, right? I'm going to have all this uncertainty, and I'm not going to get my investors or my insurers to sign off. So the biggest risk to brownfield redevelopment are all the projects that never get built that we don't talk about, okay? Because they die on the vine. That's why these permitting reforms are so vital. I want to underline, I'm not talking about changing any environmental standards. I'm just talking about reversing the process step like we do in most other sectors, which is let's let developers with their third-party experts actually build and be subject to an enforcement for noncompliance, which, by the way, in the modern age almost never happens now. The rules are strict, the enforcement's harsh. You have huge damages liabilities. So the beauty of rebuilding in a brownfield is you can take that brownfield and turn it into an environmental greenfield. And that's why you can support all these activities. But you need this, a three-legged stool. And the three-legged stool is you've got to get the site assessments cleared fast. Okay, I can pay my expert to do it in weeks, actually months, but then I sit around, wait for a year and a half for the government clearance. Right? I can do all my NEPA. I did a NEPA in California. We did it in 3 months, and it took me 3.5 years to get it signed off on. I mean, that's nuts. And then the environmental permits, once I was finally able to apply for them, which I couldn't do till my NEPA was done, okay, that took another year. All right, my project is now 3 times more than it was. Very hard to, especially as a startup, to get investment. So if we don't go after all of these pieces, they run in parallel. Any one doesn't solve the problem.
Is this, when you testify about automatic sign-off processes, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, we do that in so many other sectors, where we have third-party certified professionals signing off to government-set standards. And the Brownfield program, the mayor and others have created a 30-year record of how to do this right. We know how to do it. We have the practices. We have the standards. We know what's clean. We know it's not clean. The remediation methods are really well established. So where all of this is well established, we should just have a process where the professionals sign off and then they can be inspected and reviewed, if they screw up. But it almost never happens anymore.
Thank you. That's an interesting thing for the committee to think about as we look at reauthorization. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding back. Now recognize Mr. Pallone, Chairman, ranking member of the full committee, for his 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me go to Mayor Baldridge. In your testimony, you say, and I quote, "It will never be a bad investment to put more money into this program." Obviously, I agree. But as we start to think about reauthorizing brownfields, what authorization levels should we consider for the program?
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. I recommended in a testimony that we do $300 million per year for the next 5 years, and that the caps are set at $10 million for cleanup, multi-purpose and job training grants, $500,000 for assessments is what's in my written testimony.
All right, thank you. And the bipartisan infrastructure law had $1.5 billion that was a big boost to the program. And, I don't want to slow down that momentum because brownfield sites are getting harder to remediate and clean up. So I think the authorization levels need to reflect that, if you will. But let me go to Ms. Stoneham. From your perspective, how important is it for Congress to reauthorize the Brownfields program, and particularly for the planning of important projects that are in the pipeline?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. So for the reuse planning aspect of brownfield assessment, that's one of the first lines of implementation of just being able to have a feasibility study, to have the reuse planning, and then of course, obviously doing the phase 1 and phase 2 testing. So having additional appropriations so we can figure out not just what the vision is, but do they also match the performance analysis of whatever development is trying to take place would be extremely helpful so we can move forward with additional money needed for the capital stack as we are partnering with the public, nonprofit, and private sectors.
Did you want to add anything to that, Mayor, about the planning of projects in the pipeline and brownfield?
I agree with my colleague over here. I mean, as you know, Congressman, and on both sides of me, when we did the Jersey Gardens Mall, getting the money and the reassessments under brownfields was relatively easy. Then getting sign off became much more difficult. And so I would only add that part to the answer to the question.
Okay. Obviously to provide certainty for local and private sector investments, we have to ensure the program is reauthorized in a timely manner as well. I'm going to ask both of you, the mayor and Ms. Stoneham, the next question. Has the Trump administration's illegal funding freeze impacted the development and operation of your brownfields projects, and how so? I'll start with the mayor, if you will.
So we have a $500,000 grant under the Jobs Act for brownfields for job training, and it was held up 2 weeks ago or a month ago. We're waiting. We can't even get a hold of anybody to talk to them. And just recently, I was told on a train on the way here this morning that we would know an answer in the next 2 weeks. And that's a tough way to deal with the grant that you got. Now, keep in mind, the Groundworks Association in Elizabeth has put in a lot of upfront effort when it comes to dollars and training for this. And now they're being told you can't access the money.
Well, I first of all, let me say I learned a lot on the train back to New Jersey as well. But you see, this is the problem. We had the freeze. The court said you can't freeze the money. But what I find more and more is that even though in theory, the Trump administration has recognized that they can't freeze this money, not just for brownfields, but for so many other things, that practically speaking, in many cases, this freeze continues only because there's nobody to send out the money. The portal doesn't work, whatever it happens to be. So let me ask Ms.
I would just add to you, Mr. Congressman, that if you don't answer the phone on the other end,
yeah, I mean,
it's
that's
frozen.
the problem.
Yeah.
So you got 50, can I add, Ms. Stone, if you wanted to add to that, Ms. Stone?
Yes, so it significantly impacted our timeline planning of what we needed for the procurements for the cleanup grant for $5 million that I mentioned earlier. Definitely just having the risk of us being a nonprofit and this being a reimbursement grant. Don't feel comfortable even publishing it, not knowing if we'll have the opportunity to pay our contractors. So we needed to meet the compliance measures, obviously, of this particular grant, but we also have other people that we have to report out to, including the community, the local government. So definitely the instability makes it difficult in order for us to enact the development that we said we were going to do.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back to chair, now recognizes the chair of the full committee, Representative Guthrie, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to all the witnesses for being here. Last year, Congress passed the ADVANCE Act, which required the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, or NRC, to modernize its efforts to develop domestic advanced nuclear energy. The ADVANCE Act included the Nuclear for Brownfield Sites Preparation Act, which directed the NRC to identify and report on regulations, guidance, or policy necessary to license and allow nuclear facilities at brownfield sites as well as other sites with retired fossil fuel facilities. So Mr. Connaughton, in your testimony, you discussed the need to, quote, deliver on the proving promise of brownfield-driven industrial innovation, unquote, which requires, quote, a significant modernization of governmental approval processes for site assessment, permitting, and interconnecting, end quote. So, Mr. Connaughton, could you discuss, in your view, what improvements to the Brownfields program could be made to deliver on that promise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let's start with nuclear. The key for nuclear is the stringent safety regulations that the NRC is entrusted to implement to be sure that these projects are built in the manner historically that's been proven to be quite safe for our communities and providing tons of zero emission power. That is the critical path to making these projects work. If you think about the billions of dollars that go into these projects, environmental compliance is a necessity. And the work of certified professionals, lawyers, engineers, biologists, whatever, is conducted by the project proponent, okay, to the meeting so that they meet at the highest standards before they ever go to talk to a regulator. If we can have brownfield sites assessed and ready to go, and you have these new, more modular construction in particular, but also conventional, and we had a system where you actually built and submitted your paperwork demonstrating compliance. Okay, if we could just allow the project to get built, okay, we'd cut the cost by 2/3. And that's a direct pass through to consumers. It lowers your cost of capital for investment. It means we can have 3 times more for the same price for our communities. Brownfields are great for that and in the appropriate NRC identified locations. So siting is critical. You still want to 100% defer to local concerns and interests on the siting process. But the permitting process and connecting to the grid, if we don't fix it, we're not going to get it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So, Mayor Ballwidge, as I said, I spent a lot of time in the New York, New Jersey border there. So it's a beautiful town that you have in a beautiful area. So I just want to say, so in your testimony, you note that, quote, additional tools may be necessary to convince owners of mothball properties that it's safe to turn over or sell or redevelop those properties. Would you talk about what tools you suggest would be necessary or may be necessary?
Well, one of the tools that we have locally would be eminent domain in order to take the property, and that creates the liability issue on who's going to be responsible if the city takes it over. The other tools would be financial incentives in order to attract the developer, whether it be through local tax abatements or through other tax incentives. Tools that this committee or the Congress could give us would naturally be more dollars moving towards the redevelopment process.
Thank you. And then, so Mr. Connaughton, in your testimony, you asked rhetorically, shouldn't we be doing more to put brownfield sites back to work with your new deployment of modern large-scale industrial innovations? You want to kind of expand on that? And then maybe also Mr. Mayor and Mr. Miller as well want to expand on that.
In the decades following World War II, we built this massive physical footprint for the massive industrialization that unfolded. And then we've basically, given most of it away to, overseas and moving into more of a services and small tech-based economy. Now we're paying the price for that, which is we got to rebuild it all. And the brownfield footprint is there. It's efficient. It's got communities. It's got all the amenities. It's got the schools, the churches. So putting those communities back to work in the new modern form of infrastructure is an opportunity we have to go after.
Okay, thanks. And Mayor, I've had you answer questions. I'll just skip over it because I'm about out of Mr. Miller. Is that shouldn't we be doing more to put brownfields back to work for the more large-scale industrial? Expand on that in innovations.
No, absolutely. And Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned in my comments and kind of switching, but in terms of SMR feasibility site studies that we did in our region, we identified 7 possible sites. 6 of those 7 are in brownfield areas. And kind of to your point to some of the other committee members, I mentioned 6 of those 7 sites are on brownfield sites, and all 7 sites scored above average on a nationwide average in the siting tool for advanced nuclear development or the stand criteria that's utilized for that. So that kind of goes back to your point, about what we can do for new types of projects. And I'd love to talk to you more about this.
I look forward to it. Yeah, my time's expired, so I will look forward to following up with you. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Ms. Schakowsky for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to ask questions just of Ms. Stoneham and Mr. Ball. Am I saying that right? Ballwork. My questions, of course, deal with this issue of the, what's going on in our communities. And it's so important that we have clean places for our children, for our community, for our merchants to have. And we know that in Illinois, 7 of the counties definitely have places that need to be cleaned up and have not been so far. But I wanted to raise the question that seems to defer the ability, or could defer the ability to clean up. And one of them, an important one that we see right now, is that there are monies that are being taken away right now, and that there's going to be less amount of money to be able to clean up these brownfields. And I'm just wondering how you see the problem that is going to be emerging when the money is not available to do the cleanup. And I mentioned the 2 people I'm hoping would answer that.
So definitely not having the funding we need, especially with Houston and the significant amount of brownfields throughout the city and across our nation, would have an economic decline. I strongly believe in public-private partnership, and it's just too much for a private investor to take on solely on their own, especially with all of the compliance measures that need to take place. And having those funds will ensure the stability to have contiguous change for the different developments needed across our nation, whether it's housing or green space or solar activity. Really just having that consistency is absolutely necessary, in addition to the staff needed to make sure that the paperwork and the compliance measures are moving forward accordingly as well.
Well, I really feel concerned that people who have been doing this work, that the money is shrinking, that it's been taken away through the Trump administration. And I am just concerned that who's going to be able to have the money if the people who are working on these projects are out of a job.
I strongly agree and echo your sentiments as well.
Well, we have to watch that. When there are dollars being taken away, because then we need to have all the resources that we have in our communities. We know in the Chicago area itself, this is a real problem. And I'm wondering if Mr., let me get the name right.
Full wage?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Congresswoman. Many communities are still going to do the easy ones. They're still going to do the ones that are simple and the brownfields. And, Congress recognized this in 2018 in the reauthorization bill, raising the cleanup grants to $200,000 to $500,000 with the flexibility to go up to $650,000 based on the anticipated level of contamination. But in answer to your question, we also need people in the EPA to answer the phones.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Latta for 5 minutes of questioning.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks very much for our witnesses for being with us today. It's a very important topic. And if I could, Mr. Connaughton, if I could ask you, because I mentioned, I'm sorry, I had to step out for a couple of meetings, but you mentioned something that's kind of near and dear to everybody's heart, is that as we're watching what's happening today with data centers going up across the country, and there's a real question of, where they're being placed, and the amount of space that's needed for them. And I'd just like to get your opinion as to what do you see what we could be doing on brownfields and data centers, because this is absolutely a massive need that we're going to be having in this country, not just the massive amount of power we're going to have, but just the siting and some of the issues we have there.
Yeah, just to put things in perspective, if we were sitting here 10 years ago, a 5 megawatt data center would be big. And then very quickly, it was 20 megawatts. Just 2 years ago, 100 megawatts was a gigantic data center. We are involved, my former company where I worked with, Nautilus Technologies, we're involved in a project at a old coal-fired power plant that shut down in Portugal, 1.2 gigawatts. So 1,200 megawatts of power that data center will use. And in America, you're seeing these 250, 500 megawatt projects that want to be built and can't find the places that they can build to get access to the power or the time to be able to build their own power in anything that represents, the demand. I describe this as we need to build at the speed of the need, and we've got too many obstacles to getting there. The thing I want to underline is these data centers are essential to our daily lives, and the beauty is they're out of sight, and they're in big warehouses, but they don't clutter our world. They don't clutter our world. Our world shows up like this. And so they're really, really valuable pieces of infrastructure. And then, of course, with the AI, they're going to be defining the industrial, the fourth industrial revolution. And America kind of owns that right now. We could give it up. Ireland, for example, has no process for siting any new data centers of any size. They just killed the goose that laid the golden egg. Ireland was a hub for information technology companies, and it's over in Ireland. I do not want to see that happen here. Okay, we have the ability in these brownfields to make these data centers
happen. The big problem is, if we look about what we always talk about in this committee, and hopefully we're going to get something done in this Congress, like on permitting, to be able to, get into these brownfields and say, you know what, it's safe to put these in. And so what do you see on the permitting side? What do we need to be doing on permitting to move things along, get things along faster? And I've never, the great thing about this committee, the broad jurisdiction we have, I've never heard anybody ever testify before saying that they're against all regulations. Just give us regulations that we can live with. But what do you see on the permitting side that we ought to be doing right now?
What's interesting about all the big infrastructure projects, data centers, semiconductors, by the way, even shipbuilding today, they actually don't have a big outward environmental footprint. There's a lot of things to comply with, okay, but all the methods of controlling to prevent environmental contamination are well known and are in place. And so if we could simply change the default to yes, with inspection and enforcement of non-compliance, which almost never occurs, that solves the problem. And you do it in site assessment, you do it in permitting, and you do it with interconnection. You have to create an automated system. We live in a modern age. When I got my car this morning, I did not call the police to get permission to leave my home, promising I would comply. I'm certified, I have my license, I have my insurance, I'm trusted to comply, and if I don't comply, they come and get me. We should be doing the same for our infrastructure builders because they're really skilled and they spend, we're talking about billion-dollar projects, $10 billion projects. We're in a whole new world in America, putting in physical infrastructure again. We've got to match that opportunity.
Well, in my last 45 seconds, let me ask this, because again, when you're talking about going to brownfields, especially when you're going to, let's say, coal-fired plants, what is the real, the difficulty for saying I'm going to go into that facility to put that data center in there where these plants want to be there, and I only have about 28 seconds left?
State or federal environmental review process, which is 4 to 5 years, and a parallel or overlapping state and federal permitting process, which causes me to have to know that I can't build and complete anything in less than 8 or 10 years. There's some exceptions to that, by the way, and they're really good, like in Memphis. The big AI data center there was built in 6 months. with just 6 months they had a lot of support, 6 months of clearances. They've set the benchmark. We should be able to do this in a year. If Memphis can do it in a year, the rest of the country should be able to do it in a year.
Well, thank you very much. My time has expired now. Give the balance of my questions written to our witnesses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back, now recognize Dr. Ruiz for his 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's topic is about the critical importance of the Brownfield program and its impact on communities across the country. As we all know, the Brownfields program provides funding and resources to clean up and redevelop contaminated sites, transforming them into safe, usable spaces that drive economic growth and environmental restoration. There is bipartisan consensus that the Brownfield program is essential for community revitalization. Cleaning up contaminated sites and transforming them into economic engines benefits everyone, businesses, workers, and families across America. The Environmental Protection Agency's Brownfields program is a proven solution by providing grants and resources to assess, clean up, and revitalize these sites. We can turn blighted, polluted lands into thriving community spaces, whether it's new housing, small businesses, or parks. And since the program's inception, it has helped create hundreds of thousands of jobs and leveraged billions in private investment nationwide. Mr. Bolwaj, could you share how does the Brownsville program contribute to local economies, particularly in terms of job creation and attracting private investment?
So we had a former landfill in the city of Elizabeth of almost 200 acres. We transformed that with an initial grant of assessment into a mall that's about 200 stores, 2 million square feet, 4 hotels on the waterfront, providing hundreds of jobs plus 5,000 construction jobs. That site generated $63,000 a year to the city of Elizabeth. And now with state incentives and others, it generates over $7 million a year to the city of Elizabeth.
That's incredible. In my district, we see firsthand the consequences of abandoned, contaminated properties, sites that once held promise, but have instead become environmental and economic burdens. And these brownfield sites, many of which are former industrial facilities, gas stations, or landfills, pose risks to public health, drive down property value, and limit economic development in already underserved communities. For example, in 2019, the city of Raleigh facilitated the sale and redevelopment of the La Seca property, once an unusable, contaminated site, as you see in this photo, that sat vacant for years and was a hardship on the community. And thanks to the EPA's brownfield remediation efforts, that property has been transformed into a thriving car repair shop, not only improves the area's appearance, but also provides good paying jobs and brings economic activity to the district. So this is a perfect example of how strategic investment in brownfields cleanup leads to real tangible benefits for our communities. Ms. Stoneham, how does brownfield redevelopment contribute to broader environmental and sustainability goals, such as reducing urban sprawl and promoting green infrastructure?
Absolutely. With the Project Yellow Cab case study that I mentioned earlier, just that being in the urban core and producing an urban typology for the single-family homes is providing an opportunity for people to live, work, and play. But also additionally, the trash incinerator site, which is transforming into a green space, connects to a bigger Bayou master plan of how affordable housing and just being able to walk on the Bayou and the different environmental measures and preservation components that we are evaluating as well.
Thank you. You know, we must remember that this is also about community investment. Too often, historically underserved neighborhoods like those in my district face the greatest challenges from contamination and neglect. The EPA's Brownfields program helps revitalize these areas by driving redevelopment, creating jobs, and bringing much needed economic opportunities to the communities that need them the most. Oh, wait, did I say bringing much needed economic opportunities to the communities that need them the most? That's equity. That's equity. And rural communities like those from my Republican colleagues on the other side need these funds just as well. That's why we must continue supporting these programs. Investing in brownfield remediation is not just about cleaning up land. It's about building healthier communities, creating jobs, and ensuring that all Americans, no matter their zip code, have access to clean air, safe water, and economic opportunity. That's why I urge my colleagues to join me in strengthening and fully funding the Brownfields program and the EPA staff who make this program work, so we can continue turning environmental liabilities into safe economic opportunities for families across the country. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding back. I notice that we have a group of students who have joined us. This is the Environment Subcommittee of the Energy and Commerce Committee. We welcome you here today. We are discussing brownfields, and we have 4 experts from across the country who are giving us different ideas. We anticipate that this will occur, that we will reauthorize the Brownfields program, but perhaps with some suggestions that our witnesses have brought to our attention. With that, I now recognize Mr. Carter of Georgia for his 5 minutes of questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank each of you for being here. And I'm glad the students are here too. I hope you're learning a lot. I know I am, because brownfields are important. Brownfields, in fact, we got over 450,000 brownfields here in the United States, and every one of them represents a unique opportunity for us. And I hope that we take those opportunities. And certainly what we're discussing today is important. On this committee, Energy and Commerce, we talk a lot about energy needs. We know that we're going to need more energy in the future and our growing energy needs. And we also talk about the need for more businesses. So we ought to be looking at brownfields as places where we can grow. My own state of Georgia has over 50 major data centers, and many of the brownfields have the potential to house future data centers, and for good reasons. And a lot of these sites have electrical existing power delivery infrastructure, which is a common challenge for data centers. Mr. Conahan, let me ask you, Connaughton,
Perfect.
Connaughton, okay. Connaughton, your company specializes in creating data center related technologies. I've visited many data centers, and they use a lot of energy, a whole lot of energy. Do you feel that brownfields represent an opportunity for building out more data centers in America?
Yeah, I certainly do. And I'll give you the example of my company, Nautilus, where we have invented an approach to cool data centers the same way you cool a coal-fired power plant or an industrial processing facility. And that's taking naturally cold water, running through the data center, and returning it unchanged, just a little bit warmer, back to the water body it came from. That's how we do power plants, industrial facilities. It's how we cool ship engines. So imagine all of these old thermal power plants, these old manufacturing centers that already have that intake and discharge infrastructure. It's already been permitted in the past. The regulators know and understand what the dynamics of this are. They tend to be located close, by the way, to water treatment facilities and other big infrastructure, so the workforce is there, and the communities are familiar with and accept that kind of activity. So we could immediately be repurposing these old energy centers and these old manufacturing centers if we were able to deal with permitting. Okay, I went to a site.
So how is permitting holding you up? Tell me that.
So our technology results in a process that does not trigger any environmental controls or regulatory standards. And yet, in building that at a brownfield at the Port of Stockton, right, which is a community that really would benefit from this investment, and even though our state NEPA review, it's called CEQA, our state NEPA review, we got through it in 9 months because we had no impacts. We had no negative impacts. It still took us 3.5 years to get signed off on of the NEPA. We then had to wait.
3.5 years?
Yeah, and then we had to wait to file all our regular environmental permits till that process was done.
Okay.
Because the permitters don't want to get into their work until the NEPA's done. And then for them, remember, we had no environmental things, nothing to regulate. That still took a year for them to agree with us that there was nothing to regulate.
Okay.
And in one case, we still got additional requirements, even though it wasn't required by law. So that's the challenge. That's just one example. There are, thousands of them out there.
All right. Well, I want to get to 2 more things. And one of them, Mr. Miller, he just described an area that I think could help us. These brownfields are in rural areas just as well as urban areas. So this is an example where you could actually use the brownfields in rural areas as well, correct?
Correct. That's what we want to do. We actually I guess we refer to it as a green room back earlier, we're talking and made sure we traded contact with one another to put focus on this. I mean, yes, I mean, rural areas should really be.
You got water supplies, you got everything that you need.
Right.
Good,
One
good. So
thing
this
that-
sounds
one-
win-win.
One thing that we do lack in some of our rural areas is the power supply for those data centers. But yet again, brownfields are also very attractable to alternative types of energy, whether it's small modular reactors, micro, hydrogen, or any of those other types of forms that you could then, use those for behind the meter power to these data centers.
Okay. All right. The chairman's already warned us about asking questions with little time remaining, but I got to get to this because I represent the coast of Georgia, 2 major seaports, shipyards. Mr. Conahan, what about the infrastructure? Shipyard, how can we upgrade shipyard infrastructure and the importance of building new classes of vessels, much of which will take place on brownfield sites?
The locations are there. We just need to say yes to building, and we need to extend the opportunity zone law to these infrastructure locations to bring in and leverage, on a 9-to-1 or 20-to-1 basis, private sector capital.
Great, great. Good. Well, thank y'all very much. This sounds like a win-win situation, something we should all be interested in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding back.
Yeah.
And I now yield for point of personal privilege to Mr. Tonko.
I see our former colleague, Congressman Butterfield, is in the audience and faithful member in the House and led a lot of good fights on the environment. So good to see you, Congressman, and always a pleasure to introduce you. Welcome.
Welcome, and we appreciate you being back. I now recognize Representative Peters for his 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Connaughton, a lot of us have expressed concern about the delays in permitting for getting stuff built. We've worked really hard on clean energy, in particular on this committee, and even the Biden administration recognized that. Last year, they took some steps to expedite permitting under the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, for clean energy on disturbed, developed, or lower conflict areas. So we're all in this permit reform game. I wanted to ask you about something, a distinction you drew in your testimony about limiting the scope of NEPA review to unquantified impacts. Can you tell me what that means versus quantified? What's an example of that?
Yeah, so if you take the original NEPA law, so read it, second page, it says the agency shall consider unquantified impacts, because in 1970, we didn't have this modern body of environmental law. So it was a good idea. Okay, and I'm a big defender of NEPA, by the way. I think NEPA is important. But over 50 years, we now have environmental laws covering everything, quantifying everything.
For example, the Clean
Air,
Water Act. So
water, endangered species,
right.
Dust. You name it, we have a law that covers it, and then state and local laws that do it on a fine grained basis at the local level. And so all project developers have to comply with all of that, and they do. That's the great thing. We should be celebrating that. They do comply with it. And so this idea for NEPA is, I had a 160-page NEPA document I had to do for my first data center, and all it talked about was all the stuff the other agencies were going to regulate. But I couldn't get to them until I got through my CEQA process. And so this is my point. It's redundant.
So what's the unquantified impact in that case? So you have in other words, you have the Clean Water Act that says you can release a certain amount of pollution, but not over that amount without a permit. So we know that's covered. What is the unquantified impact you look at under NEPA?
So what would be left is actually uniquely local circumstances, like proximity to a school, what kind of traffic flows there will be. Right? There'll be a whole bunch of unregulated things that are of social and environmental interest and concern, and you want to capture that, which is what the idea originally was for NEPA and for the state versions of it. So you'll have I think you would have a much reduced NEPA document that would be highly relevant to what matters locally, while still getting all the work done through the regulatory process.
A lot of people on my side of the aisle express concern that would limit public input into these decisions. So give me an example of why that's not a concern for one of these quantified impacts you won't be analyzing under NEPA anymore.
So you would have a public comment related to the zoning of the site. So that's the first and most important place. So the community speaks about site suitability through zoning. And you got to preserve that, and that's good. If it's a federal project, federal lands, or the stuff that FERC sites. Then you have a national process for that, in which there's extensive public provision for public engagement, and they can sue. So you also have the public being able to participate in lawsuits. So that'll occur. In the unquantified NEPA piece, the community will participate in the development of the unquantified analysis. So they'll have that. And then with respect to the regulations, there's 6, 7 layers of public participation in the original legislation, in the development of the regulation, in the development of the standards, in the permits that are provided for those activities. And then public participates in enforcement. You can have citizen enforcement, and they can participate in lawsuits.
So by a long shot, NEPA is not the only point of public impact, whether it's quantified or unquantified.
Well, arguably, it's actually the least important in terms of environmental compliance. It's the most important in terms of local suitability.
A lot of folks have also suggested that we don't need to change the process. What we need to do is really staff up the agencies. I know the Biden administration led an effort to provide $1 billion to do that, and that may be under some question. Is that an answer in this case, or do we have to have process reforms?
No, we have a gross mismatch between the scale of what we need to get done and the number of officials we have to do it, and it's a gross mismatch. And there's no addition of staff that will change that. Let me tell you why. Let's just assume it's 100,000 projects. It's more like 200,000. Let's assume it's 100,000 projects. That's 100,000 projects. Each project developer is hiring lawyers, environmental consultants, and engineers. Their banker is doing it too, and their insurance company is doing it too. Okay, so that's a lot of professionals per project, 9 at a minimum to sign off on the project. Then it goes to the federal, state, and local regulators, 5 to 25 permits, okay, times all the districts and states. Okay, so you end up with sort of thousands of offices involved in doing all this permitting, times 100,000 projects, each one of which then has another permit bundle for connecting to the grid and another permit bundle for doing digital connection. So that's several 100,000 requirements. That's millions of reviews. We're not built as a nation to handle what we now want.
Right.
As a matter of process.
Well, I'm out of time. I do appreciate all your work on permitting and helping us to get back to building stuff again. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for the hearing. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Representative Joyce for his 5 minutes of questioning.
First, I want to thank Chairman Griffith for holding today's hearing on EPA's Brownfields program and the witnesses for joining us. In Pennsylvania, we are proud of our industries, the coal, the steel, and allied industries that were mined and forged in our cities and in our towns. Sadly, many of these legacy industries have fallen on hard times and gone out of business, leaving behind land in need of environmental cleanup and communities with limited resources to invest in that necessary redevelopment. This is where EPA's Brownfields program has been useful to ensure that these are areas that are not left behind and economic development can occur. Across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, counties like Cambria and Blair have used brownfields to leverage public and private funding to create family-sustaining jobs. This program is a great example of how, instead of federal government getting in the way with burdensome regulations, it can work with local stakeholders to spur lasting redevelopment. I've seen how successful these efforts have been in my own hometown of Altoona, Pennsylvania, where a Brownfield grant helped encourage downtown redevelopment by jumpstarting investment. In Johnstown, Brownfields funds were used to build the Greater Johnstown High School. Another Brownfields grant in Johnstown redeveloped the Cambria Iron Works, repurposing older industrial buildings into an area that can attract visitors and residents while creating opportunities for new manufacturing jobs. In the last few years, 3 new Brownfields grants have been awarded in my district by the EPA. 2 are in Western Pennsylvania in Cambria and Somerset counties, and 1 in Central Pennsylvania that helps capitalize a $1 million Brownfields revolving fund that covers Mifflin, Perry, and Juniata counties. Across my district, I could go on and on about different success stories of local communities taking advantage of this program to bring their towns back to life. Mayor Bolwaj, in your written testimony, you discussed some of the benefits of the multi-purpose Brownfield grants created in 2018 reauthorization of the program. You also noted that it would be helpful for cities to be able to use the funding for wider areas. Are there any limitations on the funding that make it challenging to redevelop cities or maximize the value of these properties? And if so, do you have any recommendations on how the EPA could be more helpful for economic redevelopment?
Well, thank you, thank you, Congressman. The first thing is naturally resources and the maximum or the minimum amount of resources. We'd like to use the multi-purpose grants continue. We want to see it included in the reauthorization as well as the dollar amounts increase. We would also like to ask the EPA to allow for the broadest application of the area to be covered by this part of the grant.
Mr. Connaughton, similarly, do you have any suggestions for Congress or the EPA on how the current program could better facilitate a variety of uses on brownfield sites or allow the applicants to redevelop properties with unique aspects? And can you explain why all stakeholders need to have skin in the game?
Thank you. I think, as it mentioned previously, we have this opportunity to take the big old sites and convert them into big new sites. And in that instance, you're going to be able to leverage a lot of private sector capital, as long as you can, have them see the capital go into completing a project in a reasonable period of time. That's why the permitting reform is necessary. We have some great programs, like I mentioned, the Opportunity Zone Law, which is quite popular and doing well. The big complaint with opportunity zones is it's not going to build big infrastructure projects. Why? Because you have to put your money in 6 months, and a project has to be ready to go. And the problem is there aren't big infrastructure projects ready to go and then you need the site to be designated as an opportunity zone. I think a lot of governors did good designations, but didn't think about these big industrial locations or shipyards. So I really recommend doing another designation round under that law. And I think you'll bring forward hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars of new private sector money. And that's serious skin in the game, Congressman.
Mr. Miller, have you or others in your organization identified any limitations on acceptable uses of brownfields funding or lack of flexibility with any of the funding streams with the federal brownfields program?
Not necessarily with the funding streams, but as much dealing with issues with the complexity of the application process itself for smaller rural areas. I mentioned in my opening comments, we've had to pool resources together with our localities, kind of with the approach stronger as a whole, weaker as pieces, and going in for those funds. Other items, strengthen provisions for rural distressed coal communities and what we could do. Because again, those localities, I'm sure in your district as well, struggle for funds, not for any other reason than just because of their small size.
And I thank you for emphasizing the need in rural areas. That is indeed my district. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for yielding back, and now recognize Representative Barragan for her 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to our witnesses for being here. I appreciate the bipartisan support we have on this committee for the Brownfields program at the Environmental Protection Agency. However, the EPA's budget and the staff it needs to implement its programs are under attack from the Trump administration. President Trump and EPA Administrator Zeldin have talked about a 65% cut on the EPA's budget. This would gut the very programs that keep our air clean, our water safe, and our children healthy. This threatens every program at EPA, including the Brownfields program. And House Republicans have been silent on these cuts to EPA. Mr. Miller, would massive cuts to the EPA funding harm the Brownfields program and the work of your organizations? Yes or no?
It comes down to efficiency.
So you're telling me that if there's a 65% cut to EPA, that you don't think there could be an impact to the Brownfields program? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
Okay.
Until that reduction.
Thank you. The Honorable Connaughton, what is your thought? If there's a 65% cut to EPA budget, do you
If
think
they're cutting the funding for the Brownfields program, then it will have an impact on the Brownfields program. And that's why I'm trying to advocate we need to, in this budget environment and in this political environment, we should be looking at the funding sources and we should be looking at the leverage at the leverage, because even with the current brownfield funding, it doesn't come close to matching the opportunity that we have to achieve here.
So would
I'd
it,
want to look at all of it.
so would it be safe for you to say there shouldn't be a single penny cut to the Brownfields program?
No,
That there should not be? Or no, you're not saying that?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying we need
Okay.
to take a look at the program to leverage the dollars to do even more, in which case it could justify increasing. And as we've been discussing today, there could be good reason to increase the money. If we're getting 20 times the benefit, that would
Okay.
be a good deal in my view.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Ballwidge, many brownfield sites are in rural areas, low-income communities, and communities of color. How would funding cuts impact efforts to clean up contaminated land in disadvantaged communities?
I can only speak to what's going on in Elizabeth right now. We have a $500,000 grant for job training, and there's no one picking up the phone at EPA.
Ms. Stoneham, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, I would say that cutting staffing by 65% would significantly impact the Brownfields program in Houston. Just the regional coordination that we experience with them on a reoccurring basis, which is monthly and sometimes weekly, depending on the projects, would slow us down significantly, in addition to the progress happening in the communities that we impact, which are majorly underserved and low income.
Great, thank you. Mayor Ballwidge, as Congress discusses the reauthorization of the Brownfields program, are there any improvements or incentives you recommend to better direct grants to disadvantaged communities?
In my written testimony, I talk about the cleanup grants, and I also talk about the ability to access the dollars and to draw down the money as quickly as possible.
Okay, Ms. Stoneham, how do Brownfields grants leverage private sector investment? And what happens to those investments if federal funding disappears?
So having access to federal funding makes it easier to attract more private investment, especially with the land bank taking that on, saves the developer, frankly, time and money, because we're willing to take on that responsibility as opposed to having them solely do this by themselves.
Thank you. The EPA Brownfields program is an important program for communities, even in my district, actually quite a bit in my district. In Carson, California, we received $1.8 million in grants to clean up a former oil refinery site so that the Los Angeles Sanitation can build a recycled water treatment facility on the property. This grant was made possible because of the increased Brownfields program funding in the infrastructure law, a law that Democrats fought for and passed, and that I will remind folks, not a single Republican that's currently on the Energy and Commerce Committee voted for. So as we fight back against devastating cuts to the EPA, I urge my Republican colleagues to speak up and to defend the good work that EPA does for all our communities. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Representative Pfluger for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Connaughton, I want to talk to you about streamlining. But before I do that, I just want to give a shout out to Director Zeldin for the good work that he is doing to find the fraud, waste, and abuse in these slush funds that have gone to fund NGOs and other organizations. And I appreciate your answer there previously, on the fact that, no, we can still fund brownfield projects and look to more efficiently operate our government. And that's something that we're focused on. So in your testimony, you talked about approve, build, and comply, which I think offers a pretty intriguing solution. Can you expand on that concept and talk about the streamlining of permitting and other issues that will help us with this topic that we're talking about today?
Yeah, yes, Congressman. The concept is actually very well practiced, but in a small scale under the banner of permit by rule. There are lots of examples where Congress has looked at a very specific issue and legislatively approved, the activity to go forward while still requiring compliance. Again, it may be a controversial area, but the border wall is an example of that. Bipartisan legislation in 2006 provided for that, and it allows the Secretary of Homeland Security to certify construction and to waive permitting. Again, not compliance, but waive permitting. And each administration, President Obama, President Trump, and then President Biden, each of their Homeland Security directors used that authority. Recently, you had the Congress, for the sake of, I think, one semiconductor plant, and it was critical, legislatively waiving NEPA. Okay, now the plant is still complying with all the environmental laws. It's still subject to all that permitting. It's not subject to 5 years of waiting around for the environmental review to get done. They're just getting on with compliance. So that's happened in Congress. And at the administrative level, at the federal and state level, including in your state, and we have the Congressman from Pennsylvania, there's actually well-established procedures for automatic permitting. Okay, and by Texas is the king of the states when it comes to that. And things move, investments happen.
Well, thank you. I may come back to you on the state and local coordination there. I want to go to Mr. Miller. When it comes to rural issues, obviously this is important to me. I represent a very rural district, but one that has a tremendous amount of energy, one that could benefit very, very greatly. But we see, more of a, I guess, an urge to show to do urban projects rather than rural. So maybe talk to me a little bit about some of the barriers that have impacted us in the rural community.
I'm a big believer in our rural areas. We have kind of view them as a blank canvas, and a lot of people, at least in the Commonwealth of Virginia, in more urban areas, because of urban sprawl and, for instance, data centers and construction of them taking up property that could be used for other things that those people think would be of more benefit. I think it's an amazing opportunity for rural areas for recruitment of data centers and to bring them to those rural areas. A lot of data centers prefer to be in an area that's kind of away, especially when you're talking about Department of Defense and in more sensitive type data centers. So I really think a concise effort should be put on the recruitment of data centers to rural areas. And even, through this brownfield funding, maybe a set aside for data centers, preferably for rural data centers, but especially for rural or for data center type projects. I think that's the future. I mean, I think we all know that, and we have to have the power generation for those data centers, which again, brownfields present an excellent opportunity for that, especially in rural areas.
So whether rural or urban, these projects are beneficial. They help us in a number of ways, but specifically on the rural areas, can you talk to us about maybe some of the challenges they face when it comes to not being able to match funds because we have small communities, or how do they overcome that?
Well, and that's one of the items I mentioned, of course, with the EPA Brownfield Fund specifically. We talked about more funding from a grant standpoint for redevelopment. Not necessarily, I think they do a wonderful job with the assessment, though I love this approve, build, comply method that's being discussed. But we just need to figure out a way to, we can utilize matching funds, but we need redevelopment funds from EPA. In rural areas, we're really good to have a certain pot of money, especially state money for some of this development, but you have to have those matching funds. So again, I mentioned it in my opening remarks, if we could create something maybe that, with some of this brownfield funding for rural areas, and it can even have a match requirement to that. I think everybody's fine with that because we can stack. That's what we all do. I think it's what everybody does to make projects work, especially at the cost we're looking at for these type of projects.
Thank you. My time's expired. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Mr. Auchincloss, Representative Auchincloss, for his 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Connaughton, I appreciate your proactive and prescriptive set of policy proposals for this. And I think it might help me to bring it to life, to use a specific example with you. I represent Massachusetts. We have a lot of brownfield sites in Massachusetts, many of them prime spots for redevelopment. We also have a big shortage of housing in Massachusetts and challenges with local zoning and land use restrictions that make it hard to build the housing that we need. Imagine a circumstance where there was a major brownfield site, state-owned, or that the locality granted to the state, and the state came to you and said, we want to develop this. We want to really build a huge amount of housing on this site. We got a big shortage of housing, and because it's a brownfield, we can bypass local zoning. In the future that you are envisioning in your written testimony, Talk me through like what that would look like, how you would advise them and how you would stack private and public capital to make it happen.
So first, you need the zoning. Okay, so as soon as it's clear this is for housing, okay, that's the first gate. So now you have the local suitability. Second gate, you got to do the assessment. Assessment is not expensive, and it doesn't take a lot of time, and people know how to do it now. I mean, these professionals are sitting here.
The EPA could pay for that, or you think the state would pay for that?
Well, actually, if I knew as the developer that I could actually get through the permitting process then and get the project up and running in under 2 years, I'll pay for the assessment.
Got it.
Okay, because I'm not at risk now.
Yep.
That's the key. If I'm a developer, I know that I'm only 1 in 20 is going to pay off. I can't do 20 assessments, but I'll pay for the one if I know I will actually be able to develop on it. That's the key to this process.
What do you mean by not at risk for it? I mean, that's true now, isn't it? But they're not at risk for it?
So what happens is I get the zoning, okay? I then wait for the assessment, and that takes longer than it should. And then when the assessment's done, then I go in and I still don't know if I'm going to get all of my other permits.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's what the environmental permits. So I distinguish siting and assessment from permitting. I still don't know that somebody's not going to come in and shut me down, 2/3 of the way through my development, 2.5 years later. That's the big problem. That's why it's the sites you don't see investors show up for that the ones you should be worried about.
Right.
Because investors will go where they can get the return on their investment fastest. And for data centers, that's certainly the case. If I can't get it up and running under a year, I'm not interested. Okay, and so that's the critical step.
And if the assessment came back as showing contaminants, again, in your ideal scenario, what happens next, provided that the developer and the state are still on board with wanting to develop housing?
Well, actually, these great professionals have put together, there's just a cookbook for that.
Yep.
And it's cookie cutter. Everyone knows what they need to do. They know what the thresholds are. They know how to do, whether you have to cap the site or do some soil content removal or put industrial, not housing. So you put the industrial on the lightly contaminated locations and housing on the clean ones. So that process is now really they're great at it. And so my view is let the professionals do a good job. Let them do what they know how to do already.
And the friction that you identify in our current system is that there is not enough pre-approval of those professionals to just go out and do it.
Yeah, just go out and do it. And here's the issue. If you imagine that we actually have to do 20 to 100x, right? There's no growth of the professional government class to be able to keep up with all that requirement.
Right.
We need to let each government professional, I don't want to lose the government professionals. I just want them looking over 100 sites, right? And moving 100 sites along rather than focusing on 1 or 2, right? And more important, I want them inspecting and enforcing against, the bad guys who are rare, rather than have them focusing on the good guys who actually know what they're doing.
Mayor, did you want to speak to that?
I just want to reinforce his point. We had a old plastics factory, and we did the assessment with brownfield dollars, and the assessment said you have to clean away 3 feet of the soil and remove that soil, and then you could put a Little League field there. If we didn't remove the 3 feet of soil, we'd have to put pavement there. So we chose to remove the 3 feet of soil, build 2 Little League fields, and actually we took the bad soil and brought it to the site that I described that was the mall, where we are preventing the leachate from going into what's called the Arthur Kill, the waterway there. So it was a win-win for everyone involved. But once the assessment was done and the plan is there, then you can leave it to the mayors or the economic development directors to follow up on the next process.
Yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Representative Miller Meeks for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Chairman Griffith and Ranking Member Tonko, for holding this important hearing today. And I also want to thank our witnesses for testifying before this subcommittee. Iowa, like other states, has abandoned, idled, or underutilized industrial or commercial properties where real or perceived environmental contamination hinders redevelopment. The Brownfields program is essential to helping communities address these challenges, turning what were once underutilized and potentially hazardous sites into spaces for economic growth, environmental protection, and public health improvements. Mr. Connaughton, your testimony calls for leveraging private market forces and certified professionals to enhance the impact of government programs. How can the EPA better integrate private sector involvement into brownfield redevelopment efforts, and what role can private investment play in accelerating the cleanup and redevelopment of these sites?
When it comes to certified professionals, the analogy I like to use is taxes. So I don't go to my CPA and then tell them what I'm expecting to earn next year and having the CPA evaluated and then go to the IRS and get the permission for me to earn the money before I'm allowed to pay my taxes. I earn the money. I talk to my CPA. The CPA assesses, what the taxes should be. I then send that to the IRS. Okay. And then if I cheated or lied, they come after me. And so I see this the same way. We have this incredible class of private sector professionals now who are almost all of whom are certified to do the legal work, the biological work, the engineering work to provide full assurance of environmental and public health and safety. Just like OSHA, by the way. OSHA doesn't give you permits. You build your plant and OSHA comes in and inspects and enforces afterwards. So if we apply the same thing to the environmental regime, this is what can unleash speed. When you unleash speed, you unleash money. Okay, if I've got $1 to spend and I can get that dollar back in a year, I'm going to go there versus I have $1 to spend and I get 20 cents back in 5 years. Okay, it's just economics, and speed is everything. And if I'm going to put my money into a software company, and I'm going to see it in 2 years, and I know my same money in an infrastructure project is 7 or 8 years away, where's my money going to go? It's going to go to the software company.
Thank you. And you addressed permitting and approval, so I won't ask that question. Mr. Bolwaj, you mentioned in your testimony the use of multi-purpose grants and restrictive view of the EPA has taken of their use. In past hearing, witnesses have testified on the benefits of using this program to revitalize economic opportunity or construct affordable housing. Is flexibility a strength for the program? And can you explain how the restricted view EPA has regarding these grants has made it more difficult for communities with several brownfield properties?
Well, the multipurpose grants, as you said, creates flexibility, and that's something we pushed for in the 2018 reauthorization, and we're extremely grateful for that. It also helps what some of the other witnesses were talking about with rural communities and those communities with a lot less population, and those grants, the multipurpose grants, clearly gives a leg up to those communities.
Mr. Miller, you mentioned that for every federal dollar invested in brownfields cleanup, communities see an average return of $20 in economic activity. Can you elaborate on how these economic returns are measured, and are there specific success stories from Southwestern Virginia or other rural areas that highlight the long-term economic benefits of the brownfields program?
Absolutely. I mentioned, I believe earlier to a previous question, Project Intersection, which is in Norton, Virginia. We were able to, turn a small amount of brownfield funding into close to $35 million in investment to develop that industrial site. So that number is actually an EPA figure, and I would probably say, at least in the coal fields, it would be a whole lot higher in terms of what the return is that we receive.
Thank you. You also highlighted that the Brownsfield redevelopment creates over 10 jobs per 100,000 spent. And how are these jobs being allocated, and what steps can be taken to ensure that displaced rural workers, to Representative Pfluger's comment, as well as younger generations in these communities, are able to access these opportunities?
And that's an issue we deal with. It's a nut we haven't cracked yet because of limited population of a working age. We will create new job opportunities. A lot of times people in their current position will move, as we all would, to a position with better compensation. So that is an issue we're dealing with. What we're hoping to see, and what we have started to notice to see in our rural area, especially after COVID, is we are finally seeing for the first time, though a small amount, at least some in-migration coming into our rural areas from more urban areas. And so we certainly, when those people do come to the area, we want to be able to have things in place that they can make a living and prosper.
Thank you. My time's expired. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Menendez for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. Mayor Bolage, as I mentioned earlier, I'm grateful for your national leadership on the Brownfields Task Force, as well as your work back home in Elizabeth. In your tenure as mayor, you have taken on the challenges posed by Elizabeth's industrial history head on, and you serve as a national leader in advancing brownfield remediation. Mayor, can you share some examples of how the Brownfields program has supported Elizabeth's economic development and environmental well-being, especially those examples that you're most proud of?
Well, Congressman, thank you very much. Thank you for your kind comments as well. The one we're all familiar with that I testified here is the mills at Jersey Gardens, which I spoke about earlier. 200-acre landfill that's now has 2 million square feet of economic development with hotels and restaurants, as well as the 5,000 construction jobs. Another one is a Hope 6 program. In 1999, we took 2 outdated public housing projects and recreated them into new Hope 6 housing, not only some market rate housing, but also some mostly affordable housing. We're currently developing around the train station, which you visited not long ago, where we've taken a lot of vacant land and have developed housing, part of the working with the Brownfield Development Associate, New Jersey Brownfield Development. New Jersey Transit committed $70 million to a new train station that has helped the economic development as well. Harborfront Villas was another project on the waterfront that's created market rate housing. So those are 3 of the projects, plus the Little League field that I just mentioned as well. And we developed some neighborhood gas stations now into small public uses.
So in short, it's fair to say that the Brownfields program has helped transform Elizabeth.
Well, it's created an awful lot of economic development as well as jobs and tax ratables.
I appreciate that because I want to talk about, in addition to all of the projects that you just mentioned, last year, Groundwork Elizabeth received a $500,000 job training grant from the Brownfields program to train 75 students and place 40 in environmental jobs. I think you've alluded to it earlier, but Mayor, can you provide an update on Groundwork Elizabeth's grant?
So the Groundwork Elizabeth grant would go towards, as you know, Congressman, we're a densely populated community, and we've worked diligently to identify resources in order to address brownfields and economic development. The mills at Jersey Gardens is one area, but getting into this specific issue, Groundwork Elizabeth has worked with the Housing Authority in our city. They've worked with other nonprofits. They've worked to develop job training for young people. This proposal generated almost $1 million award from the National Science Foundation for air quality monitoring walks that we're doing in partnership with Rutgers University. I say this, that not only is the Brownfields grant responsible for that, but it's generated money from Rutgers University and other areas in order to work on air pollution issues, being a hub of transportation where the city of Elizabeth sits in the state of New Jersey.
Yeah, absolutely. And Groundwork, and I appreciate you having me in with Senator Booker to speak with them directly about the work that they're doing. And with respect to that specific grant, my understanding is that it's currently being delayed, the funding that was appropriated, the $500,000. Is that accurate?
So actually, as I told Congressman Pallone earlier, I was on the train on the way here this morning at 6:40, and I was informed that the grant has been held up based on chaos.
Yeah, it's disappointing because it would have put students to work. It would have helped facilitate the remediation of New Jersey's brownfields, and it would have connected folks to good paying jobs, which I think is such a bipartisan set of accomplishments that we could have been doing right now, but is held up because of President Trump's unconstitutional funding freeze, preventing congressionally authorized grants from reaching the communities that we all represent. And it's obviously disruptive to the things that we all want to make progress on. So, Mayor Bullock, just if I could ask you a yes or no question, in your experience, has EPA staff provide Elizabeth and other communities with valuable technical assistance related to brownfield remediation?
In my 33 years as the mayor, we've worked very closely with the EPA under Democratic and Republican administrations in order to benefit my community.
Yeah, I mean, the staff does an incredible job. We need to fund the EPA, make sure that we don't have staffing cuts so we can continue the incredible work that you've testified here today. Thank you for your leadership. It's a real privilege to call you a partner and a friend. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Mr. Evans for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the ranking member, and of course to our witnesses for taking the time today. My first question is actually to Ms. Stoneham. In a previous life, I was the code enforcement supervisor for a local municipality. And in that capacity, one of the biggest headaches that I had to deal with was either abandoned or defunct commercial or industrial properties within the city that attracted just a lot of, in local parlance, they were problem properties. We had one particular one where it became the de facto dumping ground for anybody that didn't want to pay to dispose of a sofa. And so in 1 week, we had 46 different sofas that were dumped behind this building that the city had to go pay to remove. And in your testimony, you mentioned that many of these properties that are either in the Brownfield program or potentially viable for that program are owned by absentee landlords or tangled in legal and financial complications that make redevelopment nearly impossible. And so that was something that I personally interacted with, trying to, again, police up these some of these abandoned properties. And so the first question to you is there any way in how the EPA administers the Brownfield program that we could address some of these obstacles to redevelopment for those properties where you have either an absentee landlord or it's tangled up in some sort of legal proceedings because it's a defunct company and potentially that property in that building is the most valuable asset that that entity still owns?
Thank you for acknowledging that statement and for your previous service. For that particular portion of my testimony, I was referring to one of the powers that land banks have, which makes this unique and special, which is clearing up some of those clouded title issues, some of the airship property issues, but also most of the time those properties are abandoned, tax delinquent, or non-tax generating properties that are also brownfields. So I'm not sure exactly if the EPA can get involved with that particular lane, but I was just sharing that the land bank makes us unique in being able to address additional powers outside of just the typical contamination or the assessment with the Brownfields program.
So the land banks do have some special play in spaces where you have a property that's tangled up in some of those issues?
Correct. Different land banks have different powers. Specifically in Texas, we have the ability to request foreclosed properties at any point in the process. And we're currently navigating that process with our county and our city leadership so we can help to intervene some of those problems in addition to the contamination potential issues as well.
Awesome. Got it. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, thank you for coming. Next question to you. You mentioned mothballed properties again. In our city, we call them problem properties. I'm just curious, can you speak to any barriers that you've seen between this program and then actually getting those boots on the ground resources to local governments?
First of all, I really appreciate your story, by the way, because I live that every day with staff members. So the mothball properties usually is dealing with absentee landlord and people aren't involved in the property. And that's probably the bigger struggle. The brownfields and the incentives, if we can get site control, we could move some of these mothball properties back to the tax rolls.
Thank you. And then Mr. Miller, a question for you, kind of going off of that same vein, just the liability concerns that exist in these spaces. Can you talk about ways that we might be able to either reduce the liability or assuage some of the concerns for the landlords to be able to get additional properties into a program like this, to be able to revitalize for additional industry or commercial uses?
Sure. In our region, most of the brownfield development is at a much larger scale for economic development projects. But in our downtowns, you can keep in mind, most of our towns are a population between 50 and 1,000. So small, and most of those towns maybe have one in the downtown district, one land or one person that owns a lot of that property. So what we've been able to do with that, though, is through assessment and then through the implementation of essentially tearing down a lot of the facilities and then creating an opportunity for them to rebuild a better structure.
And so that's intriguing to me. The district that I represent, my largest municipality, is almost 150,000 folks. And then I go down, same thing, to small municipalities that don't even have their own police department. So can you speak to specifically to anything that you've seen in that space with those smaller localities that's working for you?
People working together. I mean, really, that's one of the things. A lot of times, especially in a rural area, people may be uncomfortable even with the word brownfield because they're not familiar with it. So really, essentially, people working together, the landowner, people in the position that you once found yourself in, some of the building officials, and everybody working together. And again,
Thank you.
that's probably a difference between a small rural area and a larger urban area.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Appreciate that. And now recognize Mr. Landsman for his 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this hearing. Incredibly important. The Brownfield program has been a huge game changer for folks and communities back in Southwest Ohio. We've done so much redevelopment work with this program. And so I have 3 sets of questions as we're sort of wrapping up here. And we'll ask them across the board, answer them as you see fit. But one is a question about, as we look to reauthorize, what are the big changes? I've heard a few of them, but I'm curious if you had to, pick the top 2 or 3. What are the top 2 or 3 big changes that you want us to focus on? 2, the state's role has come up. And I'm curious what that looks like, or what it should look like. And Mr. Miller in particular, when we have these communities that struggle to get the private investment, is that a role for the state to play? I mean, am I jumping to the wrong conclusion? I'm just curious in terms of what role the state is or isn't playing, but should be playing. And then finally, we just can't not talk about the EPA stuff because it's a huge problem. If you just talk a little bit about the funding freeze and the cuts and how you would want us to approach this, what you would like to see the United States Congress do as it relates to this program and the withholding of grants. So 3 questions. We'll start with the big changes, the role of the state, and then the EPA cuts and funding freeze.
The most important thing you can do is look at this opportunity at scale. The program has crept its way up to tens of thousands, but it's 100,000s, hundreds of thousands opportunity. So I would work backwards from how do we get almost all of it redeveloped and put together a suite of programs, of which the EPA piece is just one important, but just one aspect. Speed. So automatic permitting, however you come up with it, legislative, so we're not tied up in courts forever. The money will flood into these communities, believe me, because the sites are so great. And then for states are
I would
really
call it, just because I think this came up, presumptive permitting, which is that you get it and then, okay, sorry, keep going.
That's great. And then for states, as it turns out, states, by the way, do most of the permitting, including delegated programs. And states want this freedom because they know what they want to do. They're close to their communities. That's why Texas is so good at this. Okay. And if it works, it works. And they still have really high levels.
Could you say that again? Texas is what?
Texas is so good at this, and they assure environmental compliance.
Yeah.
So, we should be competing with them.
Yeah.
Congressman, naturally, more money has got to be the top of the category. And, we talked about caps set at $10 million for cleanup and multi-purpose grants. One of our Congress members, Mikey Sherrill, has introduced a bill along with Mike Turner, who's in Ohio. Mike used to be a co-chair with me on the U.S. Conference of Mayors Brownfields Task Force way back when. And, they have a bipartisan tax incentive bill. That bill would be helpful along with reauthorization of this. It's called HR 815, allows companies to expense their cleanup costs in the year that it incurred. So those issues would be important and helpful. As far as the state goes, I've worked really well with the state of New Jersey, and I think that often depends on the relationship between mayors and governors.
And the freeze.
And the freeze, of course, yes.
I mean, is there something you want this Congress to do?
Well, I'm curious to know why, and I don't mean to be a smartass, but why are we spending 4 hours here if we're not going to have any funding and people to eventually execute what we're doing here?
It's a good question.
In terms of the changes, absolutely will echo more resources, but also could there be more flexibility for acquisition funds? We can't even use the assessment dollars or cleanup dollars if you don't have site control. So if there could be a line item to where you can also use dollars for acquisition would be a game changer. In terms of the state's role, Texas is awesome. But I also say if there could be a streamlined approach to make sure we're not working in silos, because depending on if you're talking to the TCEQ, the Texas Railroad Commission, it kind of just depends on which program is applicable. And then, of course, just making sure that we're able to access the technical experts to help us spend the dollars.
I'm out of time. And out of respect to the chair and the rest of the committee, I yield back. Sorry.
We'll get Dwayne's answer later when, when the Texas delegation is talking again. I now recognize Ms. Fedorchak for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Excellent. Well, good afternoon. I think it's afternoon now. Thank you all for your expertise. This is a fascinating subject, and I would love to spend 10 minutes talking to each of you about this, but we have a very limited time. So I'm really going to zero in on the AI issues here. I agree with Mr. Connaughton that AI could drive or power the fourth industrial revolution in our country. But in order to do that, we need to power AI, and meeting the energy demands of this business that is a substantial challenge for our country. That's why I launched an AI and energy working group this week and invite you all to participate. We initiated an RFI seeking information, so I hope you all will participate in that. Mr. Connaughton, you have particularly piqued my interest with your thoughts on permitting reform. I spent 12 years permitting as an environmental permitter in my state as a state utility commissioner, and so have a decent amount of experience in that. You mentioned this idea of certifying a third-party expert site assessments. That's brilliant. What's preventing this from happening more broadly?
What's preventing it is not accepting the fruits of their labor.
In law, federal law?
In
or-
law, because they
Okay.
do the work, they certify it, they're liable, professionally if they're cheating or lying like CPAs,
Mhm.
and then we spend 5 years working to agree with them.
Okay.
So my view is let's put the private sector professionals that we've trained to work, and let's accept the fruits of their work.
Great. Love that. In my state, once an area has been permitted or certified to be safe for construction, you can rebuild in that same site without going through permitting again. So it's kind of the same type of
Could I
concept.
also mention, because you're a former regulator, when we have a major storm, the utilities are incredible at rebuilding as fast as humanly possible.
True.
It's the same process. It's the same people. They know what they're doing. They know how to comply. And we are so overjoyed when the electricity system is stood back up in 48 hours. If we want to build new infrastructure, 4 years, 5 years, 6
Right.
years, why don't we take the example of our emergencies and make that standard practice?
Mm-hmm. And the same on your NEPA idea on the unquantified environmental impacts. So I'll be following up on those, and I'm sure many of my colleagues will be as well. I wanted to zero in a little bit more on your interconnection proposal, the 6-month window. That's the only area where I think you might be a little overly optimistic, having gone through a lot of that on the MISO level, the interconnection queues and the studies required. So talk a little bit more about what you envision there and how much your vision is tied to actual experience trying to go through those interconnection processes.
So having suffered through this, wearing many different hats over 35 years, there's only a technological solution to the interconnection problem. So we have to get on with applying the AI and the hardware systems, and the RTOs currently aren't funded and their business model isn't set up to do it that way. So I really believe that is the only way through this, and our target has to be 6 months because we have to build at the need of speed.
So using AI to help them run their studies faster when they're
Yeah, because they're operating 12, 15, 16 different spreadsheet models. And it was one thing when you're like, attaching dozens or hundreds of projects. We're going to be attaching thousands or tens of thousands of projects. Just the labor of doing that, we can't keep up. The technology is going to solve our problem, but we're 10 years behind in applying it.
And have you talked to any of the grid?
Yes.
Any of them? Which ones are open to this?
Stay tuned for an interesting announcement that's coming. I can't say anything further on that.
Okay, very good. Then just with my remaining 1 minute, I would like you and others, if they have time, to elaborate on what else should we be doing to stay ahead? Because I'm really worried that we're going to be falling behind China on our ability to really meet the energy demands of this industry. So Mr. Connaughton, if you could start.
Really focus on the communities that actually want to build. So let's put a priority where people actually want to do something. We spend a lot of time trying to work in areas where people just don't want to see the construction. So I'd start there, start with yes, and create a competition for outcomes rather than work with all the problem children.
Okay. 20 seconds. Anybody else?
Dwayne Miller wants to say he'll take all those places.
You actually read my mind. Any rural area with specific interests in Southwest Virginia. Yeah.
And North Dakota.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Carter for his 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of our witnesses for being here today. The EPA Brownsfield program revitalizes communities by transforming contaminated properties into economic assets. It attracts private investment, creates jobs, and boosts local tax revenues through funding and technical assistance for the assessment, cleanup, and redevelopment of potentially contaminated former commercial industrial sites. This transformation eliminates environmental hazards and stimulates economic activity, benefiting businesses and residents. This is critically important. A prime example of this type of development is the recent $2 million award of an EPA Brownsfield Cleanup Program grant for the city of New Orleans to support the environmental remediation of the former Naval Support Activity Complex in the downtown Bywater neighborhood. This vast, now vacant complex, completed in 1919 by the United States Navy, formerly served as logistics station for the Port of New Orleans and the military training site. Deactivated and sold to the city of New Orleans in 2011 for redevelopment, it comprises some 84,000 square foot, 6-story buildings on about 1.5 million square foot site. Thanks in large to EPA Brownsfield funding, the complex is now being redeveloped to create mixed-use development with 295 affordable residential units and ground floor retail space, including a grocery store and as the primary retailer. Ms. Stoneham, since taking office, President Trump has pledged to cut funding to EPA by 65%, undertaking significant indiscriminate staff firings and terminated congressionally appropriated EPA grant funding to local recipients. Can you tell us how the current atmosphere of the uncertainty impacts the EPA Brownfield programs, awards, and projects now underway in your home of Houston?
Absolutely. It has significantly impacted our project timeline and us being able to release procurement opportunities. It also reduces the potential for more training opportunities, not just for my staff and the contractors that we work with, but also community members who directly want to better understand how they can receive access to funding allocations and just being able to see how they can amplify what they want to directly do in their neighborhoods. And then just the relationships that we built of working with our grant officer, the chemist that we talk to that reviews the reports on a regular basis, just so we can continue the work that we're doing and also continue to pursue more funding opportunities.
Mayor Bowich, I began my career in local government, serving on the New Orleans City Council many years ago. So I understand and appreciate the incredible job that you have to do as a mayor and your employees do with limited resources. What would gutting our career workforce at EPA, including those at the Brownfield program who provide technical assistance, mean to your municipal employees in the city of Elizabeth who partner with EPA to carry out these projects?
So we're a very urban, dense community, and taking the EPA away from our city, which has the largest port on the East Coast, the second largest in the country, air pollution issues, brownfield issues, economic development issues. Without having the EPA as a partner, we run the risk of higher pollution and less availability of vacant land to develop.
Ms. Stoneham, without EPA Brownfield's program, would the projects listed in your testimony still be vacant, blighted eyesores in our community?
Absolutely. The trash incinerator site was abandoned for 60 years, and I strongly believe it would continue to still be abandoned and wouldn't have a partner to step up to take on the complex measure of having over 40 feet of trash incinerator site currently still there.
Mr. Mayor Bowledge, in your opinion, should we keep the funding of EPA Brownsfield in its current level? And without it, what happens in your communities?
Well, I'm always looking for more.
So cutting it is a non.
Should not be an
Would you
option.
agree that it's counterproductive in that we actually lose money and not gain money by making these kind of ill-thought cuts?
Well, you heard testimony from Mr. Miller earlier that every dollar of the brownfields generates $20 in additional funding.
So that doesn't sound very efficient. And if we're talking about an effort from DOJ to be more efficient, to cut waste, fraud, and abuse, if you're putting in $1, but you're getting 20 back, that seems pretty efficient to me.
It's extremely efficient for local governments because we have the ability not only to generate tax revenue, but also jobs, which then creates more income tax, et cetera.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My time has exceeded, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Texas for his 5 minutes question.
About time. Okay, so we're gonna have fun here. So, how many sites, total sites in the country? We'll start down here on the left. Is it, say,
Connaughton, thank you.
Connaughton, I can do this. How many sites in the United States would you say there are brownfields?
More than 400,000.
400,000. Would you agree, Mr. Connaughton, that when we've got almost a $37 trillion deficit, that we ought to be focused on reducing that in as many ways as possible?
Addressing the deficit's one of the most, along with national security, the two most important priorities for America, in my personal view.
Would you agree with that, Mayor?
You know, in a way, yes, but we recycle everything else. We need to start recycling our land.
Ms. Stoner, would you agree?
Yes.
We need to work on it, Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Okay. So the average, looking at sites, y'all may know the answer to this question or not. What is do we know the acreage of every single site? Do we have that in our database? The size of the site, of the brownfield site?
If I may, Congressman, I believe the local governments and the state governments would have that information.
Right.
I'm not aware of a national database.
Sure. Well, Texas Commission on Environmental Quality says there's 207 brownfield sites in Texas. In my home district along the Gulf Coast, we have 10 sites. So the EPA is working with getting the word out. So, Mr. Connaughton, I think you talked about businesses being willing to get in there and redo this as quickly as possible if we can get the permitting process low. Does the EPA send out regular emails, letters? How do they get the word out to potential businesses? Mr. Connaughton, I'll come back to you if you know that, about there is a possible, business to be done here.
I think the answer is there's hundreds of different ways all of this gets communicated, federal, state, and locally. And it's a hodgepodge, but it is now coalescing into this understanding of 400,000 sites at different points. And maybe to get a jump on your point, which is we can and should sustain the EPA contribution to this effort, but I want to see all 400,000 addressed.
Yeah, but we have to do them in order of ones that yield the most economic benefit.
Exactly.
Do we do that? Mayor, has that been your experience?
In my experience, yes, Congressman. I mean, the landfill was causing health issues in our community. And not only did we take away the health issue, we generated economic development through jobs as well as open space.
And you see that in Houston, Ms. Stone. I grew up in Houston, lived in a 20-mile radius, 71 years. September 23, I brought this up in the last hearing on brownfields. I would be remiss if I don't bring it up again. The cleanup site of the site that Dakin Park, formerly known as Minute Maid, right? Minute Maid Park now sits on the home of the Astros as a success story. Not every brownfield site will be lucky at something like that. But would you hazard a guess, or how long have you been doing this? Let me ask you that, Ms. Stoneham.
I've been president for 3 years. Formerly, I was a board member, so I've been in this industry
Okay.
for about 15.
So what was the impact of the redevelopment of that for the Houston, town of Houston? Do you have those figures when they went?
I don't necessarily have the numbers, but I'm happy to follow up with that. But I will say just the resurgence of downtown with significant developments such as the former Minute Maid Park has
Right.
created more housing opportunities, job opportunities, and just overall commercial redevelopment.
I'm going to assume, and Mr. Miller, I think you said something earlier about maybe it being those being pride areas for nuclear in some instances in your comments, or did I miss that?
No, that's correct. We actually, as I mentioned, we identified 7 sites in our region. 6 of the 7 were brownfields, and all 7 scored very highly in the industry standard.
Now, that's in your Commonwealth of Virginia, correct?
That's just within Southwest Virginia.
Southwest Virginia, okay. Is there a rating, I'm sure there is, of severity of these sites? Some that have, are you familiar with the Brio site, Ms. Stoneham, in south part of Houston over toward Dixie Farm, south of Hobby Airport, about 10 miles? It's been a long time since it was an issue.
I am not familiar with that specific
Yeah,
site.
probably predated you, but the severity, okay. Well, good enough. I'll leave it there, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much for yielding back. Now recognize Mr. Soto for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses. I know it's been a long day. You're almost through it. You know, we're here talking about brownfields, polluted lands that we see throughout all of our districts, even in Florida, where a lot of the areas in Central Florida are very new. We see that brownfields are bad for public health. They're bad for business. They're bad for communities. When you look at places like downtown Kissimmee or downtown Orlando, you'll see gas stations that were around 10, 20 years ago, and now it's just sitting there abandoned in the middle of downtown. These are areas that, when they're restored, bring huge economic growth to areas. I'm thrilled that through the infrastructure law, we saw over $1 billion in investment in these brownfields programs. When you look at Florida itself, in Florida's 9th congressional district, we have 45 sites in Orange County, where Orlando is one of the most urban areas of our district, 4 in Osceola and 31 in Polk County, a lot of old citrus sites and helping out with mining in that area. And then since 1997, we've seen in Florida over 235 contaminated sites cleaned up in Florida, almost 90,000 jobs. So we know that this can be helpful. So which is when I saw the 65% cut to EPA spending, I was deeply concerned about that. Now it looks like it won't be staff alone, it'll be spending cuts. And obviously we want to be mindful that this isn't strategic and it could hurt programs like the Brownfield. Mayor Bullwage, how could a reduction in 65% spending or a huge reduction in staff affect Brownfield projects that you're working on?
Well, if it happens all at once, it'll create chaos, and that seems to be what's going on at the moment. I would not like, as a mayor of the 4th largest city in New Jersey, not be able to rely on EPA and EPA funding.
You know, a long time ago, I lived in New Jersey and worked in Jersey City.
Where? Oh, Jersey City?
At the Lackawanna building in Jersey City, and then in for Prudential. And I saw the important reuse through these brownfield programs. Like many New Jerseyans, I'm a Floridian for over half a lifetime now, and work very closely with our ranking member, Frank Pallone, and others. And we see this in Central Florida, in areas that even though they may be a little newer, they're still already brownfields, and it's just leaving economic growth on the table. Do you think this would affect the number of years it takes to put these projects forward?
Absolutely. I mean, you've heard an awful lot of testimony from Mr. Conahan about the process. And if you eliminate the people who are reviewing the process, then the mathematical equation is it takes even that much longer.
And then how important is consistency in getting investment and raising bonds to help match some of these funds?
Well, being the 4th largest city, unlike the rural and the small towns, we have the ability to raise money through bonding issues. And that is helpful in redeveloping a brownfield site. But If you don't have the people to review it and you don't have the assessments done properly, then it takes that much longer, and the bonding agency is going to give you a more difficult rate to borrow that money.
Mr. Connaughton, I did appreciate your comments about the need to try to streamline these. So I'm trying to find what is that careful balance to have an efficient review where it's not dragging on and on and on, but we're not just rubber stamping even a well-qualified private sector's plan without at least some review. So where do we find that balance with something so sensitive as brownfields?
Well, the great advantage of the way we've constructed our modern environmental laws is they all have reporting, monitoring, self-reporting of noncompliance, auditing, inspection, and enforcement. And very different from when I started in my career, and many of you, we now have a culture of compliance when it comes to the environment. In fact, so non-compliance is very rare, and especially with respect to the kinds of big infrastructure projects that I've been talking about. Okay, they can't afford not to comply. So my view is, can we please let them? And they still have to do all the mandatory things with the judicial review behind that and citizen suits. So there's still risk if you screw up. We're just putting 99% of our effort on the people that don't screw up. And this goes to the resources issue you're raising. I really want to see our quite capable environmental professionals that are in these agencies. I want them working on the hard problems. I don't want them working on the easy problems. So I think we can find a really good outcome here. But also, I would just note, we have 400,000 to work on, and there's no amount of increase in the Brownfields budget, which again, I want money there, but there's no amount of increase that's going to get the rest of the 40,000. We've only done, tens of thousands in 25 years. So I want to be sure that I hope you will look bigger and say, let's go after all of them because we need them, of which EPA is one contributing part.
Which is why we need to keep EPA funding steady to keep these projects going. Thanks so much, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'm going to take a point of personal privilege since he mentioned Osceola and Orlando. My constituent who lives not too far from Mr. Miller is Mac McClung, who plays for a two-way contract with the Orlando Magic and the Osceola Magic and is a three-peat winner of the dunk contest. And
Mr. Chairman?
Both Mr. Miller and I know his family, and we wish him well.
If I may, I saw him jump over Shaq to dunk last year to win the championship. We're going to claim him partially, if that's okay with you, sir, since he does play
we
for
will
the
share.
Osceola
We just
Magic.
want to make sure the Orlando Magic pick him up full time. And that being said,
I support that. We'll get the petitions going. We're doing it right here in the Energy and Commerce Committee.
there you go. That being said, we have the policy in our committee of anyone who is on the committee being able to waive on. Ms. Dingle considers this an important matter and has sat here for some time so that she can waive on to the committee. We welcome her and now recognize Ms. Dingle for her 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me be here and for this important hearing on EPA's brownfield programs. And thank you to all of the witnesses. I know that I've been content for a long time. We've worked together on things. We agree most of the time. And it's great to be with all the witnesses. As we've heard today, the brownfield programs have a long history of empowering states, local communities, and stakeholders to work together to clean up contaminated sites, protect public health, and restore land for productive use. It has enjoyed strong bipartisan support in this committee, and I am hopeful that it'll continue in this Congress. In my district and across Southeast Michigan, the Downriver Community Conference operates one of the most successful programs in the country, as Jim knows. Serving 20 communities across 3 counties and over 900,000 residents, the DCC has secured and distributed more than $21 million in grants for site cleanups and their assessments. It's revitalized 200 sites, generating more than $700 million in investment, creating jobs, and strengthening the tax base of our downriver communities. Through the brownfield programs, the DCC has made Michigan a more vibrant, sustainable, and attractive place to live, work, visit, and raise a family, and we need to make sure this success continues. We must reauthorize and fully fund the program, and if you think people don't care, it continues to be an issue that brings many people that to town hall meetings every quarter that I hold that we're a heavy industrial area. We have a lot of places that need to be cleaned up. So The Brownfield programs delivers real results, and we must ensure it remains a priority. Mayor Balazs, a lot of people have asked you the same questions I was going to, so I'm going to ask you the same question, but a different way. If the Brownfields programs, it's set to become insolvent in 2026, what will be the impact on your community if these resources are allowed to last?
So we have identified 57 brownfield properties, of which we've developed about 15 to 18 properties. Without the ability to have assessment dollars or cleanup dollars, then our efforts to revitalize that property would be put off for another day or years.
Or may not get cleaned up.
Ever.
And when we are revitalizing a community through Brownfields programs, it's imperative that we center said community in the planning and implementation process, assuring that we are serving their needs first and foremost. Ms. Stoneham, you emphasized that a key part of redevelopment is ensuring to that end of product it's reflective of the priorities for your community. Can you talk more about how you accomplished this when you were administrating your Brownfield grants in Houston?
Happy to. We have a Brownfields Activation Committee, which is comprised of local community leaders, policy experts, professionals, and anyone who just cares, whether you're doing air quality, soil quality, water quality. We convene them on a quarterly basis in order to discuss our projects and to directly listen to what they would like to see. But we also host community visioning sessions with our architects so we can discuss what housing solutions can be placed, whether it's a duplex, a townhome, or whatever typology that may be. We also incorporated in the Houston Land Bank policy a neighborhood advisory council. So regardless if it's a brownfield or not, they have a scoring portion of our criteria. So when we procure land and give it to a builder, we actually gave them 15 out of the 50 points.
Thank you. What's important, I'm going to say this to all of you, is to remember that brownfield sites usually consist of multiple hazards that pose threats to the public health of their local communities. They're aware of it, they're scared of it, and that's the issue that drives a lot of this wanting to be cleaned up. Revitalization of brownfield field does not only mean an economic recovery, but the removal of threats that will contribute to the protection of our people's health. Ms. Stoneham, during your testimony, you mentioned that significant threats that brownfield sites present to the communities you work with in Houston. Can you speak more to the specific health challenges you've tackled through your work with the Houston Land Bank?
Sure, and I also want to share a saying that I've adopted from one of my colleagues from ADAPTA, which is everything is a brownfield until proven not guilty. And we take that approach to everything that we look at when we're assessing the opportunities. Now, I'm not an environmental scientist, but I will say for our Project Yellow Cab, we removed about 20 feet of soil, some underground storage tanks. We found levels of dioxin and just made sure that we're very transparent also with the findings that we found and publicly share that on our website. So we're also educating the community about what a brownfield is, what these contaminants are, and they can directly talk to our consultants so they can better understand what solutions we're proposing to move forward with them.
Thank you. I must yield back.
Thank the gentlelady for yielding back. Seeing no further witnesses, I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record the documents included in the staff hearing documents list. Without objection, so ordered. I remind members that they have 10 business days to submit questions for the record. I'm already thinking of some, and I ask the witnesses to respond to those questions promptly without objection. Committee is adjourned.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup. The sequel to the best-selling Sci-War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A. the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
The Subcommittee on Federal Lands will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess of the subcommittee at any time. Subcommittee is meeting today to consider H.R. 1820, sponsored by Representative Subcommittee, the Federal Lands Amplified Security for the Homeland Act, or the FLASH Act. This bill represents comprehensive solutions to secure our federal borderlands and protect them from environmental damage. I ask unanimous consent that the following members be allowed to participate in today's hearing from the dais. The gentlelady from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Subcommittee. Without objection, so ordered. Under Committee Rule 4F, any oral opening statements at hearings are limited to the chairman and the ranking minority member. I therefore ask unanimous consent that all other members' opening statements be made part of the hearing record if they are submitted in accordance with Committee Rule 3, Parent O. Without objection, so ordered. I'll now recognize myself for an opening statement. Morning, sir. First of all, I want to begin by commending Representative Subcommittee for both the timeliness and the importance of the legislation he has brought before us today. As has been widely reported, the Biden-Harris administration has compiled the most incompetent and disgraceful record imaginable when it comes to the protection of our southern border. Although President Biden is no longer in office, the country is still reeling from his damaging and disgraceful open border policies. Under the former president's watch, immigration authorities recorded more than 8.7 million encounters with illegal immigrants crossing into the United States from Mexico. This unprecedented surge overwhelmed America's response capabilities and created a confluence of security, environmental, and humanitarian crises. Thankfully, President Trump is taking strong and decisive action to end this crisis, but Congress must also do its part. We must create robust safeguards to ensure that this kind of reckless damage can never again be inflicted by an irresponsible president. Recognizing this duty, my colleague from Arizona, Representative Subcommittee, has presented the thoughtful legislative package before us today. His bill empowers Border Patrol and local law enforcement to protect those areas that were left especially exposed and vulnerable by the Biden administration, our southern federal border lands. Approximately 35% of the southern border is federally owned, so the conditions that prevail in those areas have a significant influence on overall border security. And the large-scale illegal migration that has occurred in those regions has also destroyed fragile ecosystems. The facts are unambiguous. State governments, and we must rely on state estimates since federal agencies refuse to gather meaningful data, have calculated that each illegal migrant leaves behind an estimated 6 to 8 pounds of trash during their journey across the border. With more than 2.1 million encounters with illegal entrants last year, it's likely that illegal immigrants left a minimum of 12 million pounds of trash in 2024 alone. Worse still, this environmental degradation is happening in our most sensitive landscapes, national parks, national monuments, and wilderness areas. Last February, I witnessed some of this ecological devastation firsthand. When this subcommittee held a field oversight hearing on the border in Sierra Vista, Arizona, I visited the Buenos Aires National Wildlife Refuge and the Coronado National Forest. While there, I was dismayed to see trash-strewn landscapes, illegal campfires, and decaying food piles. If we truly care about conserving our federal lands and leaving them in better state for future generations, we cannot ignore this crisis. And by the way, you can see a picture of that right behind me here. It is with this realization that prompted me to sponsor the Trashed Border Act last Congress. That bill requires federal land managers to develop policies and protocols for addressing the massive trash accumulations that have piled up along the southern border. It also requires those agencies to provide current data on the amount of waste collected on federal lands along the southern border. Finally, that legislation would increase penalties and fines for illegal immigrants who desecrate our public lands. Key provisions of that bill are incorporated in today's legislative package. The border crisis impact on public lands was not limited solely to environmental damage. Under the Biden administration, federal borderlands became increasingly dangerous. Even in strong enforcement years, federal borderlands are often targeted by criminals, drug smugglers, and human traffickers because they are remote, largely uninhabited, and less frequently patrolled. Under President Biden's shameful neglect, certain sectors resembled all-out war zones. Federal borderlands have also become a haven for organized crime. Drug smugglers and human traffickers have directed illegal border crossers towards sparsely populated portions of the border to enter the U.S. with a lower chance of detection. Border Patrol agents have reported being fired upon in rugged terrain when attempting to arrest suspected illegal migrants. Given the unprecedented numbers of known gang members and suspected terrorists who have crossed the border, this mismanagement has made America's public lands alarmingly unsafe. The issue is even more pronounced in wilderness areas, which comprise over 1 million acres along the southern border. In these areas, federal land managers impose severe limitations on Border Patrol's accessibility. For example, since mechanized and motorized vehicles are prohibited within wilderness areas, Border Patrol agents must rely on horses to pursue fleeing suspects in cars or off-highway vehicles. These nonsensical restrictions hamper operational effectiveness and needlessly jeopardize officer safety. Despite their dismal track record, I still hope that my Democrat colleagues will join us in protecting our federal borderlands and the safety of all who find themselves there. Everything in today's featured legislation deserves strong bipartisan support. I want to thank all the witnesses for being here today, and I look forward to the insights that each of you will bring to this important discussion. With that, I will now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to read just 2 brief excerpts from 2 different articles in the last 2 weeks. One is from the Star Tribune. Superior National Forest staff deficit worsens. An agency employee in Minnesota who requested an anonymity out of fear of retribution said the cuts and fallout have SNF, Superior National Forest staff, in crisis mode. Other forest colleagues are worried that they'll lose their jobs, and some career employees feel pressure to resign or risk losing benefits, the worker added. We were already hanging on by a thread, the person added. Now, Musk, Trump, and Doge are thinning us even further. This is huge for the boundary waters, recreation, and timber and fire management. It's another article. Headline: there is literally no one. The fallout coming to Lake Tahoe after Forest Service gutted. This is from the San Francisco Gate newspaper. Mr. Chairman, across the country, Forest Service employees, Department of Interior employees, civil servants at the Bureau of Land Management are losing their jobs. They're being purged from the federal government. In many of your districts, as is the case in mine, timber management, wildfire management, wildfire mitigation, watershed protection, all of it put at risk. And while I have great respect for my colleague from Arizona, and we work closely together on a number of different matters, I have to be candid that I am disappointed that this subcommittee has not even entertained the idea of convening on any of the matters that I just described. I understand this is a priority for my Republican colleagues. I understand this bill that you've proposed that directs, I guess, my sense is, it essentially tells the Forest Service and the Department of Interior that they can't impede any efforts of DHS. Of course, it seems like that could be achieved by a phone call, right? I mean, you could call Secretary Burgum at the Department of Interior and say to him, hey, you know, it'd be helpful if you didn't impede any of the efforts of Secretary Noem at the Department of Homeland Security. I'm not really understanding why it requires a federal law and the expenditure of our time here today, when in every single one of your districts, Forest Service employees are being fired as we speak. Does not make sense to me. The priorities of this committee, as is the case with the priorities of the majority, are out of step with the facts on the ground. And Chairman, you know me to not be, I think at least, a particularly partisan person. We have run this, we've worked together for years on this particular subcommittee, considering bipartisan legislation. It's the most productive subcommittee, at least it was, in the United States Congress. Hundreds of bills by members on both sides of the aisle that are largely supported on a unanimous basis. So it pains me to lay bare my fears in this regard, but I have to do that because when I go back home to my district at the end of the week, I can promise you they're not going to ask me about this bill. What they are going to ask me about are the wildfire mitigation projects in the national forests that I have the privilege of representing that are now in jeopardy because the Trump administration has decided to gut the federal workforce. And they will ask why, as the ranking member of the Federal Lands Subcommittee, we haven't taken that up. And I will tell them, well, it's because this week, Republicans decided that rather than telling Secretary Burgum to work with the Department of Homeland Security, they'd pass a federal law to force him to do it. That's your prerogative. You choose the agenda here. But make no mistake, I don't think the American people are going to be supportive. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you to the ranking member, and I do truly enjoy working with you here and look forward to continuing to do that. I now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Westerman, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Tiffany, for holding this hearing today. I also want to thank Representative Subcommittee for compiling this crucial legislation. The committee traveled to Representative Subcommittee's district last year to see firsthand the environmental destruction happening on southern federal borderlands. We went to the border with Cochise County Sheriff Mark Daniels. Sheriff Daniels told us something I'd like everyone to remember as we listen to today's hearing. We do not have a border security problem in this country. We have an organized crime problem, is what the sheriff told us at that field hearing. Nowhere is this issue more pronounced than on federal lands. People often don't realize just how much of our southern border is comprised of federal land. In Arizona, for example, 80% of the border is federally owned. On this committee, we have often highlighted the serious problems that result from excessive federal land ownership. But these issues take on an even greater significance along the southern border, where America's safety and sovereignty are on the line. Whenever I meet with CBP officials, they reiterate how difficult it is to patrol the federal portions of the border. These agents, who are just trying to do their jobs, frequently lack accessible roads to conduct effective patrols and must contend with the head-scratching absence of physical barriers that are proven to reduce illegal immigration. In some areas, restrictive land use designations, such as wilderness areas, mean agents must stop active pursuit of dangerous criminals because they can't use mechanized or motorized equipment. Instead, they have to wait for horses to arrive while dangerous illegal immigrants get further and further away. This just isn't common sense. These restrictions come with considerable cost. When we fail to secure our federal lands, we fail to secure our border. This lesson was revealed in painful clarity during the recent chaos of the Biden administration, when more than 8 million illegal entry attempts occurred along the southern border. This surge in illegal crossings pushed law enforcement to the brink and imperiled the well-being of large swaths of our public lands. Drug and human traffickers seek out remote areas to access the country and evade detection. Illegal immigrants cut trails through sensitive wildlife habitat, start wildfires, and leave behind an estimated 6 to 8 pounds of trash per person. Illegal immigration also deters members of the public from visiting these areas, effectively nullifying their right to safe access. The effects of illegal immigration extend far beyond the southern border. In California, dangerous cartels grow illegal marijuana on federal forest lands and use the proceeds to fund gang wars, human trafficking, and other illicit activities. In New York, an overwhelming crush of migrants prompted the Biden administration to turn National Park Service land into an illegal immigrant tent city against the sustained outrage of local residents. Action is long overdue, and the Flash Act will tackle some of the most urgent issues facing federal borderlands. It will demand better coordination between federal land managers and Border Patrol agents to improve enforcement in remote areas. The legislation requires federal agencies to meaningfully address trash accumulations, marijuana cultivation, and other environmental hazards on our public landscapes. The bill also guarantees appalling abuses of national park lands, like what happened at Floyd Bennett Field, will never happen again. Finally, the Flash Act includes my legislation that would build new roads along the southern border to increase the operational effectiveness of Border Patrol operations. I first learned about the lack of accessible roads from Border Patrol agents on a tour in the Coronado National Forest, and it overwhelmingly remains the #1 security concern I hear about on our federal lands. Taken together, these statutory authorities will complement the work President Trump is doing to secure our border and keep our nation safer and more prosperous for generations to come. Again, I'm grateful for Representative Siscomani's leadership on the issue, and I especially appreciate all the witnesses who have traveled to be here. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Chairman Westerman. Now turn to the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is a real crisis unfolding on our public lands that we really should be talking about today, but we're not. In just 2 months, President Trump and an unelected billionaire crony of his, Elon Musk, have upended every federal agency, recklessly laying off thousands of public servants, blocking critical funding for grants and critical projects, closing and attempting to sell key office buildings throughout the country, and the result is chaos and dysfunction across the government. The damage to our public lands is significant. Stop work orders are stalling or canceling wildfire mitigation projects. We may lose an entire season of wildfire preparation. Partner organizations are halting maintenance work that ensures safe public access to our public lands. Scientific research that informs how we manage habitat, how we adapt to climate change, which is a real thing, is being shelved. And now we're just 3 days away from a federal government shutdown. And despite all of this, Republicans in this committee have shown no interest in actual real oversight. They even refuse to question the so-called Department of Government Efficiency or any of its reckless half-baked schemes that are coming out of this administration. And in fact, to make it worse, they're getting ready to vote on what they call a CR, is actually a partisan full-year funding bill that surrenders all Article 1 authority to Donald Trump and Elon Musk, provides a rubber stamp for them to do even more of these reckless, destructive actions without any concern from our friends across the aisle. Meanwhile, the data continues to disappear from Mr. Musk's error-filled, quote, wall of receipts, which is really a wall of errors. Each new revelation exposes this initiative as arbitrary, haphazard, destructive, and from the other side, we hear deafening silence. The federal government is not a startup business. This is not a place to go fast and break things, and if you think that's a good idea, you're going to own the stuff that they break. When it fails, real people get hurt. And yet there is this strange infatuation with this Silicon Valley style experiment. They are breaking things. And anyone who is complicit in that owns the consequences. To be clear, Democrats do support rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. We would love to work with you on bipartisan approaches to this. We welcome serious discussions on that front. That is not what's happening today. The Trump administration's goal is not efficiency, it's destruction. And the American people did not vote to destroy government or to crash the economy. As bad as it already is, it is about to get worse. They have signaled an intention just last week to add an additional 7,000 layoffs from the Forest Service. We can debate policy differences all day, but the reality is that these agencies can't function without staff. The writing is on the wall. Trump and Musk aren't trying to streamline government. They're trying to dismantle it, and they are hurting all of our constituents. Instead of convening a hearing on that, which is the real crisis facing public lands, we have a flashy messaging bill before us. This is obviously a misdirection. No one seriously believes the Flash Act will somehow safeguard our public lands. And to the extent they need safeguarding, the ranking member is exactly right. They can make one phone call to the Department of Interior and get everything that they would hope to achieve through this bill. This bill does nothing to address the real threats facing our land management agencies. It does nothing about chronic underfunding, about staffing shortages or forced attrition that are hollowing these agencies out. That's the real crisis. Our public lands are being turned into a sacrifice zone for Elon Musk and Donald Trump to cook up some cuts to provide billionaire tax cuts. So I could say a lot about the legislation before us, but the bottom line is this committee is not judiciary. This committee is not Homeland Security. We are torturing the jurisdictional limits of this committee so that we can have a conversation about Republicans' favorite subject. And because our jurisdiction is public lands right now, the greatest threats to our land isn't at the border. It's what we should be talking about, but we're not. Elon Musk and the White House doing all the damage they are with the chainsaw. I hope we can get back to some serious oversight. I hope we can stop torturing the jurisdiction of this subcommittee, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. We'll now move on to our first panel, which consists of the member who is sponsoring today's legislation. I now recognize Representative Subcommittee for 5 minutes on HR 1820. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Tiffany, and thank you, Ranking Member Nagus, and the subcommittee members for coming together today for this important hearing on my legislation, HR 1820, the Federal Lands Amplified Security for Homeland Act, or FLASH Act for short. I first introduced this legislation following the field hearing this committee did in my district in Sierra Vista, Arizona last year. So thank you to the chairman for coming down for that and my Republican colleagues that made the trip with enough interest to see what was going on the ground. During this hearing, we heard from local stakeholders and ranchers about the border crisis that has impacted border communities and beyond during the Biden-Harris administration. I was proud to reintroduce it again this Congress as the problem still persists. So to my good friend, the ranking member, when the question is asked, why do this bill and not just a phone call? Because passing legislation and bills is our job, my friend. This is what we do. And we have to prevent any future administration like the Biden-Harris administration to be able to shelter in this disastrous situation once again. Now, not every constituent maybe out there is hearing or talking about this issue, but my constituents are telling me this every single day. And if you wonder why, you just got to look at that picture. If that wasn't anyone's backyard 24/7, you would be hearing from your constituents as well. So yes, I hear from my constituents on this almost on a daily basis, and I see it as well, as the vast majority of my district is a rural part of the district, much of it border, and that is what is seen there every single day. So this is important for this part of the country for sure, and for the entire nation, I would argue. So my bill would strengthen border security by providing for the construction of navigable roads along the border on federal lands, allows states to place temporary barriers on federal lands, and directs federal managers to develop a strategy to address hazardous trash piles which harm the environment. This is about the environment. Federal lands comprise an estimated 693 miles, or 35% of the southern border, many of which are in Arizona. This bill proposes comprehensive solutions for public safety issues and environmental destruction impacting federal lands along the border. In Tucson sector, much of which I represent, we saw over the past 4 years, trash piles and camps popping up where smugglers had no regard, just like that one right there on the image, for the land or the environment. And this bill would solve that problem by requiring land managers to reduce the trash. Moreover, in areas where it is very hard for agents to navigate, This would allow our agents to have roads, even on federal lands. This is a game changer for many areas. Even when our CBP agents and officers are fully empowered to do their enforcement duties as they are now, we must change our laws to ensure that burdensome regulations do not stand in the way of agents and public safety. Federal lands need to be protected from environmental degradation, and our borders need to be secured. Those go hand in hand. The fact is, we can do both, and I believe this bill is a huge step in that direction. I hope that we can have a conversation about how do we continue to protect our border and protect our environment all at once. Thank you for your consideration of this critical legislation. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. I want to thank you for your testimony. We're going to go on to our second panel now. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for making the trip here to our nation's capital. I want to remind the witnesses that under committee rules, you must limit your oral statement to 5 minutes, but your entire statement will appear in the hearing record. To begin your testimony, please press the on button on the microphone. We use timing lights. When you begin, the light will turn green. At the end of 5 minutes, the light will turn red, and I will ask you to please complete your statement. First, I'd like to introduce the Honorable Thaddeus Cleveland, Sheriff of Terrell County, Texas. Sheriff Cleveland, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Tiffany, for having me today and other distinguished members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to come here and show support of our border and how federal lands and the U.S. border and border security intersect. Other than my time here in Washington, D.C., serving the U.S. Border Patrol headquarters and my time in the United States Air Force, I have lived a lifetime on the U.S.-Mexico border, both as a resident as well as a U.S. Border Patrol agent. I spent the last 11 years of my Border Patrol career in Terrell County, Sanderson, Texas, my hometown where I grew up and graduated high school, and where I would still be a Border Patrol agent, but unfortunately, God had different plans. Our sheriff passed away, and I had the opportunity to take care of the community that took care of me and become the sheriff. When we talk about Terrell County, we're the 10th largest county in the state of Texas. We have 54 miles of river with Mexico, and it's about 2,300 square miles in total. Next to us is Brewster County, where we have the nation's 14th largest national park, Big Bend National Park. And through our portion of Texas, we have what's called the Wild and Scenic Rio Grande River that also is part of the National Park Service. The activity we have in Terrell County is very similar to what you've seen over the last 4 years under the President Biden administration, the increases that we've seen. We have nowhere near the amount of activity that you see on television with Eagle Pass, El Paso, Lukeville, Arizona, or San Diego, California, and we have a different type of activity. We don't have people coming to our portion of the border to surrender and seek some sort of political relief or political asylum. What we have are people that still want to cross the border illegally. They want to cross the border undetected. When we encounter them in the brush, they still run. When we encounter them on the highway, they lead us into high-speed pursuits that you see often televised. You may ask, why am I telling you a little bit about the activity we have in Terrell County? And it's because the portion I mentioned, the Wild and Scenic Rio Grande River. We have a location, we have several locations where people utilize a cross. One specifically that I like to talk about is called Paso Colorado. And it's an area that only people crossing the border illegally get into this portion of the river. American citizens don't go into this portion of the river. It's very hard to get to. It's on private property. But this portion of the river is about 170 miles northwest of Eagle Pass, Texas. And we all recall Eagle Pass, Texas, talking about Governor Abbott's buoys that he deployed in the river that the administration said were harming the environment. Well, I can tell you those buoys, I've been to them, I've touched them, and they are not harming the environment there in the Rio Grande River. Go back to the area I spoke of, Paso Colorado, where illegal aliens cross in my county. I can show you what are called Salina mussels, as well as the Mexican fawnfoot mussel, and show you the remains of those that have died. And the only thing, again, that crosses that portion of the river or enters the river at that portion are people that are crossing our border illegally. Whether it's human waste, trash left behind, or even what they carry in what we call their mochilas, their backpacks, the chemicals, whether it's pain pills or it's salves for their feet, whatever they carry, that's leaked into the river. That is what's having an impact on our environment in that area. I must also comment, I spent 10 years of my Border Patrol career out in Congressman Subcommittee's district in Sierra Vista, and I spent some time over in Nogales, Arizona, which was my first duty station. And I can tell you firsthand, I've seen the amounts of trash, not only in my county, but that part of Arizona, the parts that the pictures there depicts. And I can tell you that there could be much more collaboration being done along the border between departments within the federal government. And when we talk about wildfires, when we talk about the necessity of roadways for Border Patrol to use, there's not a better way to create a fire break than if we do it in a proactive, mitigating manner, rather than waiting for a wildfire breakout, which I experienced in Nogales, Arizona, back in one of our deep canyons that is on part of the Coronado National Forest, where the fire broke out and Forest Service had to go in and just create these fire breaks. If we would go in and plan between Border Patrol, the Department of Interior, and have a way to mitigate crossings, but also work together on the deployment of technologies, I can tell you we would all benefit from it. In closing, I'd just like to say that, of course, what we saw in the last 4 years is unlike we've ever seen before. And our country will continue to pay for that for decades to come. And we will also pay for decades to come the abuses that happen on our federal lands, as well as our private landowners. They're just as important, equally as important. So I'd like to just, again, if we don't solve this, now we're going to pay for it for years to come. And I support the Flash Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Cleveland. I now like to introduce Mr. Paul Perez, President of the National Border Patrol Council. Mr. Perez, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Chairman Tiffany, Ranking Member Neguse, members of the subcommittee, I want to thank you for adding me to testify this morning in support of Congressman Siscomani's Flash Act. My name is Paul Perez. I'm the president of the National Border Patrol Council. The council is the union that represents over 16,000 frontline Border Patrol agents protecting our country. After serving in the U.S. military, I joined the Border Patrol in 1997, and for the last 28 years, have been an active duty Border Patrol agent assigned to the Kingsville Station in the Rio Grande Valley sector, which is in South Texas. Border Patrol agents need 3 things to patrol our border: manpower, access, and situational awareness. Although the first on this list, manpower, is outside of your jurisdiction, I would like to spend a moment educating you on the challenges we are facing. We currently have 19,500 Border Patrol agents on duty to protect our border. Of this number, more than 2,500 are eligible to retire today. These agents could literally put in their retirement papers and be gone tomorrow. Another 4,000 agents will be eligible to retire in the next 4 years. In total, we are looking at nearly 1/3 of our manpower potentially leaving in the next 4 years. Why this matters is because under the last administration, we had approximately 2 million illegal aliens observed on Border Patrol surveillance platforms walk right into this country without being arrested. We saw them, but we literally did not have enough agents to arrest them. That is what happens when you do not have enough manpower to meet the mission. President Trump recognizes this challenge. He has proposed increasing Border Patrol agent pay and offering retention bonuses to keep the agents we already have. In addition, he has proposed recruitment bonuses to add an additional 10,000 agents above our current staffing level. I hope that you all will support these initiatives as they are brought forward in reconciliation and through the FY 2026 appropriations process. The second thing that you need to secure the border is access, and that is why the Flash Act is so important. Let me give you examples. When we detect drug cartel members or a group of illegal aliens crossing our border, we will dispatch agents to intercept them. Ideally, we'll have agents close by and in sufficient numbers to apprehend the group without incident. However, if it takes a long time to physically get agents on the scene, we have a problem. In some cases, we have agents in a foot chase, often at night across difficult terrain with a motivated adversary that has a 30 to 45-minute head start. To be candid, that is not the situation we want to be in. The longer it takes to get on scene, the higher the likelihood the cartel smugglers and illegal immigrants will evade capture. Where I am stationed in South Texas, much of the land north of the border is privately held. We have partnerships with local farmers and ranchers to access their land and, in some cases, install temporary surveillance assets that increase our situational awareness. I cannot tell you how important these partnerships are to securing our border. These farmers and ranchers don't just allow us to access their land, but they are another set of eyes and ears and will call us if they see anything suspicious. Approximately 1/3 of our border with Mexico abuts U.S. federal lands, nearly 600 miles. It's ironic that Border Patrol has, in some instances, better access to private land than we do with federal land held by the Departments of Interior and Agriculture. Our ability to access federal land now is largely at the discretion of individual federal land managers. To be clear, many of the federal land managers are terrific partners and support our mission. However, there are others who are more reticent to cooperate with Border Patrol. The Flash Act addresses this very issue and provides for the construction and maintenance of nearly 600 miles of roads across these federal lands. These roads will be all constructed within 10 miles of the border and will allow us the access we need to apprehend cartel smugglers and illegal immigrants. Finally, the third thing you need to patrol the border is situational awareness, and the Flash Act has the potential to increase that in two important ways. First, there are over 1 million acres of designated wild wilderness along our area. The Flash Act guarantees Border Patrol access to these areas and specifically allows us to install tactical infrastructure such as radio repeater towers and surveillance equipment. Second, it allows our border states to install temporary infrastructure on federal lands to support border security. In Texas, where I'm stationed, Operation Lone Star has been wildly effective and dramatically drove down the rate of illegal immigration. I want to thank your committee again for their consideration of the Flash Act, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Perez. I'd now like to introduce Mr. Bob Krummenacher, a retired superintendent of Big Bend National Park. Mr. Krummenacher, you have 5 minutes. Did I say your name correctly?
You were very close. Krummenacher.
Krummenacher.
Thank you, sir.
You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Tiffany and distinguished members of this panel. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. And Chairman Tiffany, it's good to see you again. You may recall when I testified before the Wisconsin legislature in favor of a bill you sponsored to amend the hunting regulations in the Apostle Islands National Lakeshore when I was the superintendent there. My name is Bob Krummenacher. I worked for the National Park Service for over 41 years as a biologist and a park superintendent in national parks all over the country. I retired in 2023 after almost 5 years as the superintendent of Big Bend National Park and the Rio Grande Wild and Scenic River. I'm here representing myself as well as the Coalition to Protect America's National Parks and the Association of National Park Rangers. These nonpartisan organizations have over 4,000 members. Coalition members collectively bring over 50,000 years of National Park Service management experience, and the association is committed to the protection of the national park system and to the persons who shoulder that responsibility. Big Bend National Park includes almost 800,000 acres of federally owned public land. The 118 miles of the Rio Grande that bound the park on the south comprise the longest contiguous stretch of land under one management authority along that border. While the United States owns no land or water in the Rio Grande Wild and Scenic River downstream of the national park, the Park Service has some management authority on the Wild and Scenic River for an additional 127 miles. I therefore had considerable stewardship responsibility for about 12.5% of the border, a total of 245 miles. During my tenure as the superintendent, I supervised law enforcement operations conducted by commissioned national park rangers. And while their authority did not include enforcement of immigration laws, we worked very closely with the U.S. Border Patrol, which had a base of operations in the park. NPS and Border Patrol staff at every level cooperated to protect multiple national interests at Big Bend: conservation, including the protection of wilderness character, public enjoyment, visitor and employee safety, and security of the nation's borders. These missions are not incompatible when there is a mutual respect for the other agencies' important role. Aside from their small substation, the Border Patrol has no other tactical infrastructure in Big Bend National Park. The deep canyons and flash floods of the Rio Grande and its tributaries make a physical border barrier infeasible, and most people in the area share that view regardless of where they stand on other issues. In my experience, the 2006 Memorandum of Understanding between Homeland Security, Agricultural, and Interior regarding cooperative national security on federal lands works and works well. The MOU specifies that it's not intended to prevent the Border Patrol from exercising emergency authorities to access lands, including motorized off-road pursuit of suspected border violators. That said, the MOU clearly requires that the Border Patrol respect wilderness constraints except in cases of emergency. And even then, they need to report back to the Land Management Agency what happened and why. The MOU also requires that the Land Management Agency respond expeditiously to the Border Patrol requests for infrastructure or operations that would normally be prohibited and not use wilderness as an excuse to automatically say no. Most importantly, the MOU directs the Border Patrol and the Land Management Agency work together at the lowest possible level to resolve differences. It further directs the agencies respect and, to the degree possible, honor each other's mission. This worked at Big Bend. Park rangers and Border Patrol agents coordinated operations on an almost daily basis. We conducted shared training so we understood the other's mission, operations, and needs. We collaboratively resolved the issues that inevitably arose. And when we had conflicts, we did joint after-action reviews to learn from the experience and make sure we did better the next time. In my professional judgment, Title I of the Flash Act, while attempting to resolve legitimate border security challenges on federal lands, takes a blunt approach that is neither needed nor cost-effective. It has the potential to irreparably harm some of this nation's most spectacular and most loved landscapes. It would gut the protections of the Wilderness Act in federal borderlands, legislating a solution that simply isn't needed. Coupled with the drastic reductions being made to federal budgets and the staffing of the land management agencies, the bill's unspecified but undoubtedly high cost for construction and maintenance of high standard border roads is both infeasible and inefficient. Thank you again for the invitation. I look forward to answering any questions members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Krummenacher. I'd now like to introduce Mr. Larry Lopez, a lieutenant at the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. Lieutenant Lopez, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Tiffany and members of the committee. I am Lieutenant Larry Lopez, and I'm honored to testify today on behalf of the San Bernardino County Sheriff Shannon Dykes in our department. We urgently need federal support to combat the illegal activities plaguing our federal lands. Activities that endanger public safety, devastate our environment, and violate human rights. I strongly support H.R. 1820, the Federal Lands Amplified Security for Homeland Act, Flash Act, which directly addresses the public safety crisis and environmental destruction caused by illegal operations on federal lands, particularly in San Bernardino County, home to some of the largest and most vulnerable federal lands in the country. This legislation provides critical enforcement tools, stronger penalties, and enhancement collaboration between federal and local agencies to dismantle organized criminal operations, prevent environmental destructions, and protect our communities. Sheriff Dykes is a member of the Major County Sheriffs of America, which represents sheriffs of the most populous counties in the United States from both political parties. The threat from illicit cannabis operations on public lands is one of the major drug-related threats that law enforcement, public health, and families are facing every day. To address these threats, MCSA has encouraged Congress to pass HALT Fentanyl Act to ensure law enforcement has investigative tools to deter fentanyl trafficking as much as possible. MCSA has also worked closely with members of Congress on both sides of the aisle to push for the reauthorization of the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas Program at the National Drug Control Policy, ONDCP. HIDA provides resources that enable close collaboration among local, state, and federal law enforcement to combat the most significant drug trafficking organizations, including the cartels that are linked to cannabis operations in our public lands. I've been honored to serve in the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department for 25 years, with assignments including corrections and patrol in rural communities within the Morongo Basin and Joshua Tree area. In addition to patrol, I've served multiple ranks in specialized capacities, including our Specialized Enforcement Division, or SWAT, and our Gangs Narcotics Division. I'm proud to be the recipient of the San Bernardino County's Department Frank Bland Medal of Valor, the California Peace Officers Association Medal of Valor, the Governor's Public Safety Officers Medal of Valor, and the Congressional Badge of Bravery for my involvement in the Christopher Dorner manhunt in 2013. In 2022, I was promoted to the rank of lieutenant, and I'm currently assigned to the Gangs Narcotics Division. In this position, I oversee the daily operations of Inland Regional Narcotics Task Force, the Overdose Response Team, the Electronic Surveillance Unit, the Marijuana Enforcement Team, and the high-tech detail. Given my role in law enforcement and my knowledge with San Bernardino County's federal lands, I can speak to the unique challenge we face in enforcing the laws across such a vast and remote region. For context, the San Bernardino County is the largest county in the continental United States, with a landmass of over 20,000 square miles, larger than New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware, and Rhode Island put together. San Bernardino County is a diverse geographical region with large valleys, mountainous terrain, and expansive desert regions. We're also home to two of the most populated national forests, the Angeles National Forest and the San Bernardino County National Forest. Approximately 80% of the landmass of San Bernardino County is made up of federal lands. The 2.2 million citizens we serve in 66 communities in collaboration with our municipal police departments. Our residents are primarily isolated and surrounded by federal lands in mountain regions and desert areas. This means that San Bernardino County is often impacted by law enforcement activities and federal mandated search and rescue activities that the Sheriff's Department responds to with the assistance of our fire districts. As it relates to the Flash Act, I want to bring up a significant issue associated with San Bernardino County's rural desert regions, which encompasses federal lands like the Mojave National Preserve, Joshua Tree National Park, and areas near the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms. This base is currently home to one of the largest military training areas in the nation. The Mojave Viper program has become the pre-Operation Iraqi Freedom deployment training model at the base. The majority of the units in the Marine Corps deploying to Iraq were trained to Mojave Viper or mixed venue using the Mountain Warfare Training Center for Afghanistan. In recent years, we have seen an increase of illegal cannabis cultivation in these regions. The Flash Act includes provisions in Section 211 establishing robust response initiatives with local jurisdictions, law enforcement, and fire agencies to increase fines and penalties. Section 211 would also establish the Trespass Cannabis Cultivation Site Response Initiative, under which the secretary concerned must conduct an environmental response on land under jurisdiction in response to illegal cultivation of cannabis.
Sir, could you wrap up your testimony, please?
Yes, sir. In conclusion, our challenges in San Bernardino County, particularly on our federal lands, are urgent and complex. Illegal cannabis cultivation driven by organized crime is wreaking havoc on our environment and our communities. These operations threaten public safety, fuel human trafficking, and introduce toxic chemicals into our ecosystem, putting both local wildlife and consumers across the nation at risk. While committing to addressing these issues, local law enforcement is stretched too thin and lack the legal authority to combat this problem entirely. The Flash Act offers a vital solution by providing more substantial penalties, federal resources, and better coordination between federal and local agencies. This legislation will empower us to dismantle these criminal enterprises and protect our national lands. I urge this committee to support the Flash Act and give law enforcement the tools we need to secure our borders, safeguard our environment, and restore our safety to our communities. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you, Lieutenant Lopez. And now we will take members' questions. I'm going to start out with my 5 minutes of questioning here. And first of all, though, I want to recount the visit a year ago that I made down to the Tucson region and south of Tucson, where we had the hearing in Sierra Vista. And as you can see, the picture to my right here, we found all kinds of trash, human waste. It's the reason, the genesis of the Trash Act that you see in this legislation that we're considering today. I find it amazing that we have allowed millions of pounds of trash to be spread across these areas like the Coronado National Forest. I believe Sheriff Cleveland, you commented about you perhaps worked in that sector. I find it amazing that this was simply allowed to happen under the Biden administration. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle talk consistently about protecting the environment. And if there's as much as a cap full of oil that's spilled on a drilling site, there's an immediate reaction, yet we see this degradation that's going on some of our public lands, and not a peep was said because it stood in the way of the narrative of the Holy Grail, which was to import as many people illegally into this country as possible, even at the cost to our environment. I find it amazing. But I would point out one other thing on that trip. We happened to stop at a hotel that had been turned into a halfway house in Tucson by one of the NGOs that were profiting off from illegal immigration. One of the NGOs that was one of the vital links in the chain, as well as the cartels, the International Organization for Migration, other entities that made illegal immigration a big business on both sides of the border. We found in that Tucson hotel exactly what was happening in Arizona. And we exposed it to the world, and it was amazing how the footage that we shot at that hotel in Tucson went viral, showing how many people were profiting off from illegal immigration, including some who claimed to be doing it for charitable purposes. Hopefully, that day is gone now forever. To that point, are things changing? Sheriff Cleveland, we've seen a new administration since January 20th. Tell us, are things changing on the southern border?
100%. It's a night and day. It's been a complete 180. I've anticipated activity in our county to start picking up. I'm not sure that I mentioned, but again, the activity we have in our area pales in comparison to many parts of the U.S.-Mexico border. But between Del Rio, Texas to El Paso, Texas, we are the busiest county and the busiest Border Patrol station. And I anticipated, with the plus up of Department of Defense personnel on our side, as well as the Mexican National Guard on the south side, it would push activity to our area because we're a more rural area. But we have seen very few groups. We've seen the numbers, less than 300 apprehensions made across the southwest border. What it shows, I know I've said before in interviews, you know, a lot of times we say what a difference a year can make, but I'll tell you what a difference one person has made with President Trump's voice that has completely changed the dynamics on the southwest border.
So yes or no, things have completely changed on the southern border since 2024?
Yes, completely changed.
Mr. Perez, has Border Patrol seen a change since January 20th?
100%, sir. Our posture has completely changed from a processing and facilitating workforce to a detecting and deterring workforce, where we're out there doing the job that we wanted to do by protecting the border, having all of our agents out on the lane, forward deployed. Yes, sir.
Border Patrol currently has to respect legal restrictions associated, like with wilderness areas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Do illegal immigrants also respect those rules and regulations that are supposed to be down on the southern border?
Not at all. They actually take advantage of it.
My final question I'm going to save for Lieutenant Lopez. So has legalization of marijuana made it less likely for the cartels to be growing marijuana in your state of California?
It's not less likely, it's more likely.
And are there, do you find a significant number of chemicals with marijuana grows? I think about it, it was happening in my state, in Wisconsin, northern Wisconsin, a number of years ago, and they found these very dangerous chemicals that were out in the environment. Do you find the same thing in California?
Yes, sir, we do.
With that, my 5 minutes are up, and I want to thank all of you for joining us. Next, I turn to Ms. Dexter for her questioning for 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you all for coming today. As a physician and mother, I think every day about the world we are leaving behind for our children. And I sit here on this committee because I care deeply about public lands. We should be working together, as many of us have talked about today, to protect our public lands. I would argue it is not the place to be pushing a cruel and unnecessary immigration agenda that is minimally relevant to the work of this committee. Instead of addressing environmental challenges or actually staffing our parks and forests to keep them safe and clean, this administration is misusing funds and resources to fuel anti-immigration policies. Just look at Guantanamo Bay, where over 1,000 security forces and civilians are assigned to ongoing operations. This is a clear pattern. My Republican colleagues are diverting resources away from urgent priorities like delivering the services and benefits our veterans bled for, while putting them toward an agenda that puts our most vulnerable at risk and ignores civil rights and gives billionaires tax cuts. That's why I'm looking for answers. I'm demanding to know why Donald Trump is detaining immigrants with no criminal record in a maximum security prison. I'm demanding to know why Trump is refusing to give those detained due process. And I'm demanding to know why, in a committee that is tasked with protecting our public lands, this is the focus of today's hearing. To add insult to injury, we are holding this hearing while the Trump-Musk administration continues to fire thousands of workers at the Department of Interior, Forest Service, and National Parks. And will we hear from those agencies about what that is doing to their ability to carry out their missions? No, because my Republican colleagues have declined to invite them. It is my understanding that last Congress, the U.S. Forest Service testified before this committee that implementing the legislation before us today would require an upfront investment of $40 to $60 million, plus annual maintenance costs of up to $280,000. Mr. Krummenacher, with 1,000 job cuts at the National Park Service and 3,400 at the U.S. Forest Service, do these agencies have the capacity to implement a project of this scale? I'm sorry, let's just turn on your, thank you.
We do not have capacity. We are down staffing even before the Trump administration began.
Okay. And this bill before us today would also allow border states to place temporary movable structures such as shipping containers along the southern border without requiring a special use permit. We've already seen the devastating consequences of this approach. Between 2017 and 2021, Arizona stacked 922 shipping containers along 3.5 miles of the US-Mexico border in the Coronado National Forest, deep in the I'm gonna say it right, wrong, Huachuca Mountains. A GAO report later found that this project caused irreparable harm, damaged cultural sites, contaminated water sources, and endangered wildlife. Mr. Krummenacher, if this bill were to become law, how would the fragile habitats and ecosystems protected by our public lands be impacted?
I'll speak primarily to what I know of Big Bend National Park. The bigger concern that I have, frankly, in addition to the environmental issues that you just mentioned, is the fact that Big Bend National Park and many other old line national parks have exclusive federal jurisdiction. So right now, neither the state of Texas nor local law enforcement, both of whom we cooperate with very well, have the authority to actually enforce laws within the national park. And so I think this law would create huge ambiguity in terms of who's got the authority and the responsibility for that. In addition, placing barriers without any input from the National Park Service, there's no expertise in environmental issues, in wildlife, in watersheds, or in public use. And so Big Bend National Park, the border is part of the visitor experience. It's also a major factor for wildlife crossings. And so indiscriminate placement of infrastructure that may or may not be helpful to the border issue. And like Sheriff Cleveland said, we don't have that many immigrants that go across through there because of the terrain in Mexico, which is frankly unyielding. I think it would be mostly a show as opposed to something that would be effective, and it would do all sorts of harm to the national park and to the American people's experience in that national park.
Excellent. And I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Westerman's points and concerns about the protection of sensitive lands. Is it your opinion that cutting staff will help improve federal land protection and cleaning up of garbage and other things along our borders?
Trash is not merely an immigrant problem. It's a problem whenever there are people on the border. So Big Bend National Park and other public lands have trash challenges, and we don't have enough people. And so I know, at least within the area that I was responsible for, we didn't see large piles of immigrant trash. We had trouble collecting the trash that the visiting public generated, and Big Bend National Park had a landfill inside the national park, one of only two that does. So lowering the amount of trash is an excellent idea. I don't see how creating more penalties on those who already are violating the law by dropping trash in national parks, whether they're American citizens, visitors, or they're immigrants. I don't see how that will make a difference. Having enough people to actually collect the trash and to enforce the existing laws, that would make a huge difference.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I am shocked by the testimony we just heard. I've personally seen this enormous garbage patch that stretches across the southern border. The problem is illegal aliens don't only disobey our immigration laws, they also disobey our environmental laws with impunity. The piles of garbage that have been left behind are a major blight and a monument to the hypocrisy of the left. And to posture as a guardian of our federal lands and not recognize that is appalling to me. It leads me to believe that the Democratic witness has either not been there or just doesn't care. But that's the least of the damage of deliberately trafficking 8 million unvetted and impoverished illegal aliens into this country. The mass migration has overwhelmed our public schools, our public hospitals, our food pantries, our homeless shelters. They forced down wages for working American families. Supporting this impoverished population costs American taxpayers about $160 billion a year. Think of that as about $1,300 of your taxes as an average household every year. Worst of all, it's introduced into our cities the most violent criminal gangs and cartels on the planet, often shielded from deportation by the Democrat sanctuary laws. And yet it appears from what we just heard, the Democrats are still supporting these policies. One of the most appalling obstacles to enforcing our immigration laws has been the restrictions and the obstacles placed in the way of the Border Patrol by environmental regulations that hamper their operations along the border. Mr. Perez, has the environment on our federal borderlands improved over the last 4 years, now that 8 million illegal aliens were allowed to cross into our country and leave their garbage behind them?
Not at all, sir.
What have you observed?
Well, in a lot of these areas, these restrictions, they don't allow us free reign to patrol those areas. So the cartels take advantage of our inability to go in and patrol. We can only enter a lot of these under emergency situations. And because of that, we're not able to go out there and detect or deter.
I've made probably 10 trips to the border over the last 4 years. And the amount of garbage that is piled up is just appalling. Have you seen the same thing?
Yes, sir. Everywhere I've worked, I've seen the same thing.
And that's not American tourists. Those are illegal migrants who are not only thumbing their laws at our immigration laws, but also our environmental laws. So the Democratic policies have not only harmed the environment, let's talk about our immigration laws. Without enforcing those laws, we've got no immigration laws. Without immigration laws, we have no border, and without a border, we have no country. So, Mr. Perez, could you elaborate on the impediments that these environmental regulations have imposed on your agency's ability to enforce our immigration laws?
Yes, sir. Like I said, we're not able to get in and access all of this land. We're not able to put the tactical infrastructure such as portable radio repeaters, cameras, anything that allow us to better secure the border and detect anybody coming across. So the cartels, they take advantage of that. They're able to cross people, they're able to cross drugs, and they're also able to cross southbound money and weapons as well. So they don't follow the laws, they don't follow the regulations that our agents have to follow. So it is an impediment.
Sheriff Cleveland, the sheriff of Tulare County testified before the Immigration Subcommittee recently and estimated that about half of the crime that he's now dealing with in Tulare County, California, is generated by migrants, including the notorious Sinaloa cartel, which actually has assassination teams that go after the enemies of their gang. This comports with NYPD that was estimating that about 2/3 of the crime that they're dealing with in Manhattan is migrant related, about I think half or so in Queens. What are you seeing in your county?
Well, as I mentioned, I retired as a border patrol agent in my county. I spent the last 11 years there. And I can tell you that I have arrested illegal aliens, not only as a border patrol agent, but as a sheriff that have criminal records. Do they all have criminal records? No, but many of them do.
Well, the Democrats, as the president pointed out, told us that, well, there's nothing they can do about that, is they deliberately trafficked 8 million illegal aliens into our country. I think the president was right. We didn't need new laws. We needed a new president. We got one, and we've seen a decrease of 95 to 97% of illegal border crossings. Thank God. I'm out of time. Who do we have next? Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, witnesses, for coming today. And I must say that I agree that we have a crisis on our public lands, but it's a crisis that President Trump and Elon Musk are causing through their actions to dismantle our federal land management agencies like the Forest Service, the National Park Service. You know, the Forest Service was already understaffed and underfunded before Trump and Musk, that unelected billionaire, fired 3,400 of their workers across the country. You know, USDA hasn't released the exact numbers, and I would note that there is no Trump administration official here, right? Nope, none at all. So we can ask them exact questions. Right? The same way Republicans are refusing to do town halls because their voters will start asking them questions, we can ask the Trump administration these questions. But we think it's about 30% of the workers in the Santa Fe National Forest, where I represent, have been terminated. Representative Subcommittee, who introduced the Flash Act, is not a stranger to these firings. His district is home to nearly 15,000 federal workers, and the Trump cuts are hurting the Coronado National Forest. In fact, Trump fired the only hydrologist in the whole forest. The only hydrologist in the whole forest. And for those of us who live in the Southwest and enjoy our mountains and our forests and know the problem with drought and the importance of water, to fire the only hydrologist is irresponsible. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article titled, "Fired U.S. Forest Service Worker at Coronado National Forest Speaks Out."
Without objection.
How can we expect agencies to manage our federal lands in the wake of these cuts alone, and then add more unfunded work to their plate as this bill would do? The bill we're considering today would add nearly 600 more miles of new roads for federal land management agencies to maintain. And guess how much money it provides for the maintenance of those new roads? Nada, zero. So you're adding roads. Who's going to build those roads? How are you going to maintain those roads? Because there's no more new money. In fiscal year 2023, the National Park Service reported over $8 billion in deferred maintenance on its roads alone. Mr. Krummenacher, as a longtime leader in the National Park Service, how do you see the unfunded projects in this bill impacting the agency's ability to maintain its current services?
The Park Service can't maintain its current services now with the existing staff. And in fact, it's not just the recent cuts, which are estimated about 9% of the staff. Since 2010, Park Service is down about 16% in staff, and visitation has skyrocketed. So the ratios are going in exactly the wrong direction. So Big Bend National Park lost about 9 people, which is about 10% of its workforce since January 20th. And right now has no maintenance supervisors at all. So still has to deal with spring break and visitors, 500,000 visitors a year. And then you're looking at a deferred maintenance workload in Big Bend alone of $192 million. And so the park is falling behind now. And then to add additional roads, construction and maintenance in a desert environment where it's subject to flash floods and unstable soils, it just doesn't seem possible to me.
Right, and I think that, you know, we all agree that we need to address the fentanyl issues, right? But we also know that fentanyl is coming in the ports of entry, smuggled in by American citizens for the most part. So we need to invest in the technology and the places where we'll be able to capture that fentanyl and not put this undue burden in order to just make a big to-do when we're not actually funding the work that will solve the problem. And that's what I have with this bill, is it's not the solution that we need. And there's no money that goes along with it. And they're going to vote on a funding bill, the Republicans are, that gives Musk and Trump the ability to cut whatever they want. And I think that is a problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fulcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I just can't help but comment, and to my friends on the other side of the aisle, the Trump administration has been in place about 6 weeks. We've had an open border for 4 years. And so to try to hang this on the Trump administration or Elon Musk that's beyond a stretch, Mr. Chairman. And I would think that would be obvious to most people, but apparently not. So I just need to add that to the record. I have a question for Mr. Perez, but I want to just point out there's a personal connection all over the country for this. And with the Flash Act, we're attempting to ensure Border Patrol has full access to federal lands. And even in my home state of Idaho, which is not a southern border state, we're actually a northern border state, but we have had the impacts of this substantially. We've got, in 2023 alone, 264 deaths related to fentanyl. And we've had 568 emergency department visits due to opioid overdose, and there were some deaths that occurred as a result of that too. So this is impacting all of us in a very significant way. And in your written testimony, Mr. Perez, you mentioned that you have greater access to privately held borderlands through partnerships, which is understandably frustrating. Could you just expand on that? And then what do you mean by that? Because, and forgive some of us, by the way, because we got dueling committees. So if this is a repeat, forgive me for that. But please talk about that through these partnerships. And then also, have there been cases where these restrictions to federal land have led to known escapes or the inability to apprehend?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. So the partnerships that we've developed with ranchers that have privately owned land, they'll allow us to patrol their ranches. They benefit from it as well. They allow us to patrol the ranches, place infrastructure such as sensors, cameras. They allow us to go in and actually interdict groups of aliens that are coming across with smugglers, and also interrupt cartel activity. What we encounter on federal lands is we have to get permission to actually patrol. They will allow us in an emergency situation to get onto the land and go cross country if we have to, either with ATVs or vehicles, but that's only in an emergency situation. So what happens is the cartels take advantage of that fact, and they are able to operate in those areas without us being able to interdict them, because we don't have the ability to go on there without an emergency being
So
present.
if I understand correctly, there is at least a time delay. There might be an emergency access provision, but there's a time delay that could be harmful.
Absolutely. It does not allow us to effectively patrol those areas.
Mr. President, my friends on the other side of the aisle are arguing as well that the increasing Border Patrol access to federal lands could harm the environment. Now, I picked up on some of the conversations about the environment and environmental concerns, but what's your perspective on how we should prioritize this argument of environmental concerns over security?
Well, the priority should always be security. The amount of people that have been let into this country unvetted is a very scary notion for anybody in the country to understand that we had no way to vet the millions of people that we let in. And so there are, as you well know, there are criminals out there, there are gang members. The administration right now is doing everything they can to apprehend and remove them. but because we weren't allowed to do the job for the last 4 years, it's become a critical situation.
Thank you for that. Quick question for for the sheriff. Sheriff, you mentioned in your testimony that the smugglers frequently change their tactics. Now, what we're trying to do with this flash is to increase access so that we can get access to federal lands. Do you anticipate, as a function of this, cartels shifting their routes deeper into private lands or possibly into more?
After this call yesterday with Russia, Kremlin has asserted multiple times now that made clear that in addition to any stopping of war,
Mike, you mean that?
What's that? Just like, yeah, just 12. That's coming from.
May have had business.
So they have to show.
In the state government.
So they have to. That, but all the ceiling lights. So you have to board and speak as well. So yeah, that's a sign. No, don't. Yeah. Yeah. My second.
Every day. Every day.
Oh, yeah, that's on the screen, yeah. You should really throw it up. Yeah. I just hope that it comes out. I think they should have pictures.
Yeah.
It's up.
No, we're just. Yeah, they're, yeah. We see the cameras on the side. That's a.
I'm like one of the last bits, and everybody's we got this. That was yeah, those were put in by Pat Nixon. Right, yeah, that was amazing. I didn't die. This is Clarence Day. Charlie, not Charlie. No, Charlie. Yeah, he lives up in my neighborhood now. Oh. Yeah, no. Oh, yeah, no, I know. Yep. Dan said.
What's that?
Yeah.
No, Well, you were there. No.
Remember, I was in
Somewhere.
I was gonna guess that, but it said it's.
You're doing a live stuff late.
It's not for you, right?
How long were you in for? Which army force? No. Chair Force? What's the Chair Force? No, when I graduated high school, the Vietnam War had ended 2 years before. Nobody was trying to do that. Nobody ever thought of it then.
Yeah, we had in our office, we had two chiefs. Yeah. So what we got.
You were critical to national security, I'm sure.
Very much.
Just my game troops. Step closer. Something one of the seats.
Trainers tell by
I love to do softball questions. Saturday Night Live. Go smooth. Go trust us. Say that we
Yeah.
There we go. I don't think they're looking at that.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling Sci War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we? It's a newsy day indeed. And last night we saw the very best of America. After spending nearly 300 days aboard the International Space Station, Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are back on Earth. These two incredible astronauts were only supposed to be up there for 8 days, but because of the Biden administration's lack of urgency, they ended up spending 9 months in space. Joe Biden's lack of courage to act boldly and decisively was a big reason why Butch and Sunny did not make it back until yesterday. But President Trump doesn't waste time. Immediately after taking office, President Trump directed Elon Musk and SpaceX to rescue these brave astronauts alongside NASA. The president also called the acting administrator of NASA and told her to bring the astronauts home as soon as possible. As acting administrator Janet Petro said herself yesterday, per President Trump's direction, NASA and SpaceX worked diligently to pull the schedule a month earlier. The president looks forward to welcoming Butch and Sunny to the Oval Office when they are recovered. This historic mission brings new meaning to President Trump's promise to always look out for the forgotten man and woman. On another important matter, yesterday, President Trump and President Putin spoke about the need for peace and a ceasefire in the Ukraine war. Both leaders agreed this conflict needs to end with a lasting peace and also stressed the need for improved bilateral relations between the United States and Russia. President Trump also spoke with President Zelensky this morning to align both Russia and Ukraine in terms of their needs and requests. As President Trump has said repeatedly, the precious lives and money that both Ukraine and Russia have been spending in this war would be better spent on the needs of their people. This terrible conflict would have never started with President Trump in charge, but he's determined to end it once and for all. President Trump also promised maximum transparency and a commitment to rebuild the trust of the American people in our intelligence community. Part of that promise was to fully release previously classified records related to the assassination of former President John F. Kennedy, and he made that happen yesterday. This historic release consisted of approximately 80,000 pages of previously classified records in College Park, Maryland. Records that are currently only available for in-person viewing are being digitized and will be uploaded in the coming days. On another note, positive economic data continues to pour in, showing the immediate impact of President Trump's pro-growth agenda. After suffering a steep decline in the final year of the Biden administration, the manufacturing sector came roaring back in February. Industrial production surged in February. These are new numbers. 3 times at a greater 3 times rate than the expectations to its highest ever recorded level. And President Trump's laser focus on massive deregulation and unleashing our domestic energy industry is leading to stabilities for Americans' bottom lines. As Newsweek summed it up today, gas prices are plummeting under President Trump. And the Trump administration continues to make American communities safer through our ongoing mass deportation campaign of illegal alien criminals. Yesterday, FBI Director Kash Patel announced the agency captured another fugitive from its 10 most wanted list, securing the extradition of Francisco Javier Roman Bardeles, a key senior leader of the brutal MS-13 gang. And the brave men and women of ICE also arrested a number of dangerous aliens across the country in recent days. You will see them on this screen. ICE San Francisco just arrested a citizen of Guatemala convicted of sexual battery. ICE New Orleans arrested a citizen of Ecuador convicted of rape in Suffolk County, New York. ICE Atlanta arrested a citizen of Mexico convicted of assault by strangulation. ICE Dallas arrested a citizen of Mexico convicted of assault with a firearm and rape with a foreign object. And ICE Houston arrested a citizen of Guatemala convicted of indecent sexual contact with a child in Texas. These are heinous criminal alien monsters who the previous administration allowed to flood into our country. And every time President Trump and this team deport one of them, our country becomes safer. Finally, before I open it up to questions, I want to tout how successful our efforts have been in filling out President Trump's administration. There have been a record number of 281 Senate confirmed nominations already, with another 280 in process. Here at the White House, OPM, and GSA, we have filled 100% of the total number of slots. And this is a record number of placements in the first 58 days of any administration, and a testament to the caliber and the sheer quantity of talented people who want to work for President Trump to make America great again. Here in our new media seat today, we have Katie Pavlich. Katie is the editor of townhall.com, which is a subsidiary of Town Hall Media. It's a leading conservative news and opinion outlet based right here in Washington, D.C., with writers and journalists reporting around the country. Last year, Town Hall Media had 60 million unique users and 1.4 billion page views with a broad reach on a number of social media platforms. With that, Katie, please kick us off.
Thank you, Caroline. Really appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you. So given the back and forth with this U.S. District Judge and the administration's use of the Alien Enemies Act, does the president plan to send new and additional flights of Venezuelan gang members now designated as foreign terrorists from the U.S. to El Salvador or elsewhere? Can Americans expect to see those flights sometime soon?
Americans can absolutely expect to see the continuation of the mass deportation campaign that has been successfully led by this president, Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, and also our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Since you brought up the judges, I would like to point out that the judges in this country are acting erroneously. We have judges who are acting as partisan activists from the bench. They are trying to dictate policy from the President of the United States. They are trying to clearly slow walk this administration's agenda, and it's unacceptable. As the president said last night, we will continue to comply with these court orders. We will continue to fight these battles in courts, but it's incredibly apparent that there is a concerted effort by the far left to judge shop, to pick judges who are clearly acting as partisan activists from the bench in an attempt to derail this president's agenda. We will not allow that to happen. And not only are they usurping the will of the president and the chief executive of our country, but they are undermining the will of the American public, tens of millions of Americans who duly elected this president to implement the policies that are coming out of this White House.
And then one more question. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said yesterday that he was united with Democrats in working against Americans who, quote, their attitude is, I made my money all by myself. How dare your government take my money from me? Or I built my company with my bare hands. How dare your government tell me how to treat my customers? What is the president's response to this, given his upcoming tax agenda and need to work on Capitol Hill?
Well, we certainly hope that Democrats all of a sudden are for more money in the pockets of the American public. The president has made it incredibly clear that he is committed to tax cuts. He is committed to passing a big reconciliation package later this year, ending no taxes on tips, taxes on overtime, no taxes on Social Security for our hardworking seniors. And we encourage everybody on Capitol Hill to support that when it comes to the finish line, especially Democrats who clearly need a boost from the American public right now. Their approvals are at an all-time record low. Thanks for being with us, Katie. Garrett.
I have one other question, but I want to follow up on Katie's question. Actually, you said the mass deportation campaign would continue, but she asked about the flights specifically. Will those flights to El Salvador continue while this case is being appealed?
We don't have any flights planned specifically, but we will continue with the mass deportations. And I would just like to point out that the judge in this case is essentially trying to say that the president doesn't have the executive authority to deport foreign terrorists from our American soil. That is an egregious abuse of the bench. This judge does not have that authority. It is the opinion of this White House and of this administration, and that's why we're fighting this in court. And it's very, very clear that this is an activist judge who is trying to usurp the president's authority. Under the Alien Enemies Act, the president has this power, and that's why this deportation campaign has continued. And this judge, Judge Boasberg, is a Democrat activist. He was appointed by Barack Obama. His wife has donated more than $10,000 to Democrats, and he has consistently shown his disdain for this president and his policies, and it's unacceptable.
I wanted to go about the idea that these people are all foreign terrorists, but Judge Boasberg was originally appointed by George W. Bush and then elevated by Barack Obama. I just feel like I should clear that up.
Well, let me just say something to that effect, Garrett. 67% of all of the injunctions in this century have come against which president? Donald J. Trump. Let me say that again. 60% of the injunctions by partisan activists in the judicial branch have come against President Donald Trump, and 92% of those have been from Democrat-appointed judges. This is a clear, concerted effort by leftists who don't like this president and are trying to impose or slow down his agenda.
So, given that, do you think it's a good use of Congress's time and the president's political capital to try to impeach and remove a federal judge, which would take 67 votes you're unlikely to get in the Senate?
Well, look, the president has made it clear that he believes this judge in this case should be impeached. And he has also made it clear that he has great respect for the Chief Justice John Roberts. And it's incumbent upon the Supreme Court to rein in these activist judges. These partisan activists are undermining the judicial branch by doing so. We have co-equal branches of government for a reason, and the president feels very strongly about that. Jackie.
What
options does the president have to, he says he's going to follow court orders. He wouldn't defy a court order, but he's raised these concerns about these judges acting in such a partisan way. What option does he have to ensure that his agenda continues to move forward while this is ongoing and the judges appear to be trying to just block and delay and impede?
Well, you're right. They are trying to block, delay, and impede. This is lawfare. The president is no stranger to it. He faced it in his campaign, and this is a continuation of the lawfare that President Trump faced as a candidate, and he's now unfortunately facing as a president. Clearly, these partisan activists in the judicial branch didn't get the memo on November 5th when the American people overwhelmingly reelected this president to continue with mass deportations. So White House counsel and the Department of Justice are working on this. They're appealing these cases, and we will continue to use the full weight of the White House counsel's office and the president's team of lawyers to fight this in court, because we know we will win, even if we have to go all the way to the Supreme Court.
One more on TDA. Andy McCarthy said in an interview with Hugh Hewitt, he certainly agrees with what the president is trying to do with the Alien Enemies Act, but he's not sure that the law is completely on his side. He cites some previous Supreme Court rulings dealing with enemy combatants in wartime, says that even they have a challenge or a right to challenge their detention in court. He raised concern also that while TDA has been designated as a terrorist organization, these individuals hadn't been prosecuted for terrorism. So my question is, will the president ask Congress potentially to declare war on these cartels for the invasion that he's talked about so that he's on stronger legal footing?
Well, we absolutely disagree with the legal opinion of the individual that you mentioned. We would not have moved forward with this if we didn't believe the president. This was within the president's executive authority to continue with this mass deportation effort under the authority provided to him under the Alien Enemies Act. And when you read the act, as I did last time at the podium, a predatory incursion is absolutely what has happened with Tren de Aragua. They have been sent here by the hostile Maduro regime in Venezuela, and the president, immediately upon taking office, designated TDA as a foreign terrorist organization. And under this act, it is within the president's authority to deport these terrorists. And anybody trying to defend these terrorists who have now been sent off of American soil should talk to the families of the individuals who these heinous monsters have killed and have raped. If you talk to those families, they are so heartened by the president's decision to take tough action and to use his executive authority, something that no other president has been willing to do, because President Trump does what he says he's going to do, and he is deporting these foreign terrorists from American soil to secure our homeland, and he's within his rights to do that. Jennifer.
Tesla, there's a website that's trying to dox Tesla owners across the country and saying they're only going to take down personal information when people show that they've sold their cars. What's the administration going to do about that?
I haven't seen that website, but we certainly think it's despicable, the violence that has taken place against Tesla, the company, its employees, and also just Americans who have chosen to drive an electric vehicle. Many of them are Democrats, by the way. Democrats were big supporters of Tesla and of electric vehicles until Elon Musk decided to vote for Donald Trump. So we would like Democrats to also come out and condemn this heinous violence that we have seen. And I believe the Attorney General has said she's investigating these incidents as acts of domestic terrorism. Jennifer.
On Ukraine, can you say, is the White House going to pause foreign military aid or intelligence sharing with Ukraine, as Russia says it's pushing for? And then I have a follow-up on the Federal Trade Commission.
Sure. When it comes to Ukraine, I do have a statement for you from the National Security Advisor and also the Secretary of State. First, I'd like to reiterate what the president said earlier following his call with President Zelensky this morning. He said he just completed a very good telephone call with President Zelensky. It lasted approximately 1 hour. Much of the discussion was based on the call made yesterday with President Putin in order to align both Russia and Ukraine in terms of their requests and needs. We are very much on track, and I will ask Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Mike Waltz to give an accurate description of the points discussed. That statement will be put out shortly. Well, I have that statement for you right here. Bear with me as I read it. Today, President Trump and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky had a fantastic phone conversation. President Zelensky thanked President Trump for a productive start for the work of the Ukrainian and American teams in Jeddah on March 11th. The meeting of the senior officials from both nations significantly helped in moving toward ending the war. President Zelensky thanked President Trump for the support of the United States, especially the Javelin missiles that President Trump was first to provide in his efforts towards peace. The leaders agreed Ukraine and America will continue working together to bring about a real end to the war. and that lasting peace under President Trump's leadership can be achieved. President Trump fully briefed President Zelensky on his conversation with Putin and the key issues discussed. They reviewed the situation in Kursk and agreed to share information closely between their defense staffs as the battlefield situation evolved. President Zelensky asked for additional air defense systems to protect his civilians, particularly Patriot missile systems, and President Trump agreed to work with him to find what was available, particularly in Europe. The two leaders also agreed on a partial ceasefire against energy. Technical teams will meet in Saudi Arabia in the coming days to discuss broadening the ceasefire to the Black Sea on the way to a full ceasefire. They agreed this could be the first step toward the full end of the war and ensuring security. President Zelensky was grateful for the president's leadership in this effort and reiterated his willingness to adopt a full ceasefire. President Trump also discussed Ukraine's electrical supply and nuclear power plants. He said that the United States could be very helpful in running those plants with its electricity and utility expertise. American ownership of those plants would be the best protection for that infrastructure and support for Ukrainian energy infrastructure. President Zelensky also thanked President Trump for continuing to push humanitarian concerns, including the exchange of prisoners of war. He noted they had just had a successful exchange and thanked the president for his leadership on that. President Trump also asked President Zelensky about the children who had gone missing from Ukraine during the war, including the ones that had been abducted. And President Trump promised to work closely with both parties to help make sure those children were returned home. They agreed all parties must continue the effort to make a ceasefire work. The presidents noted the positive work of their advisors and representatives, especially Secretary Rubio, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, Special Envoy Kellogg, and others. The presidents instructed their teams to move ahead with the technical issues related to implementing and broadening the partial ceasefire. The presidents instructed their advisors and representatives to carry out this work as quickly as possible. The presidents emphasized that in further meetings, the teams can agree on all necessary aspects of advancing toward lasting peace and security. That is a lengthy statement that was just given to me, so thanks for bearing with me. Our office will, of course, provide this after. And as you know, as I just pointed out in the statement, the president's team of negotiators and national security experts will be heading to Saudi again later this week to continue working on and ironing out the details. But I would just like to emphasize we have never been this close to peace, and it's only because of President Trump that we are here. I think a couple of years ago, as you all reported on the war, it was incomprehensible to have a partial ceasefire in this conflict. And today that is true because of the leadership of this president.
So they agreed to closely share information between their defense staffs. Does that mean all intelligence sharing will continue? So the White House is rejecting Russia's request?
Intelligence sharing in terms of defense for Ukraine will continue to be shared. Mary.
Thanks, Carolyn. I have two questions. One on the United States Institute of Peace and then on the Supreme Court, if that's okay.
Sure.
So on the United States Institute of Peace, this is a little bit wild. I understand the old president refused to leave after he was removed from his position. He barricaded himself in his offices, had to be escorted out by police, left the building without Wi-Fi, telephones, elevators, and more, and is now telling media that Doge broke in and illegally removed him. So can you comment on this sequence of events and specify, did Doge illegally enter?
I'm really glad you brought this up, Mary. We were made aware of this story by individuals at Doge, at Elon Musk's team, and also at the State Department who were unable to access this building. And it became very clear that there was a concerted effort amongst the rogue bureaucrats at the United States Institute of Peace to actually physically barricade themselves essentially inside of the building to prevent political appointees of this administration who work at the direction of the President of the United States to get into the building. There was a piece in the Daily Caller, thank you for sharing the truth on this, about what happened. Staff contacted the MPD in an attempt to prevent Doge personnel from entering. They barricaded the doors. They also disabled telephone lines, internet connections, and other IT infrastructure within the building. They distributed flyers internally, encouraging each other to basically prevent these individuals from accessing the building. I use this to say this is what Doge and this administration is facing. It's a resistance from bureaucrats who don't want to see change in this city. President Trump was elected on an overwhelming mandate to seek change and implement change, and this is unacceptable behavior.
Thank you. And just really quick on
the Supreme Court. I know it's been almost 3 years now since the leak of the draft Dobbs opinion to Politico, actually. A leak which sparked protesting outside the homes of the justices and even brought on one attempted assassination attempt. I know Justice Alito said that it made the justices targets for assassination, but yet the Supreme Court has not tracked down any leaker. Does the White House have interest in finding out who that leaker was, and can you comment on that at all?
I know generally speaking, the president has an interest in finding leakers, and he believes it's unacceptable. And it's the position of this administration. You've seen the Secretary of Homeland Security has taken tough action at her agency. Leaking is unacceptable to this president and to the leaders across the board in this cabinet, especially when it puts people in harm's way. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. A mom whose daughter was forced to change in a locker room with a biological male at school filed a complaint with the DOJ. How will the Trump DOJ deal with violations of President Trump's orders protecting women and girls like this?
I would defer you to the Department of Justice on that specific case, but the president has made it incredibly clear that it is the policy of this administration that there are only two genders, male and female, only two sexes rather, male and female, and that we are not going to tolerate such behavior by men pretending to be women. The president will continue to strongly stand for the rights of women and girls, not just in sports and on athletic fields, but also in private spaces like locker rooms and bathrooms. Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. On the FTC, two quick questions. Can you explain the president's thinking in his decision to fire the two Democratic commissioners, especially given that Mark Meadow is on track to be confirmed next week and there would be a Republican majority? My biggest question is why now?
Sure, because the time was right to let these people go, and the president absolutely has the authority to do it. And they were given ample notice in a letter that I believe your outlet reported on. So it pretty much explains exactly why this administration chose to let those individuals go.
Is the ultimate goal to get this to the Supreme Court to try to overturn the 1935 precedent?
The goal was to let these individuals go. If we have to fight it all the way to the Supreme Court, we certainly will. Rachel.
Back to those deportation flights to El Salvador, can the administration provide any more details on how authorities determined that each of those men were in fact members of a gang? And if the White House can publish images, photos, videos of those men, why can't the administration just release basic information like their identities and names?
We are not going to reveal operational details about a counterterrorism operation, but what I can assure you, as I said on Monday, we have the highest degree of confidence in our ICE agents and our Customs and Border Patrol agents who have committed their lives to targeting illegal criminals in our country, particularly foreign terrorists, and they had great evidence and indication. They have the highest degree of professionalism, and they were 100% confident in the individuals that were sent home on these flights and in the president's executive authority to do that.
Follow up, I know in the last briefing you cited privacy concerns as a reason why the administration may not be able to reveal the identities. What exactly are the privacy rights of immigrants who were deported that the administration says were dangerous enough to be sent to El Salvador and sit in a prison?
Again, as I just said, we're not going to reveal the operational details of a counterterrorism operation for quite obvious reasons. We're trying to combat terrorism here in the United States of America. Jeff.
I could ask something else about the phone call yesterday. There was a couple different readouts from the Kremlin and the U.S. on a couple different points. One was energy and infrastructure. The U.S. statement said energy and infrastructure. The Kremlin said energy infrastructure. What is your understanding of what the actual substance of the disagreement was? And then one other question on that.
I would defer you to the readout that was provided by the White House. That's our understanding, and that's the truth.
And if I could ask a question about the judge as well. How does a president define a bad judge? Is it just someone who disagrees with him? And is that a dangerous precedent in this case? Because this is a temporary ruling from Judge Boasberg that he could ultimately rule in your favor. Is he setting up a standard here for calling for the impeachment of a judge who may ultimately rule on your side?
No, it has nothing to do with disagreeing with the president on policy. It's with disagreeing with the Constitution and the law. And it's trying to usurp the authority of the executive branch of this country. It's having baseless reasoning for these injunctions. And it's a clear effort by these judges to slow roll this president's agenda. And if you just look at the injunctions that this president has faced, deporting foreign terrorists from our homeland, hiring and firing of executive branch employees when the president is the executive of the executive branch. You also see an injunction by a partisan activist judge when it comes to the Secretary of Defense trying to determine the readiness of our troops and the qualifications of our troops in our armed forces. Does a single district court judge really have more authority over the commander in chief and the Secretary of Defense to determine who should serve in our United States Armed Forces? Absolutely not. Anyone who has taken a basic civics lesson can understand that, and it's ridiculous lawfare that we are witnessing. And it's
The president said he respects the Chief Justice here.
Mhm.
Does he respect him specifically on this case and this opinion, or respects him overall? And has he spoken to any other Supreme Court justices?
The president respects Chief Justice Roberts overall. He just expressed that to me in the Oval Office, but it's also quite clear that the Supreme Court needs to rein in these judges who are acting as partisan activists, and they are undermining the judicial branch, and it's a dereliction of duty on their behalf. Deanna, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Caroline. On the call with Zelensky, did they discuss the minerals deal at all? Is that back on the table? And what do the Ukrainians have to do to get that back on the table? And then one on the Russia call as well.
Again, I just provided a very lengthy readout of the call that was provided by the Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor. And now we have moved beyond the economic minerals deal. We are at a place of peace. We're at a partial ceasefire, and we're moving towards a full ceasefire and a long-standing peace in this conflict. And that's great news for the American public.
Kremlin readout mentioned that Trump and Putin spoke about potential U.S.-Russia hockey games. And the Kremlin readout also said that Russia wanted the U.S. to stop U.S. intelligence and U.S. funding to Ukraine. The president has said that that conversation did not happen. Just wondering if you can get us any more clarity on that. And also, again, if it's energy infrastructure or if it's energy and infrastructure, because I think there is a big difference between that.
Again, as for the readouts of the call, I would defer you to ours. And when it comes to the topic of hockey, it did come up. However, we're more interested in securing a peace deal than scheduling hockey games right now. Sean.
Hey, about the deportation flight. So was it the president himself who directed the planes to stay in the air after the judge ordered them to turn back?
The president invoked the Aliens Enemies Act with a proclamation, which then directed the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of State to move forward with the plan of action. And as I said yesterday, all of the planes that were subject to the judge's written order took off before the order was submitted in court. I was asked and answered that question multiple times yesterday. Kate, go ahead.
Is the president still considering pressuring Russia with sanctions or tariffs to try to get a full ceasefire? And is there any kind of deadline or timeline that the White House has in mind for when that pressure might ramp up?
Again, the president had a nearly 2-hour-long call with President Putin yesterday. We provided a readout of that call, and we have his negotiating team heading to the Middle East this week to continue these discussions in regards to sanctions and any other details. I'm not going to give a readout of those from this podium.
And on TikTok, is Oracle the leading contender for a deal? And would the U.S. back a deal that keeps TikTok's algorithm and the underlying technology still in Chinese hands?
As President Trump does so well, we don't get ahead of ourselves when we are in the midst of the art of the deal. So when the president and this team are ready to announce a deal on TikTok, which is a high priority for the president, we will make that known. I've seen that reporting, but I'm not going to comment on it just yet. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Press Secretary Leavitt. Some prominent Trump supporters have been making the case that Derek Chauvin deserves a pardon. They argue that he did not receive a fair trial. Joe Biden and other Democrats actually implied that he was guilty while the trial was going on. BLM rioters had these jurors under immense threat and pressure. Mainstream media, frankly, many news outlets here today are complicit here. They chose to ignore the autopsy report. They chose to ignore the full body camera footage. They decided to slander Derek Chauvin as a racist cop instead. Does the administration believe Derek Chauvin received a fair trial, and will they consider a pardon moving forward?
The president has been asked and answered this question. He said it's not something he's considering at this time. Philip.
Thank you. Two questions. First, just a follow-up on the readouts from those calls. When it comes to the discrepancies between the U.S. and Russian readout of that call between President Trump and Putin, is it the president's assessment that something is getting lost in translation, or does he believe that the Russians are trying to play games here?
No, the president believes in his team that put the readout out, and he also put his own out on Truth Social. We've been incredibly transparent about all of the president's calls with foreign leaders, and again, I would defer you to the readout.
And then following up
Michael.
on
Thank you, Caroline. White House said yesterday that gas prices across the U.S. have fallen for the fourth straight week. 34 states now seeing gas under $3 a gallon. This limited ceasefire with Ukraine regarding oil refineries, energy, will that affect gas prices here in the U.S.?
Well, it's certainly the president's hope that gas prices will continue to fall, and he's working every single day to ensure that we do. As you just mentioned, there's been very encouraging data. Inflation is cooling and gas prices are falling. The president has established a National Energy Dominance Council, and it's ultimately the president's goal. And this administration is working hard on it every single day to increase our energy production right here in the United States of America, to have it Trump energy boom like we saw in our first term, which will not only lead to lower fuel prices here at home, but also lessen the rate of inflation that was created by the previous administration.
One more on Tesla, Caroline. Tim Walz, Governor Walz, saying last night he frequently checks Tesla stock, in doing so to, quote, give me a little boost during the day. How should Americans view politicians who take pride in the downfall of an American car company?
I think that's quite sad, but I think Governor Walz unfortunately is living a sad existence after his devastating defeat on November 5th. Reagan, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Across the country, Tesla cars are being lit on fire, dealerships are being shot up, Molotov cocktails are being used. There was a website posted yesterday that shared the addresses of private Tesla owners and reportedly had Kash Patel's information on it. AG Bondi has called this acts of domestic terrorism. Does the White House have any indication that this is some sort of coordinated movement or that it's being funded by some outside group? And do you know if the investigation by the DOJ is being investigated as incidents of organized terror?
I believe the Attorney General has made her comments clear on that. She is investigating these events as acts of domestic terrorism, and we fully condemn them. And as I said earlier to Jackie's question, we think it's despicable what is happening to not just this American company, but also their innocent employees. And again, innocent Americans who drive these vehicles. We condemn it wholeheartedly. Sure.
More than 24,000 workers in 18 agencies are in the process of being reinstated. What is your message to these workers, and can you assure them they won't be fired again as the administration directs agencies to do more layoffs?
Well, the administration is complying with the court's order. Again, as I have spoken about repeatedly, we think it's despicable that we have judges acting as judicial activists, partisan activists, trying to dictate who the president of the United States, the executive of the executive branch, can hire and fire. We have never seen anything like this. We are fighting this in court, and we will continue to fight it all the way to the Supreme Court if we have to. And as for federal employees, it's been the very common sense position of this president and the administration that bureaucrats here in Washington, D.C. need to show up to the office just like the rest of America. Middle-class Americans, from doctors to business owners to teachers to law enforcement officers, have to show up to their offices every single day. And the president has made it a clear priority that people in this city have to do the same. And we are also continue to be committed to reducing the scale of our workforce and to reducing the size of our federal bureaucracy here in Washington, D.C. to save taxpayers' money. Annie, go ahead.
Thanks so much. In the statement that you read, you referenced the president's interest in helping return Ukrainian children to their parents, to their families. There's an organization that provides intel and information about those children that their aid has been cut. It's a Yale University program that used foreign aid. And I'm curious if, as part of this new thinking with Ukraine, that aid might be unfrozen.
I have no updates about that or that specific program at this time. Karen.
Thanks, Caroline. Just to follow up on your answer to the question on the minerals deal, you said that the White House has moved beyond the minerals deal. What does that mean? Is that no longer on the table?
Nope. It means the minerals deal was that first set of framework that you all saw in that very public meeting with President Zelensky and President Trump in the Oval Office. We are now focused on a long-term peace agreement. As you know, on that deal or that meeting between President Zelensky and President Trump, the Ukrainian president at the time wasn't talking about a greater peace deal. We are now at that place where we are talking about that. So we've moved beyond just the economic minerals deal framework, and we're looking at a lasting ceasefire. Right now, we're at a partial ceasefire. But again, the president is sending his highly skilled, intelligent, and experienced team to Saudi Arabia later this week to continue fighting for peace in this conflict. And I would just reiterate one more time, we have never been closer to peace than we are today. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you later.
All right. I think Ghost will be here in just a second. Good briefing. About 20 minutes ish. What's up, dude?
What's up, man? Wow. Just so much happening and it's incredible.
Save all the Russia stuff because you missed the readout that she read from the Rubio meeting and the Saudis and everything. So I teed that up. So we'll play it so you can hear it, and we'll do that last.
Perfect. Yeah, I guess I missed the beginning because I was finishing up breaking history.
Yeah. So first up, the topper of the conference was hold for processing. I have a video to play. Topper was this story.
And SpaceX Freedom splashdown. Good main release.
Super real.
Copy splashdown. We see main chutes cut. Nick, Alex, Butch, Sunny, on behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
And then we've got this one.
Megan, which is stationed a couple miles away from the old splashdown site. We can see the crew there using their restraints as resting places for their arms. They were just in space moments ago, so their arms are able to float freely.
400 meters.
It is a gorgeous bluebird day here that we have for the splashdown of Crew 9. It's incredible to think that the Dragon capsule just minutes ago was going over 17,000 miles per hour.
17,000 miles per hour. So the top story of the day, and I didn't even know this was happening until last night. I was reading Chris Paul's Telegram, and which is hilarious. Highly recommend. Two thumbs up.
I bet Chris's commentary on this is pretty damn funny.
The spaceman splashdown. Yeah. So yeah, that was the top story that we got. Welcome home to the very real astronauts who are super caught up in space, which is also totally real. The second topic was the JFK files. Basically said, promises kept. We've put out the JFK files for folks who haven't been able to tune into that. I recommend John Harold's X account, or probably Telegram. He's probably moving stuff to Telegram too. I think he posts on both, but he's been going through the documents directly. Yeah. And
he has a thread on X that I think is linked on his Telegram, but yeah, the thread on his X is really good.
Yeah, it's also in the Badlands news brief tomorrow, from this morning. If you're looking for the link to that thread,
that's right.
Got it in there. So JFK files, basically what we've found out so far is it's the CIA. Although the official narrative is still that there was a lone shooter named Lee Harvey Oswald, which literally no one believes anymore. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of that. Apparently they are doing a rolling upload.
Yeah. And what's interesting, unless they've updated it since yesterday, they released 31,000 pages at 7:30 last night, and then they released another 30,000 pages or 31,000 pages at 10:30 last night. And what Trump said on Monday was he was releasing 80,000 pages. So potentially we still have like 19,000 more pages coming, like a third dump coming, and potentially more. I mean, Ezra Cohen-Watnick said that he wasn't confident. This is a while back, but he wasn't confident that everything the FBI has or plans to release is the entire story. So we'll see.
Naturally.
Yeah.
I don't think that we should expect to see the CIA discussing the fact that they're planning to kill the president.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
But it happened.
Yeah.
Next topic up was manufacturing is back. She rattled through economic stats. I was trying to find that cut so we could go through them exactly, but I was struggling to find it, and it's kind of nobody asked questions about it. But as we know, President Trump has courted great investment, private investment into the United States, over $2 trillion at this point, and that's the number from a couple of weeks ago. So it very well maybe higher. I noticed that my screen is glitchy. Is my sound okay?
Your sound's fine.
Okay.
Your video is a little behind your sound, but I mean that could be me. Like my computer's been.
No, it's happening on my
internet's been
side
kinda
too.
weird. Okay.
It's definitely me. As long as the sound is fine, I'm fine with it. But if the
The
sound
sound's
isn't
fine for
okay,
me. So.
all right, cool. All right. So then she talked about mass deportations. Talked about the most wanted member that was rolled up by the FBI yesterday. Kash Patel posted about that. Also, here, just for folks, in case they're unaware, here in Colorado, we had cartel members that were rolled up a couple days ago. So that's exciting as well. Let's get all of these criminals out of our country. She went through the criminal invader trading cards as she does at each one of these. So folks can go back and check that out. The new media seat today was Katie Pavlich from Town Hall, who I believe is also a Fox News contributor. So super new media.
Interesting. So wait, super new media, like she's a Fox News contributor. What does she do now? I didn't.
She's
I
the
missed
editor
that
of Town Hall. But she's
Hmm.
definitely been, I don't know if she's still a Fox News contributor, but she's definitely been on Fox News. And it just makes me giggle that
Yeah.
that's what
Well,
we're
I mean,
calling new media.
I know. I mean, it does seem like a lot of the people they're bringing out early. I mean, there have been exceptions, of course, like Chris Pavlovsky. But it does seem like a lot of the people they're rolling out as new media are somewhat familiar faces, or at least have some sort of name recognition. But you got to think, if they're doing this for 4 years, eventually they got to get to some really, really small unknown names, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I
Maybe.
don't I don't understand. I don't understand why all those outlets that lie all the time still get those seats.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
very well said.
So there were a lot of dumb questions today too, but not as many as usual.
Well, I'm sorry I missed the lack of dumb questions.
Yeah, you would have been disappointed in the lack of dumb questions.
Mm-hmm.
So she talked about how the Democrats keep doubling down on their policies and their progressivism, and that they are defying the American people. Pointed out that they have record low approval, which is of course true. And it'll be interesting to see what happens. Brian told me this morning on Daily that AOC is going to primary Chuck Schumer in 2026.
Really?
And try to take that seat, which I'm here. We bet $1 about whether or not it was going to happen. So I'm looking forward to that. But if you double down on the AOC side of the party, I don't think you can come back from that at this point, because the American people are awake to the op now.
Man, that would because we talked about that yesterday too, and not that specific development, but just the fact that the Democrat Party, like Nancy Pelosi, remember when she was on the cover with like the AOC +3 crew, and like the cover of like magazines, I forgot what magazine it was, but there was that whole like psyop where she was like, oh, like all these young, hip, new generation of leaders, but then like the truth came out that they all hate each other, and like the old guard of the party, like Nancy Pelosi, despise these new people especially because they don't agree on a lot of big issues. They don't see eye to eye on certain things, and they view them as too radical, and they're gonna alienate people, like alienate like the moderate wing of the party,
For sure.
etc. But I mean, when you look at a lot of the accelerationist stuff that we talk about in other avenues of the information war, from a game theory standpoint, it aligns perfectly. I mean, when you look at what's happening with Netanyahu and Tel Aviv, with him having to forced to rely on more radical wings of his party, which is just making him look bad and dragging him into a war he shouldn't be fighting, alienating a lot of old allies. It's like, and then Nancy Pelosi's doing the same thing with the Democrat Party. It's the parallels are hard to ignore.
Yeah, we played a couple clips of the Chuck Schumer appearance on The View yesterday.
Really?
Which is hilarious. And it just occurred to me in the middle of that, and kind of your comments solidified it for me. Chuck Schumer, unfortunately, has to not just herd cats, but really dumb cats.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like my husband and I, when we were first married, we took a trip to Key West, and we were staying at a hotel that was near a Benihana. And behind the Benihana was a shit ton of cats, but they had like mated with raccoons, and they were like half retarded cat coons. Like it was not a good look. And that's kind of the cats that he's herding, Chuck Schumer, unfortunately. The radicals are really the only people who are left. Right? They're the only ones that are left supporting the Democrat Party are the
Yep.
radicals. But if you want to ever win an election again, you've got to go back the other way. I'm not sure they can pull it off.
Yeah, it's like because the people that you would be trying to reach, like the moderate voter, so to speak, has already kind of defected from that party and is already kind of making their way over to MAGA, right? Like they're already making their way over to Trump. Now, I
Or
think
to liberation, right? Making their way to
yeah,
liberation. And here's the thing is when you
yeah,
leave the Democrat Party in that way, you've broken out of the mental prison, and you're probably pissed
not
off,
going back.
as I was
Yep.
when I left the Bush, Republican Party. You're probably pissed off that you got hoodwinked.
Yeah, and like same thing with me. It's like when I broke out of that, I really wanted to see Trump start his own party and just like throw the middle finger up at the GOP. I understand now why he didn't, and again, it aligns with a lot of the other things he's doing, where he's drafting, as Burning Bright and Chris have talked about with the racing analogy. He's drafting off the momentum of things that were already in motion. But yeah, it's like I cringe every time that we're forced to like applaud something that the Republican Party did, because Trump
Agreed.
happens to have a little R next to his name when he does stuff. It's like and then like Lindsey Graham is able to, frolic around Trump and clap his hands like like an insane little clown that he is. And it's cringeworthy, but I understand, I think, why Trump is doing it. And have you hit everything that they went over high level?
Couple more things.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so they mentioned a couple of questions about the story out of Illinois, Deerfield School, where the I guess gym teacher forced girls to change clothes in front of a transgender student so that they didn't hurt the transgender student's feelings. She referred the questions to the Department of Justice, which implies an investigation, which is great. And then reinforced the gender policy of the administration. Also great. Then the kind of 4 other topics. Before we hit them, I'm going to play an ad just so I can refresh and try to fix this lag.
Okay.
So we will be right back in 1 minute.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup. The sequel to the best-selling Sci War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
Christina's so pretty. We love Rise Attire. They're awesome friends of Badlands and a great collaboration that we have. So make sure that you check them out and get your merch. All right. So Tesla was another big topic, and Brian and I covered this on Daily Today ad nauseum. I won't go too much into it, but there is a website called DogeQuest, and this website basically doxes Tesla owners. And if I want my information removed, just provide us with proof that you've sold your Tesla. Now, this comes as there is violence happening against Tesla all over the nation. Here in Colorado, they're being keyed, they're being painted, there were some fires. People are being arrested. Sometimes they're just being let right back out on the street. So the threat of violence is very real against Tesla owners. And now there is this website, as I said on the air this morning, this is a violation of civil rights law. It's a violation of the Voting Rights Act, because this is to affect political change and stop people's support and advocacy for President Trump and his surrogate, Elon Musk. I really hope that they go hard on this, but there were several questions asked about it. She said it was, despicable. She was unaware of the website, but she said it was despicable. She was asked about Tim Waltz last night. Tim Waltz said every day he checks the Tesla stock because it going down gives him a little boost to his day and makes him happy. And she said that he's living a sad existence, which I thought was great.
What you just described, and I am familiar with the story, but I haven't really had a chance to fully distill it. This is the textbook definition of terrorism, and these people should all be charged. Like, everyone involved in this should be charged under like the terrorist penal code, like whatever the terrorist laws are. They're all domestic terrorists. They're actual domestic terrorists. They're, like you said, they're trying to affect political change through violence, through threat of violence. This is all terrorism. And so everything that they accused MAGA of being related to January 6th, this is what they're actually doing. And they're demonstrating it. They're bragging about it. And so this is a perfect opportunity for Kash Patel to demonstrate that the FBI has actually been revamped to some extent, and actually is working on the behalf to protect innocent Americans from violent terrorist sociopaths.
Yeah. I became a believer in our civil rights laws when they were weaponized against me. I don't believe that they need to be tossed out. There is an effort to, get rid of the Voting Rights Act and things like that. I just think they need to be properly applied, and there needs to be equal justice under the law. There's not right now. But speaking of stupid questions, Ghost, one of the people asked, is there evidence that this is coordinated? The Tesla opposition. Is there evidence that this is coordinated across the country? Oh, I don't know.
Well, stand by. We'll figure it out. Don't you worry. I mean,
obviously it is. It takes a meeting of the minds to create this website, and the this information, no matter where you are in the country, you can't get your name off the list, your information off the list, unless you prove that you've sold your Tesla. This is it's straight up, like you said, it's definitely terrorism. Terrorism is violence to affect political change, or the creating a climate of fear to affect political change. Textbook. It's 100% is terrorism. But it's also a violation of our civil rights laws, and every Tesla owner that's on that list has a case, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, class action lawsuit. And like the other night we did on the Book of Trump, Jordan and Brad came on, and we did the Great Meme War. And Brad
I watched it. It was great.
Yeah, Brad played that really great clip that somebody put together of the Shia LaBeouf thing, where, for those who aren't familiar, Shia LaBeouf put up.
I hadn't seen that before your show.
Yeah, so I remember watching all that happening in real time, and it was amazing. But the TLDR is that Shia LaBeouf, during the first Trump administration, put up a live stream camera of a flagpole with a flag on it, and it said like he will not divide us or whatever, referring to Trump. And within 38 hours, using just the sky behind, using cloud formations, using planes flying overhead, using constellations at night, within 38 hours, Anons on the internet worked together, pinpointed exactly where the flagpole was in Tennessee, and one Anon got in his truck and actually went out there and was driving circles around the area, honking his horn. And then in live time, the people watching the live stream on 4chan were saying, all right, you're closer, warmer, colder, warmer, colder. And then they figured out exactly what it was, took down the flag, put up a MAGA shirt and a MAGA hat, all on the live stream. 38 hours. So that's what weaponized autism is. That is just a small sample size of the demonstration of strength and show of force that, autists can perform when properly motivated and weaponized. that's why I've always said, put all the files online. Just put the Epstein files online, put the JFK files online, and let the autists do their work. And within 38 hours, you will have answers. When it comes to this Doge Quest thing, don't worry, guys. We'll figure out who you are. We'll figure out, like, we'll track the money down. The money probably comes from the government. It probably comes from NGOs, 501c3s. We'll figure out who all of you are, meaning the autists will, and you will be properly doxxed and brought to justice if the FBI doesn't do it first. And so right now, it's a race between, are the autists online going to do it, or is the FBI going to do it? And if the autists online do it first, what does that say about the FBI? What does that say about the federal government, law enforcement in general? Do we even need them, or should we really revisit that conversation and think up something new?
It's the most American thing ever.
Yeah.
Right. It is. God bless autism.
Yeah.
It is the most American thing ever to take the information, not wait for the authorities to solve the problem, but to figure it out and get it done. It's how the country was built. And we have been, not to quote G Money, which makes me feel ill, but we have been domesticated. Yep. And breaking out of that and reclaiming our power. What truly matters is not which party controls our government, but whether our government is controlled by the people. This is our shot. We have this shot to reclaim it as the American people and to break free of that domestication and to not, just fall back into it because the good people are in charge of the unconstitutional levers of power now, right? It needs to end. Couple more things, and then the State Department press conference is starting, so we'll go to that next. So quick things. Asked about the pardoning Derek Chauvin. She said that President Trump has been asked and answered this. He is not planning to do it at this time. The guy that asked the question kind of recapped some of the unconstitutional and just really irritating things that happened in that trial. I wonder if it's going to come back around and he's potentially going to get a pardon. Perhaps we'll see. Then the National Institute of Peace saga. I was unaware of this story, but I think it's delightful. So we're gonna talk about this for a second. So apparently, at the National Institute of Peace, they really don't like Doge. This is out of the Daily Caller exclusive, and inside a taxpayer-funded think tank's aborted rebellion against Doge. So basically Doge came at this U.S. Institute of Peace. They ended up blocking themselves inside of the building, barricading the doors, and claim they merely locked its doors. Photographic evidence exclusively obtained shows locks had been physically removed from the exterior doors, effectively destroying entry mechanisms. US IP staff removed the locks. The West Washington's Metropolitan Police Department, in an attempt to prevent Doge personnel from entering, citing barricaded doors and security concerns. MPD officers later confirmed these obstructions upon arrival, further discrediting claims that US IP had only engaged in passive resistance. You can see here the removed locks. Apparently they went in there and removed them physically, removed the US IP people, and now US IP is suing the administration because, of course.
Yeah, well, don't worry. I'm sure soon enough we will end the funding to all of these organizations and they will no longer exist. And these people won't have a platform even to scream into the abyss. So
heck yeah.
Yeah.
So then the final story before we get to the Putin and Ukraine readout is about the deportations and the judges more broadly. And this really was the biggest, aside from Putin and Ukraine, this was the biggest source of questions by reporters today. A lot of questions about authorities, similar to that. Oh, what is her name? Casey Hunt. I think I got her name wrong on Daily this morning. I thought she had a totally different name. But that woman that was arguing with Stephen Miller in the 9-minute video that is just should be required viewing because it's so good. The authorities of the president were really the source of the questions. She said, this is lawfare. They are seeking to obstruct, block, and impede. She was asked, don't the courts have power? How can you say that courts are political? What does it mean to make a bad judge? And she went hard. She said 60% of injunctions, all the injunctions against the executive branch in history, 60% of them have been against President Trump. She said that the president defines a bad. So she was asked the question, how does the president define a bad judge? Is it just someone that disagrees with them? And then the person started like debating their own position that they had just lobbed at Caroline. And she said, no, has nothing to do with disagreement. It has to do with the Constitution. If you are on the bench and you are actively arguing against the constitutional authorities and subverting the constitutional powers of the president, obstructing the agenda of the president, you are a bad judge. I think that's 100% accurate, because the number one job of the courts is to uphold the Constitution, especially the federal courts. And so she's spot on that. She was asked if the flights were going to stay in the air. She said, we're going to continue executing the path that we're executing as it pertains to fighting domestic terror or fighting foreign terrorists inside of the interior of the country and removing dangerous criminals from our streets. She said there aren't any flights planned right now, but that they're going to continue to do their thing. She was asked the question, did the president direct the planes to stay in the air, the planes that had already taken off after the court order? Did the president direct them to stay in the air himself? Like, did he give the order? She didn't answer the question. And she just, kind of repeated the talking points about what they're doing, which I have no problem with what they're doing. The president has Article 2 powers, and they're not, unless there is a significant allegation of high crimes and misdemeanors, they're not subject to judicial review. And this is what Stephen Miller gets into that in that just delightful interview that he did on CNN. Any comments on that before we play this readout on Putin and Ukraine?
No, but I will say this. So now that we've captured everything that they went over in this press conference, I have something to share. Kind of breaking news, because this is completely unreported in the Western media, but was brought to my attention by Matt Arrett, and then I went and confirmed this appears to be real. But on Monday, because there was a press conference on Monday, and this was not reported on Monday or today, but on Monday, President Trump approved a Gaza plan from Egypt.
Oh shit!
And this makes me think that the Houthi attack was designed to distract us from this. Like Trump wanted to distract us from this, because I think he's leaning into that Zionist puppet label.
What are the two conditions?
The two conditions are that it says that the sources added that the Washington is pressuring Netanyahu to accept a proposal in which a Palestinian committee backed by Arab nations and the international community would govern Gaza. And then the Trump administration is inquiring about the ability to facilitate Hamas's ouster from Gaza. So I think it's getting rid of Hamas and then the Palestinians governing Gaza afterwards. That seems to be the two conditions.
In between those two things, you have to rebuild it. Right?
Well, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So have we solved the problem of where do the Palestinians go during construction?
I mean, dude, I do construction for a living, and I can tell you right now that we renovate buildings all the time without people leaving the buildings, and like they continue to work in the buildings, they continue to live in the buildings.
But aren't we talking about unexploded ordinances and like a literal war zone? Like your work is not exactly a 1-to-1 comparison of the situation. Scroll down to the second picture there. Like that's the place we're talking about.
Well, I don't think the plan is for them to live in this place while this place is being rebuilt. I think the plan is probably for them to live. I mean, there's a lot of countryside in Gaza. There's a lot of like undeveloped countryside in the Gaza Strip. So the plan is probably to put them in the countryside while the cities are rebuilt, And then
Yeah, because you have to demo all of that. You have to clear it out, and you have to do new construction on this.
for sure. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, it wouldn't be like they're living in like the uncollapsed buildings or yet to
Is that
collapse
because you
buildings. Yeah.
hate Palestinians and you think that they should be? What if they love it there? What if
Well-
the guy sitting down, those guys down there in one of those little dark spots, they've set up themselves a little home in there, Ghost, and you want to remove them from their homes?
If they want to live there, they can live there. It's a free world, right? But what's fascinating is that none of this has been brought up. We've had two press conferences, two White House press conferences since this has happened, and it has not been brought up one time. Caroline has not said it. Nobody in the media, nobody's asked about it, and it's been two press conferences since this has happened. So
What has
that's
the
very
foreign
very
reaction
notable.
been? Like, what have the Saudis said? What have the
The
and
set-
they might actually this might actually be a part of the clip that we're about to play from the press briefing that you missed.
It says a possible indication of hesitation was the absence of key Arab leaders such as Saudi Crown Prince MBS and UAE President MBZ as at the recent Arab League summit. But I think that's referring to how the international community will be willing to contribute financially. They're going to fund it. They've already said a year ago they'd fund it, and then Egypt's offering
in
up.
everybody's interest. It's in everybody's interest except Hamas and certain factions of Israel.
Yeah, it's like Egypt's already offering up 50 billion, so I'm sure that the other Arabs will offer up money as well, and they'll figure it out. But anyway, that's very notable that hasn't been brought up. Nobody's asked about it. If we were in the room, we'd be asking about it, but
100%. Well, I didn't know about it, but you certainly would. All right, so this is the part that I saved so you could hear it because I know you were on Breaking History. And for folks who have been with me the whole time, when we're done here today, go back and watch Breaking History and the Daily Herald as well. All right, here we go.
First, I'd like to reiterate what the president said earlier following his call with President Zelensky this morning. He said he just completed a very good telephone call with President Zelensky. It lasted approximately 1 hour. Much of the discussion was based on a call made yesterday with President Putin in order to align both Russia and Ukraine in terms of their requests and needs. We are very much on track, and I will ask Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Mike Waltz to give an accurate description of the points discussed. That statement will be put out shortly. Well, I have that statement for you right here. Bear with me as I read it. Today, President Trump and Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky had a fantastic phone conversation. President Zelensky thanked President Trump for a productive start for the work of the Ukrainian and American teams in Jeddah on March 11th. The meeting of the senior officials from both nations significantly helped in moving toward ending the war. President Zelensky thanked President Trump for the support of the United States, especially the Javelin missiles that President Trump was first to provide and his efforts towards peace. The leaders agreed Ukraine and America will continue working together to bring about a real end to the war, and that lasting peace under President Trump's leadership can be achieved. President Trump fully briefed President Zelensky on his conversation with Putin and the key issues discussed. They reviewed the situation in Kursk and agreed to share information closely between their defense staffs as the battlefield situation evolved. President Zelensky asked for additional air defense systems to protect his civilians, particularly Patriot missile systems, and President Trump agreed to work with him to find what was available, particularly in Europe. The two leaders also agreed on a partial ceasefire against energy. Technical teams will meet in Saudi Arabia in the coming days to discuss broadening the ceasefire to the Black Sea on the way to a full ceasefire. They agreed this could be the first step toward the full end of the war and ensuring security. President Zelensky was grateful for the president's leadership in this effort and reiterated his willingness to adopt a full ceasefire. President Trump also discussed Ukraine's electrical supply and nuclear power plants. He said that the United States could be very helpful in running those plants with its electricity and utility expertise. American ownership of those plants would be the best protection for that infrastructure and support for Ukrainian energy infrastructure. President Zelensky also thanked President Trump for continuing to push humanitarian concerns, including the exchange of prisoners of war. He noted they had just had a successful exchange and thanked the president for his leadership on that. President Trump also asked President Zelensky about the children who had gone missing from Ukraine during the war, including the ones that had been abducted. And President Trump promised to work closely with both parties to help make sure those children were returned home. They agreed all parties must continue the effort to make a ceasefire work. The presidents noted the positive work of their advisors and representatives, especially Secretary Rubio, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, Special Envoy Kellogg, and others. The presidents instructed their teams to move ahead with the technical issues related to implementing and broadening the partial ceasefire. The presidents instructed their advisors and representatives to carry out this work as quickly as possible. The presidents emphasized that in further meetings, the teams can agree on all necessary aspects of advancing toward lasting peace and security. That is a lengthy statement that was just given to me, so thanks for bearing with me. Our office will, of course, provide this after. And as you know, as I just pointed out in the statement, the president's team of negotiators and national security experts will be heading to Saudi again later this week to continue working on and ironing out the details. But I would just like to emphasize, we have never been this close to peace, and it's only because of President Trump that we are here. I think a couple of years ago, as you all reported on the war, it was incomprehensible to have a partial ceasefire in this conflict. And today that is true because of the leadership of this president.
All right, your thoughts.
Yeah, so the missing children comment was interesting. You may recall that Maria Abramovich was appointed as like the special ambassador to whatever, oversee the children affected by the war in Ukraine, which to me is like she's the commander in chief of the child trafficking operations in Ukraine. That's how I read that deployment.
Yeah.
But yeah, and Zelensky has accused relatively recently, the past few months, Russia of kidnapping Ukrainian children, and I think that was like a month ago. Which, you know, the hubbub coming out of Russia is that actually they were discovering like organ harvesting farms and adrenochrome farms where children were chained up and all kinds of horrors were being visited upon them. So yeah, all that needs to be adjudicated, of course. I also laughed really, really hard at the very beginning when Caroline said President Zelensky thanked President Trump for the Javelin missiles as a step towards peace. It's like Javelin missiles are like anti-tank offensive weapons. So the idea that it's like bombs for peace. This is so Orwellian. It's like we're gonna bomb the shit out of this place, and when we're done bombing it, then we will finally have peace. As soon as we kill everybody there, and that's like the Orwellian mindset that you know, the Uniparty has conditioned us to believe is the only way to achieve peace is more war. And you know, George Bush was very famous for like pushing that narrative.
It's so messed up when you look back at, remember them all signing the bombs, the Congress people that were all signing. Yeah. And you think like, I have no beef with the Russians. Right. Yeah. Like the Russian people, even the Russian guy, I have no beef with them, but I'm supposed to mortally hate them. They're supposed to be my sworn mortal enemies, so much so that I would write an encouraging message onto a bomb to drop on them.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Do you remember when Nikki Haley wrote "finish them" on a bomb? This is where the bomb went. That's what when she wrote "finish them," this is what she meant. She meant kill everybody living in the buildings in this picture, which is not just militants, you know, fighting the IDF. This is women, children, babies, anybody living in these buildings should die. And that's what that's what Nikki Haley was saying. And you know, it's because of course we are governed by the most demonic Satanists who have probably ever lived. These people are absolutely sick and twisted souls. The fact that, you know, Caroline Leavitt and the Trump administration have to lean into this stuff and like push this neocon Bolshevik rhetoric that they do, you know, is pretty sick. But I do think it's part of a psychological warfare operation that they're running.
I'm never cheering for war again, Ghost. I was weapons of mass destruction, waving the flag. We've got to go kill all the terrorists, and I'm never doing that again.
Ever. But the proof of what I just said is the fact that the Houthi strike happened in conjunction with Trump approving that Egypt plan. So instead of people reporting on the Egypt plan, which you can go look, you will
That's
not find a single outlet in the West. That outlet I just showed you is an Israel outlet. That's an Israel news outlet. You won't find a single outlet in Europe or America that I could find that has reported on that story yet.
Except Badlands Media, because you're putting it in the brief tomorrow morning.
Exactly. And so, instead we're talking about the Houthi strike, and we're talking about war with Iran, and we're talking about, hey, how many boots are we going to get on the ground in Yemen? How many boots are we going to get on the ground in Tehran? And that just, to me, that's like Trump is leaning into that neocon warmongering rhetoric for a reason. To what end, we'll find out. But I think we both agree that Trump is not a wartime. He's not a warmongering president. He's a peace-seeking president. He's a peacemaker.
I want people to stop dying.
Yep, that's right.
And he's a builder, right? He looks at, and I'm sure he does, look at Gaza and see a valuable piece of land, just like he looked at the West Side Yards, right? Or another, the Atlantic City, the best site in Atlantic City that was an absolute disaster when he assumed the pieces and put the site together. That's, I'm sure, how President Trump sees this. There are so many entrenched interests that want to keep this conflict going.
Yep.
And
they just want to kill things, honestly.
Well, yeah. And what breaks my heart is the Christians who say, I want Gaza to be wiped off the face of the map. I want Hamas to be wiped off the face of the map. And I get it, right? Like, I don't like terrorists. Fuck a terrorist. However, I don't think killing in the name of Jesus is part of the plan for salvation. That to me is an op.
Yeah.
And, there are times in the Old Testament of the Bible where God says, go in there and kill all those people. Right. And they didn't, which is, the whole Cain thing, but Canaanite thing. But I have no evidence that anybody involved in any of these conflicts is following the guidance of the Most High God. Like, that's not who's calling the shots, really, as far as I can tell, in terms of people taking guidance to go in and wage war. Right?
Yeah.
No, they're waging war because war is very profitable. War is a racket, and land is very valuable, and assuming it is great. And so I think President Trump has the right orientation here. He has always wanted peace. As Caroline said, we are closer to peace than we've ever been. I'm a radical follower of Jesus. I don't see how Jesus would be signing bombs to drop on babies.
For sure.
That just doesn't foot for me. And the rest of it is neocon brainwashing.
For sure. I mean, and to that point, the last point, somebody posted the other day on X, and I boosted it a few times, but they actually had done the work and found the paper trail where the U.S. government was directly funding and supporting the Muslim Brotherhood. So it's like, there you go. Like, we are actually the ones who are keeping this crap propped up. And it's
Burning Bright says we're the baddies.
Yep, we're the bad guys. And
not all of us.
It's really sick and twisted. And I think when all of this gets dragged out into the sunlight, there are going to be people who have been in this for a long time who are probably going to have to walk away because they're going to be so disgusted by what they learn about America and what they thought America was and what it actually turned out to be, that they're going to black pill almost. And it's hard, but once you come to the revelation and you understand it, once you come full circle, you really develop a strong desire to destroy that thing.
Yeah. And just to be clear, I don't think it's America, right? Because I think America was subverted after the Civil War. The idea of America that the American people are born with, right? That birthright, that American spirit that comes with the territory of being an American. It's a good thing. It has been neutered and subjugated and pointed towards bad conduct. It's not America that's the baddie. It is the globalists running America. It is Prussia, effectively. It is the the banking cartels. It's the World Economic Forum. It's the UN. We've been a puppet. The U.S. government has been a Prussian proxy state.
Correct.
And that's the part that we have to, again, which really matters is not which party controls our government, but whether our government is controlled by the people. We have to reclaim it. We have to make sure that this never happens again. If we don't, if we're too lazy or still too domesticated or can't, just not courageous enough to actually end this reign of tyranny, which means accountability. It means these people have to be held to account for what they did, and in a way that ensures that it will never happen again because people see it. I truly believe that. If we don't, then the world deserves to plunge into darkness because we've failed.
Yep, that's the test. The test is whether or not we have the courage and conviction to see it through. G Money calls it domestication. Another way of framing it, as Chris Paul said, people can just do things. Like if the government, if we were to snap our fingers and the government doesn't exist anymore, the world keeps spinning. People still wake up and go to work tomorrow because that's in your best interest. And people can just do things without asking permission to do them.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. All right. Oh, that is a bot. Hold on. Someone's spamming the chat. There we go. All right. Anything else? That was pretty much it from the briefing. We are going to go to the State Department briefing. And then later on, we have let's see, this might have played already. Yeah. So after that, we will go to the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell, is holding a press conference. Already did, I think, hold a press conference. So we'll go back and replay that after the State Department one. And then if there is time, we will come back to finish up the legislative hearing on public lands that we were listening to prior to the White House press briefing. As I said before, when we end here at 5:00, before the Wednesday shows come in, we've got Spellbreakers and Altered State and Devolution Power Hour tonight. All awesome. But there's a gap, right? And you can go back and you can watch Breaking History, go back and watch the Daily Herald. All good stuff. Do us a favor and hit that thumb. Helps us out quite a bit here at Badlands. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to say before we go. Anything else you can think of, Ghost?
Nope. I think that's about it.
All right, everybody. Have a fantastic day. We'll be back here tomorrow with more commentary amidst all of the things that are going on in the government. And with that, let's hear from Tammy Bruce at the State Department. Cheers, guys.
See you.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. Runs on a battery. Maybe never. Some things never change, like Matt Lee. Some things never change. All right, so everyone's here. We're all good. Hi, how are you? Do we have a seat? Great, thank you. So I do have something, an announcement I'm going to make, but then I think you've all received the statement that has been released from Secretary Rubio and the NSA Director Waltz, and I'll be reading that as well for those who are watching from home and around the world. All right, we're all good? All right, thank you again, everybody. I just want to remind you as I walk into this room, now this is my third time walking into this room. I do so with a whole host of people behind me, literally and figuratively. And without their assistance and without the staff of this department, this briefing would not be possible. The nature of the work that happens is intensive. It is quiet. I won't say it's anonymous because we all know who's doing the work. But these are people who work every day to analyze, to research, to design, to help move forward the agenda and the policy of the Trump administration and the Secretary of State. And it is a terrific work for the American people. So again, I want to thank everyone for making it possible for me to be standing here as well. So let's get started. Again, I have a little bit of a what we call a topper here for everyone who's watching, and welcome aboard. Let's see here. All right, to begin, as Secretary Rubio made clear yesterday, Venezuela is obligated to accept its repatriated citizens from the United States. This is not an issue for debate or negotiation, nor does it merit any reward. Unless the Maduro regime accepts a consistent flow of deportation flights, without further excuses or delays, the U.S. will impose new, severe, and escalating sanctions. As President Trump made clear in his proclamation, TDA is closely associated, closely aligned with, and indeed has infiltrated the Maduro regime. Maduro maintains close ties to regime-sponsored narco-terrorists. The Maduro regime must accept back all Venezuelan aliens deported by the United States, especially their murderers, rapists, criminals, human traffickers, and other illegally present criminals in the United States. End of discussion. We will impose new and more severe sanctions upon any failure to do so or delays. Let me be clear, the United States government will enforce the laws of the United States. We will deport illegal aliens from our country, and we will have made clear that we expect countries to accept their nationals illegally present in the United States. We thank our partners in our region and around the world who are partnering with us to stop illegal immigration and combat vicious transnational crime. These efforts help all of us by making our entire region safer and more secure. On the Russia-Ukraine conflict, President Trump spoke with President Putin yesterday. As President Trump said, it was a good and productive phone conversation. Both President Trump and President Putin agreed on the need for this conflict to end with a lasting peace. They agreed, quote, the movement to peace will begin with an energy and infrastructure ceasefire, as well as technical negotiations on implementation of a maritime ceasefire in the Black Sea, full ceasefire and permanent peace. Today, President Trump spoke with President Zelensky. As President Trump said, it was, quote, a very good telephone call, with much of the discussion based on the call made yesterday with President Putin in order to align both Russia and Ukraine in terms of their requests and needs. In addition to these conversations, everybody's talking. Special Envoy Witkoff met with Putin last week. Last weekend, Secretary Rubio spoke with Foreign Minister Lavrov. And of course, Secretary Rubio and National Security Advisor Waltz met with the Ukrainian delegation in Jeddah. Negotiations will continue in Saudi Arabia in the coming days. On reports of Russian strikes on civilian infrastructure overnight, attacks like these are precisely why President Trump is committed to peace. It is time for the death and destruction to stop and for an end to this senseless war. As Secretary Rubio has said, there is no military solution to this war. All sides need to move to a ceasefire. President Trump has made this clear as well. We cannot get to the table for negotiations to end the war without a ceasefire in place. The shooting has to stop first. Finally, we'd like to welcome home the NASA astronauts, Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, which of course we all watched yesterday. It was a remarkable scene with the dolphins that greeted them in the ocean, also getting their own time on television. It was a fabulous event, and it reminded us about the nature of the 21st century, the modern age, and how progress continues. Now, you also have, that's the opening here of what I've seen, of course, over the last 24, 48 hours. Of course, if there's always something that feels like it should have been a month of news that is happening on a daily basis. But we also have a direct statement, which I'm going to read to you as well, and to those who are watching from home or from their offices and from around the world, a statement from Secretary Rubio and the National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. And this also directly addresses some issues that we're expecting to come up, certainly in the next week, and the nature of where things stand at this point. And so here is that statement from the Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor. Today, President Donald J. Trump and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky had a fantastic phone conversation. President Zelensky thanked President Trump for a productive start for the work of the Ukrainian and American teams in Jeddah on March 11th. The meeting of the senior officials from both nations significantly helped in moving toward ending the war. President Zelensky thanked President Trump for the support of the United States, especially the Javelin missiles that President Trump was first to provide, and his efforts towards peace. The leaders agreed Ukraine and America will continue working together to bring about a real end to the war and that lasting peace under President Trump's leadership can be achieved. President Trump fully briefed President Zelensky on his conversation with Russian President Putin and the key issues discussed. They reviewed the situation in Kursk and agreed to share information closely between their defense staffs in the battlefield situation as the battlefield situation evolved. President Zelensky asked for additional air defense systems to protect his civilians, particularly Patriot missile systems. President Trump agreed to work with him to find what was available, particularly in Europe. The two leaders also agreed on a partial ceasefire against energy. Technical teams will meet in Saudi Arabia in the coming days to discuss broadening the ceasefire to the Black Sea on the way to a full ceasefire. They agreed this could be the first step toward the full end of the war and ensuring security. So let me just remind you here that that is technical teams. It will not be principals going to those negotiations. President Zelensky was grateful for the president's leadership in this effort and reiterated his willingness to adopt a full ceasefire. President Trump also discussed Ukraine's electrical supply and nuclear power plants. He said that the United States could be very helpful in running those plants with its electricity and utility expertise. American ownership of those plants would be the best protection for that infrastructure and support for the Ukrainian energy infrastructure. President Zelensky also thanked President Trump for continuing to push humanitarian concerns, including the exchange of POWs. He noted that they had just had a successful exchange and thanked the president for his leadership. President Trump also asked President Zelensky about the children who have gone missing from Ukraine during the war, including the ones that had been abducted. President Trump promised to work closely with both parties to help make sure those children were returned home. They agreed all parties must continue the effort to make a ceasefire work. The presidents noted the positive work of their advisors and representatives, especially Secretary Rubio, National Security Advisor Waltz, Special Envoy Kellogg, and others. The presidents instructed their teams to move ahead with the technical issues related to implementing and broadening the partial ceasefire. The presidents instructed their advisors and representatives to carry out this work as quickly as possible. The presidents emphasized that in further meetings, the teams can agree on all necessary aspects of advancing toward lasting peace and security. So we are closer to peace than, of course, we have been at any other point. But still, I know you might have some questions. I don't know why. And I'm here to answer those questions. Matt?
Thank you, Tammy. Can I just start with, since you opened with Venezuela, and this can be a very simple yes or no answer. Did you get an answer to the question I asked on Monday about whether using the AEA for these deportations means that you recognize Maduro's government and that he is him as the legitimate leader of Venezuela?
I do have an answer to that.
You do? Okay.
And the answer is no.
No, okay.
The answer is no. There is clearly, we've made it clear, and it's been obvious for quite some time that Maduro is a dictator. It is a regime that we do not recognize. And we also understand, of course, that what we demand of him is something that has got to happen. I made that clear in my topper. The AEA proclamation is still valid, of course. That is currently being challenged in court, so I'm not going to comment on that litigation. But at the same time, it's not a regime we recognize. We don't recognize him as the president or a legitimate ruler at all.
Okay.
Right.
Secondly, then, and again, these are going to be extremely brief. On Friday, the secretary signed, along with Pete Hegseth and the head of the National Defense University, this order removing the head of USIP.
That's the Institute for Peace.
Yes.
Yes.
Correct. I'm curious to know when and where the secretary signed this.
Well, it's been signed. And I don't have the details of exactly where he was. He was in many places in the 21st century.
But we were with him.
Yes, we weren't with him. We were on an airplane, and he was in the giant Secretary of State area that is away from us. He wasn't with you. He wasn't. Yeah, but there's plenty of ways in which something can be signed.
And can you assure us that it was his signature was not done by auto pen?
I've never known him to do that,
Okay.
but what I can tell you is that it was signed.
Okay.
It was signed. Yes, sir.
Next
All right.
one-
So
next
this
one
is like the
is,
Matt Lee show.
Well, no,
Yes,
it's not trying
Daphne.
to.
And Daphne,
you
we
can
can
get yes
come.
or no question.
Are we
Yes
staying
or
in the
no
same
answer.
region,
Do you have
though?
anything? Can you tell us anything about Pete Morocco and his move from USAID?
Well, Pete Morocco is returning to the State Department full-time as the Director of Foreign Assistance. An indispensable role in aligning all U.S. government foreign assistance with the president's priorities. So he is returning to that job, and you will, I'm sure, no doubt, be hearing from him in a variety of different ways.
Okay. And
All right,
then
now
last
Daphne
one-
and
hold
Matt,
on,
that's it.
Tammy,
Daphne,
Tammy,
let's go.
Tammy.
No, excuse me.
All
3
right,
questions.
fine.
Daphne.
Thank you. So the White House has said that it has moved beyond the U.S.-Ukraine minerals deal. Has that already been agreed to and signed?
Well, what I know is, and you've noted their comment, is that at this point, we're dealing with a whole host of things. That is not something that is being addressed at this moment. So I can't say what the disposition is, but I would just refer you to how they commented on it.
And could I just follow up on what you said about negotiations continuing in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
Who will be representing the U.S. in these talks between the technical teams with Russia?
Well, it'll be senior staff. That's all I can tell you. So it will not be principals. It'll be senior staff addressing technical frameworks. And of course, the timing is important. It'll be in the coming days. So when they said it would be quickly, as President Trump requested, it's happening quickly. And we'll see some results of that, I think, very soon. Yes.
Just to follow up on that, Tammy, these technical talks, are they bilateral, trilateral? What is the format here? Are all of the parties going to be in one room?
I think that's probably still being discussed or arranged. And so I can't really speak about the nature of the specifics of the arrangement, but it's enough to be able to work on, technically draw up and deal with the nature of what was agreed upon in the call between the two presidents. And there'll be people there who will be able to do that.
And then on the issue of the abducted children,
Yes.
this was brought up in the Zelensky call, according to that statement, but the administration has cut off the funding for the research into the abduction of these children, some 30,000. And there's reports that the data collected on these children could have possibly been deleted. Do you have any comment on the decision to terminate the funding and the whereabouts of the data?
Well, the funding has been cut based on the assessments that we've been making regarding a whole host of funding, if it worked within our framework of what was in America's interest. What I can tell you, though, is also that the conspiracy theory or the fear or whatever it was about data being deleted is untrue. So that is false. The data exists. It was not in the State Department's control. It was the people running that framework, but we know who is running the data and the website, and we know fully that the data exists, and it's not been deleted and it's not missing. So that's the good news.
Why is it
Yes,
not in
Michael.
America's interest to track?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Michael.
Tammy, you referred early on in your opening about a ceasefire would apply to energy and infrastructure.
Yeah.
The statement says agrees on a partial ceasefire against energy. It doesn't say anything about other types of infrastructure. Can you explain what specifically the partial ceasefire covers? And when it says energy, what does that mean specifically? Does it mean the electrical grid? Does it mean power plants? What really is covered by this ceasefire?
I think when we have technical teams moving to an area within days to discuss the technical aspects, we'll get those answers. But one thing that is clear is that, as I've noted, we've never been closer to the full ceasefire. As Envoy Witkoff noted last night, that it is just a short way away to a complete ceasefire. That is clearly the goal. The goal has been a ceasefire within which we can begin negotiations for peace itself. That has not changed. So this is, of course, as we know, this is an agreement. This agreement reflects us being closer to an end to this, and is really the first agreement that it has created the potential of a de-escalation, which is what we want, and of course closer as a result to a full ceasefire so that this can end. The conversations between the parties involved, President Trump, the Secretary Rubio, Waltz, Witkoff, Kellogg, et cetera, multiple conversations to all the parties involved, and they've actually moved to the table in this regard through shuttle diplomacy. And so we've never been closer. So at this point, when it comes to the technical understanding, we'll learn that certainly in a few days. But this is the right trajectory brought to you by President Trump and his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Nadia.
Thank you, Tammy. Do you believe that diplomacy is still the best option to deal with Iran? Considering some reports that maybe the president has given them 2 months only, other options are still on the table. And on Gaza, while Israel is going after Hamas, there is reported of 400 people being killed. The majority are civilians, including 185 children. What is the United States doing to tell Israel to spare the life of civilians or to avoid them at least?
Well, first of all, on the question of Iran, it's been clear, Secretary Rubio has made it clear that, of course, as the world's top diplomat, that diplomacy matters. And we continue. Diplomacy includes, of course, there's a whole host of things in the toolbox for diplomacy. And the world understands this as well. So, of course, yes, diplomacy is the best way to handle the situation. And regarding, was it about
The
Gaza?
civilian casualties in Gaza, including 108 children, have been killed.
Yeah, it's horrible. This entire, it's the 21st century, and the savagery unleashed by terrorist groups, death squads of Iran, entities that have an investment in the suffering never ending, the use of people, the Gazans in particular, as cannon fodder for a dynamic that the world has decried for decades. And finally, we are here and we've had enough of a conversation within the framework of this needing to end. And at the start, President Trump and Secretary Rubio demanded a new way of looking at how we end this framework of death and destruction, this cycle. And we are still in that process. And their demand that we can't continue on is made clear by the fact that Hamas had an offer, a bridge to continue on to the second phase, which they rejected. It was not a dynamic that was clearly going to end well in their rejecting it, but they did so anyway. And it's a horrible result of more decisions by Hamas that continue the suffering. But that has been the history. And so we not only decry the loss of life and the impact on children around the world, but enough to where President Trump has one term, and his focus has clearly been peace on this planet in every single fashion. And it will essentially be able to work because he's known to get results. He's known to be serious, and we're seeing it move forward. So it's a shame that Hamas has allowed this to occur, but look nowhere else other than the people who have facilitated this suffering from the beginning. The Trump administration, Secretary Rubio, the Department of State of this country are determined and are the ones working to make sure that this stops. And certainly the region understands that this is a real opportunity finally to change what's been happening in the world. Yes, sir.
Tammy, can I?
Yes, staying in this region, please.
I was just wondering if Secretary Rubio had any conversations since the strikes with his Israeli counterparts. And, are you trying to ensure that when Israel does these strikes using U.S. weapons that they're, targeting, being as careful as possible in their targeting?
I can tell you that, of course, our teams are constantly in touch. There's been no phone call arranged yet, direct phone call between Secretary Rubio and Israeli counterparts or Israeli leadership. But of course, this is not a situation where if it's out of the news, the teams working to change the environment stop and leave an office or stop and just do something else. So this is a constant, as you might imagine, a constant effort on every element of foreign policy, certainly when it comes to war, ceasefires, ending conflict. So they're constantly working. And certainly we want peace. We're working for this because we deplore the loss of life, as do the Israelis. These are things that are happening that none of us want to continue. And so it's difficult, but those conversations are ongoing. And of course, we stand with Israel in every circumstance. They are our ally, and we continue to work to make sure that this conflict that we're able to stop it. Yes, Saeed, please.
Thank you, Tammy. I mean, just to follow up on Nadia's question, yeah, there were 180 Palestinian children that were killed and so on. And my question to you that, Israel has used like 100 fighter jets supplied by the United States of America. There's absolutely no ground-to-air defenses in Gaza, so there was no response whatsoever. And that, hence I guess the request for restraint and so on that the U.S. probably should ask Israel on the issue, the humanitarian issue. It's not only the bombing. I mean, there was a humanitarian catastrophe to begin with the holding of the aid and so on, and now we have this situation. Is the United States concerned that there is a looming catastrophe, or probably of apocalyptic, nature coming through?
The actions of the world against what's happening make it clear that we are going to get this to be stopped. What I can tell you is it is a catastrophe, and there was a ceasefire on October 7th, I should say. There was a ceasefire and it was broken by, apocalyptic, by the massacre of 1,200 people, the taking of over 250 hostages, remaining hostages that still are in unknown conditions. Certainly Idan Alexander deserves to be free, and he still is not. So when we think about why we're in this situation, let us not forget. We talk about never forgetting certain things that happen, and it's important to keep reminding people of the things what sparked this, the obscenity of October 7th, the obscenity of this wholesale massacre that was videotaped, involving the slaughter of children, of babies, of women being raped as then they're murdered while they're being raped in front of some things are so difficult, we choose to not think about them or hold them in our consciousness because we can't. But in this situation, it is a mistake to look at dynamics within a section of what has occurred and remember the history of what has led us here and the extraordinary surprise at the American approach, the Trump approach, to try something new because this can't continue as a civilized world. It can't continue. So yes, we decry everything that is going on, which is why we're doing what we're doing now.
A quick
All right.
follow-up
Yeah.
on
Yes.
the
Yes, sir.
solution.
On the material point about, the State Department is bound by the Leahy laws and other laws of the United States when it supplies weapons to its ally Israel. The point has been made that over half of these casualties, or those killed, were women and children. So is there a process underway in this building to assess if those actions using American weapons were compliant with international law?
Well, what we do, we work and apply international law. We apply certainly our applicable U.S. laws, I should say. And that is something, of course, that we are committed to. That's what we ask of others to do, and that's what we're doing. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry?
Can I shift
I guess, are we going to shift? You have a few more questions here. I will come right back to you. There. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Danny. A couple questions. Number one, on the Israel-Hamas unraveling of the ceasefire, I understand the U.S.'s position. What about the actual plan? The first time around, there was an immense political investment made in garnering a ceasefire. Is the U.S. planning through the State Department again to invest that much political capital in getting a ceasefire back in place? And if so, is the route the first time to pressure Prime Minister Netanyahu? Is it now to pressure Qatar to lean on Hamas? What is the plan of action here?
Well, first, I'm not going to discuss negotiations or diplomatic conversations or plans that might be emerging or not. What we do know, and I think has been very public, is the fact that President Trump is not just wanting a peaceful day or a peaceful week. Secretary Rubio is not flying around to speak with his counterparts, to handle summits and speaking with the parties involved so that we can have a peaceful fortnight. This is over. It is over. The people, all of us are subjected, certainly not as much as the people on the ground in the Middle East, but the world has to be done with this situation. So the commitment, we would, with the nature of what the President Trump has already been able to create in his first term, in his personal life, the nature of the commitment of Secretary Rubio, that we have got an understanding of what, enough of a history of knowing what has happened, that we know it has to be handled differently. The region understands this, and the Trump administration we have this window of this administration to change the trajectory of what has been decades and decades, coming up on 100 years of carnage that is now unacceptable. So if it's going to be done, everything that is necessary to get it done will be delivered by President Trump.
One other
All right.
question for
Yeah.
Karen.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Patty. I have two questions, and Russia, North Korea, and South Korea. First question, South Korea. It was revealed that the former Biden administration classified South Korea as a sensitive country in the Department of Energy in January 2025. What is the specific reason for classifying South Korea as a sensitive country? And what is the Trump administration's stance on allies? And
All right, so let me answer that. Is that, in fact, I have to refer you to the Department of Energy, all right? So that's the Department of Energy designation.
Okay.
And also, obviously, I'll reiterate, is that the United States greatly values the close relationship we have with the Republic of Korea on scientific research collaboration, and we look forward to continued robust cooperation. So that's my answer there, and I promised you I would come to you.
Can I have
Yeah.
one more
Well,
Russia?
let's-
Russia?
well-
Russian deputy.
Do you want to cede?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Let me go back.
All right, let's do that. All right, go ahead. Well, I'll be back with you. Sure.
Since we're
why
off
not?
the region anyway.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask about the case of this missing spring breaker in the Dominican Republic who's feared to have drowned. Authorities in the country have effectively detained an American college student who's a witness in the case by withholding his passport. Is the State Department working to bring him home?
Oh, you're talking about Joshua Ribe, if I'm saying his last name right. Yes. So we, and I say this often, and we'll probably be saying it a lot more, is that there is no higher priority than the safety and security of U.S. citizens who are overseas. That matters to us. We're aware of the situation, certainly, and we take seriously our commitment to assist U.S. citizens abroad. It is a situation where I can't discuss certainly specifics, but we know that the U.S. Embassy is in communication with him and his family and his lawyer, and we are providing consular assistance as well. So that's where I have to set it. And I hope that answers the question. Is that right? All right, we'll go back here.
Thank you again.
So about Russia, yes?
Yes, Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Rudenko visited North Korea last weekend and discussed the war in Ukraine with North Korean Kim Jong-un. How does the Trump administration concerns about the military cooperation between Russia and North Korea? But the Russians, they still want to remain the North Korean troops in Russia, Moscow. Thank you.
Right, so asking about the nature of our reaction to Russia and North Korea and their alliance, essentially. So we know, of course, that's a perfect example of how third countries like the DPRK have perpetuated this war. So this is a dynamic that other countries are involved in, and certainly very specifically the DPRK. And they bear responsibility for the nature of what's going on. We continue to be concerned about their direct involvement in the war, their military deployment to Russia, and any support provided by the Russian Federation to North Korea in return also must end. So they're realizing the situation is changing, and that's good news. But we certainly, I think it's been made very clear the difference.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you. Following up on the Ukrainian children, the grant that you confirmed has been terminated to the research initiative at Yale University. Does the Trump administration and the State Department believe that it is in the interest of the United States and the American people to support initiatives like that one that has been gathering evidence on Moscow's abduction of Ukrainian children? And you mentioned that Trump had spoken to Zelensky about this, and he had said he would work closely with both parties to make sure that those Ukrainian children are returned home. Are you saying that this administration and this department are going to help find other initiatives or support other initiatives to help find and bring back those Ukrainian children?
Well, as our review began when it came to foreign aid, I cautioned everyone to not associate buildings or an infrastructure or the existing status quo as being the only way possible to achieve our goals. And that includes foreign aid. We were, of course, reminded that while certain things were being cut, it didn't mean we were stepping away from foreign aid. It's about stepping away from abuse and a waste of money and an infrastructure and a bureaucracy that ends up taking the finances that exist and us needing to have finally an even playing field to determine what's been working, what isn't working, how to start again without an infrastructure that's going to take a majority of the funding in order to breathe life into itself so that we can actually spend money and do work that gets directly to the heart of the matter and saves people's lives, gets them life-saving assistance that is aligned, as those things are, with the American point of view and the American
was abusing funds.
Well, I know that it was cut, and it was cut and the things that have been cut were not assessed to be within the framework of what mattered to this administration on the issue of making America safe and secure or more prosperous, but also it's an issue about waste and abuse. So when we think about a particular effort, it's important to realize that it's the goal that we need to address versus a particular structure that might be happening. So when we have a funded grant at a university that might be cut because it's been determined that it needed to be cut, and then you've got the presidents of the nations involved in the issue talking about it personally on the phone, the president of the most powerful country in the world saying, I'm going to do something here. We're going to work on this. I think that's a pretty good, clear indication that we can still work on issues that matter and make them happen without it being in a certain structure that has existed. So I think that's pretty clear. And it was very important for President Trump's comments to President Zelensky on that matter. Yes, Sean.
Can I go back to the issue of cuts in U.S. government-funded media?
Sure.
Radio Marti, the secretary has long been supportive of that. It's broadcasting into Cuba. Does the secretary support the elimination of Radio Marti?
I have not spoken to him about the specifics of the nature of these particular programs. But what I said on Monday is I'll repeat here, is that the American sensibility we value and have talked about, and it matters to us, the issue of people's voices being heard, the issue of freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and the ability, I think the desire and the ability to do that is always a priority when it comes to how we spread the word of democracy and want to improve the quality of people's lives. How that happens might change over time. And I think that's, again, bringing us back to the fact that we've gotten used to a certain infrastructure, but how we apply the values that we hold may change. And so I will ask him, we'll take that back as a specific question for the secretary. That is something that I think is important, and I'll find out for you. But what I do know is that his number one priority is to make sure this nation is safe financially, that Americans are safe, that we are secure within this world. And that's going to be part of, I think, the transition that happens. Yes, yes, sir.
Going back to Ukraine talks, if I may. The secretary last week met with his Ukrainian colleagues and he discussed full ceasefire deal. And he gave a press conference, the latest one I think was in Canada, where he said that, when we're going to talk to Russian leadership, we will know if they say no, I'm going to quote the secretary, it will tell us a lot about their goals and what their goals are and what their mindset is. The concerns that, with current achievement you have, Russia might be using these negotiations to accelerate victory, to weaken Ukraine, to strengthen itself. Energy, infrastructure deal or ceasefire will help Russia more than Ukraine. Because right now winter's over.
There's lots of conversations that we have that are suppositions and what we imagine because of our own experience and what we think may or may not happen. But there's something very specific happening right now. Conversations between the top leaders, conversations between all the parties involved, measures so that people will be meeting in the coming days to get to specifics. No one's waiting for the next week to maybe have another call, to maybe figure out something, maybe you'll show up. These are specific actions that are being taken immediately. So we've been in this really fast environment where everything's happening fast. The good news is, so is peace. We've never been closer. So there's all kinds of reasons that might be informing President Putin's reasoning. I don't know, and I'm not going to guess at what those are. What I do know is what President Trump is doing, the hard and fast framework of what we expect in the next few days in Saudi Arabia, the people who are committed to this, and that everyone now is at a table to get this to the same goal.
Thank you. If I may.
Yeah, all right. Daphne.
Just a question on Turkey. President Erdogan's main political rival has been detained on charges of corruption and aiding a terrorist group. What's the U.S. stance on this? Do you have any concerns?
Well, we would encourage Turkey to respect human rights, to handle its own internal framework appropriately. But we're not going to comment on the decision-making, the internal decision-making of another country, but except to remind them that we expect them to behave in a manner that respects the rights of all of its citizens. And I think that's pretty obvious, but it's good to repeat. Yes, sir, standing. Yes, sir.
In Pakistan, the most popular leader, Imran Khan, has been in jail now for last.
Could you introduce yourself too? First time seeing you. Jaleel. Nice to meet you, sir.
Thank you, Tammy. In Pakistan, the most popular leader with the majority number of seats in the parliament, Imran Khan, and the biggest charity collector as well, has been languishing in jail since last 2 years. And in 2 years, everything in the country, whether it is the democracy, whether it is the women's rights, everything has been shattered since last 2 years. President Trump was talking a lot about Pakistan before the elections, and thousands of his new voters in the US and millions of Pakistanis are expecting him to take some sort of action with regard to that country. Do you have anything in mind or have heard anything the president said?
Well, what I can tell you is, as I've just noted about Turkey, is I'm not going to comment on the internal frameworks of another country. I do know that, what's it been, 8 weeks? President Trump's been here 8 weeks?
Yes.
And it's a lot's going on, right? Regarding his intentions and actions, you can reach out to the White House. But I do think that, President Trump has made it clear that, as has Secretary Rubio, that we care about the planet, we care about our neighbors, we care about what's happening on the globe, and that's been evidenced by our actions. So thank you, sir. Yes. All right, now go with you. I've been skipping around you here, and there's no reason for that.
Switching to deportations, if I may, couple questions. One, has there been any direct exchanges with Venezuela since last Saturday regarding the deportation flights that you mentioned before, the ones that are supposed to take Venezuelans directly back to Venezuela? And also, I'd like to know if there's any details that can be shared regarding an agreement with El Salvador in regards of El Salvador incarcerating members of Tren de Aragua organization. Thanks.
Well, I think we know of one request that El Salvador had, which is they wanted 2 of the worst MS-13 members deported back to them. And we said, okay. So they got those 2 MS-13 gang members. What we also know when it comes to El Salvador is they're dedicated to working with partners to end the crisis of illegal immigration, is committed to accept certain individuals removed from the United States, including the TDA members. And they also, besides the MS-13 members, they also requested 21 of its most wanted gang members who are El Salvadoran to go back as well. So we accommodated that also. And we plan to work with Congress to provide assistance to support El Salvador's correction system, which seems fair. And on So on Venezuela, you're asking if there's been any more. Well, I think the message I mentioned at the top of this briefing was that they've got to start doing it, or there's going to be serious problems. There's going to be sanctions, and we will be reacting. So they've been told they've got to. At this point, I don't believe any more certainly has moved, and certainly some of this we're looking at the judge's order, et cetera. But what we do know is that deportation flights will continue to other countries and other regions. All right. Oh, yes, please. Yes, Nick.
On Friday, Special Envoy Grinnell announced that Venezuela had agreed to accept the repatriation flights.
Well, that's nice. It's nice to
now
say
it's-
so, and doing it will be an important gesture.
But have they signaled that they're reneging on that agreement that's been announced, or?
Well, again, I'll refer you to the Secretary's tweet, which I think speaks for itself. It was very strong. President Trump said also that Maduro has not been taking Venezuelan deportees back fast enough. And this is not something that will be negotiated. Also, nor does it merit any reward of any sort. And also, if he does not accept the return of the deportees, of course, we will start to employ escalating sanctions. So it is about what our requirements are for well, I'll just leave it at that. I was going into my talk radio mode, and that was not going to be appropriate. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. From Al Jazeera.
Very good. Nice to meet you.
I just want to go back to the statement about Ukraine, in which it is stated that American ownership of power plants within Ukraine would be a way of guaranteeing their protection. Is we talking about physical ownership, taking over ownership of the plants from the Ukrainian authorities?
Well, again, that comes from President Trump, who is one of the best businessmen we think has ever been around. And he knows how to make deals. And there's a serious consideration, in fact, that if you have an American-owned entity via a company, perhaps not certainly the government necessarily, that creates, I think the presumption is that it creates a deterrent to strike, that you have also an economic partnership that increases the economic viability of a nation, the general, certainly infrastructure stability of a nation. When you have people running your infrastructure or in a particular part of the infrastructure who know what they're doing, and that maintains not just the economic framework, but also a security framework because of the nature and the need for energy. It also is, I think it is, and I don't want to presume what President Trump was considering, but just as a regular person, you'd realize that it is probably somewhat beneficial to have an economic relationship with a nation that has a history of being able to protect itself and protect its friends, and makes it a little bit more difficult to attack you because of what the results might be. All right. Yes, sir.
Ahmed Hazim, Jazeera Arabic. Just want to go back to Gaza. I don't think that I got some of your answer there. Is the U.S. proposal that Hamas rejected, as you said, is it still on the table? And are you still pushing for another kind of a deal that to end this new escalation now and get us back to the track to negotiation for the second phase of the original ceasefire agreement?
Yes, knowing the envoys, the special envoys that we have, it's not that anything is off the table. It is about adhering to what the bridge would be, when would have been, and that is something that can still happen. So that's what we hope for. It's why we do this, right? It's wanting to have that and to try to forestall saying no and going back to the old dynamic. So when you've worked hard on an issue and it's a proposal that's been made, that certainly is something that can be revisited. All right. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tammy. Now, one question on Iraq. How does this administration, looking at the disputes between Erbil and Baghdad over the...
I'm sorry, between what?
between the Kurdistan region of Iraq and Iraqi government over the energy issue and also over the budget issue? And are you willing to help to resolve this issue? And my second question, you said the diplomacy is the best tool to approach the Iran to resolve the issues between you. But what we hear from the Iranian foreign minister, they say that they don't go to negotiate with the US with the maximum pressure. How do you see this condition? Are you willing to get them some relief?
Well, here's what I'll say about the Iraqi government, that we're urging the Iraqi government to reach an agreement. You're talking about energy, yes?
Yeah.
With the international oil companies to resume oil exports through the Iraq-Turkey pipeline as soon as possible, and to honor the existing contracts with U.S. companies. So that's part of the issue. Reopening the ITP ensures Iraqi oil can reach global, especially European markets. Iraq benefits from the stability of resilient supply chains, as we all do. Regarding Iran, I can't speak to their reasoning on most anything, obviously. But President Trump has an approach that he is committed to because he wants a result. And we are seeing some of those results. The Houthis are seeing the results of what we are committed to do to make sure that things change in this planet. And I have no doubt Iran has noticed that. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, there are reports in the Lebanese media that
I'm sorry, in which media?
Lebanese media.
Lebanese media, yes.
Yes, that Morgan Ortagus had calls with the speaker and the prime minister, pressuring, I'm quoting here, pressuring them to start negotiations, political negotiations with the Israeli beyond the ceasefire. Is this accurate? Are you trying to start negotiations?
Well, so you're asking a question about something that you saw in media that may or may not have happened, and so is a hypothetical, and that I should speculate. I can't do that. We're going to move on. Yes, ma'am, in the back, right there, with glasses. Yes, ma'am.
I want to move to the Red Sea, please, and talk about the Red Sea.
I'd say stay right here, but yes, go ahead.
Yeah, the commercial activity there obviously very disrupted. Is the United States working with partners like Great Britain, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia to solve the problem with Houthi attacks in the Red Sea? Or is that just a U.S. Attack right now?
I need to go back and check, because I was going to presume here, and I need to go back and check and see regarding what other elements might be involved. But let's make sure we get that to her, should we? All right, good.
Can I also ask that on Ukraine, with the power plants in Zaporizhia, Mykolaiv, and Kursk, if there's any move to have some observers come and look, because those have been at least on generators, some of them for 3 years.
Well, I'm sure that when we're just, what Saudi Arabia will have with this meeting of technical individuals, that's even a point after a ceasefire has been achieved, right? When you have observers, right? That is not, none of that is going to be discussed. Nothing with either Russia or Ukraine's can be discussed regarding that until we have a ceasefire, to where then we can move to talk about the specifics of how to implement the security as we move forward. So we will.
There are people that are in place to observe.
All right. So we do one more.
Yeah,
and we'll, I'm sorry?
On Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. All right. Yes.
Thank you so much. And Tammy, congratulations. This is your third time, but this is my first time here. Thank you so much.
All right, good. So I'm not the newbie then.
Okay.
Good.
U.S. intelligence chief, Ms. Tulsi Gabbard, has warned about Bangladesh that growing threat of Islamist extremism and effort to establish an Islamic caliphate. While she didn't directly accuse the interim government of, led by Muhammad Yunus, but Muhammad Yunus has vehemently denied this concern, calling them untrue. However, just yesterday, a large pro-caliphate rally took place in Dhaka University. If you let me, this is the picture here, raising serious concern about the situation. Given the U.S. government ongoing concern, U.S. considering taking serious action such as sanction against Unit's government. And second part,
May I address this? In general, may I address this, sir?
And
Thank you.
8 years.
I think we're looking for a response, and I'm going to give you one.
Please.
We condemn any instances of violence or intolerance directed toward members of minority communities in any country, and have welcomed measures taken by Bangladesh's interim government to ensure safety and security for all in Bangladesh. That's what we're watching. That's what we expect. And that will be what continues.
And
Thank you,
young-
everyone.
young
We've got a very
guy-
busy day in front of us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for being here. We will do it. I know there might be more things to talk about on Friday. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The economy is strong overall and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. Labor market conditions are solid, and inflation has moved closer to our 2% longer run goal, though it remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. We also made the technical decision to slow the pace of decline in the size of our balance sheet. I'll have more to say about these decisions after briefly reviewing economic developments. Economic activity continued to expand at a solid pace in the fourth quarter of last year, with GDP rising at 2.3%. Recent indications, however, point to a moderation in consumer spending following the rapid growth seen over the second half of 2024. Surveys of households and businesses point to heightened uncertainty about the economic outlook. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.7% this year, somewhat lower than projected in December, and to rise a bit below 2% over the next 2 years. In the labor market, conditions remain solid. Payroll job gains averaged 200,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.1% remains low and is held in a narrow range for the past year. The jobs to workers gap has held steady for several months. Wages are growing faster than inflation and at a more sustainable pace than earlier in the pandemic recovery. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The median projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.4% at the end of this year and 4.3% over the next 2 years. Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2 years, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in February, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%. Some near-term measures of inflation expectations have recently moved up. We see this in both market and survey-based measures, and survey respondents, both consumers and businesses, are mentioning tariffs as a driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.7% this year and 2.2% next year, a little higher than projected in December. In 2027, the median projection is at our 2% objective. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%. Looking ahead, the new administration is in the process of implementing significant policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. It is the net effect of these policy changes that will matter for the economy and for the path of monetary policy. While there have been recent developments in some of these areas, especially trade policy, uncertainty around the changes and their effects on the economic outlook is high. As we parse the incoming information, we're focused on separating the signal from the noise as the outlook evolves. As we say in our statement, in considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, The committee will assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We do not need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance, and we are well positioned to wait for greater clarity. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. An admittedly challenging exercise at this time in light of considerable uncertainty. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.9% at the end of this year and 3.4% at the end of next year, unchanged from December. While these individual forecasts are always subject to uncertainty, as I noted, uncertainty today is unusually elevated. And of course, these projections are not a committee plan or a decision. Policy is not on a preset course. As the economy evolves, we will adjust our policy stance in a manner that best promotes our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can ease policy accordingly. Our current policy stance is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. At today's meeting, we also decided to slow the pace of decline in our balance sheet. Since we began balance sheet runoff, our securities holdings have declined by more than $2 trillion. While market indicators continue to suggest that the quantity of reserves remains abundant, we have seen some signs of increased tightness in money markets. Beginning in April, the monthly cap on Treasury redemptions will be lowered from $25 billion to $5 billion. Consistent with the committee's intention to hold primarily Treasury securities in the longer run, we are leaving the cap on agency securities unchanged. This action has no implications for our intended stance of monetary policy and should not affect the size of our balance sheet over the medium term. The committee also continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. At this meeting, we focused on labor market dynamics and our maximum employment goal. As we have indicated, our review will include outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference in May. Throughout this process, we will be open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up the review by late summer. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I will look forward to your questions.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thanks for your time. So 2 things on sort of the real side here, inflation and then GDP. How much of the higher inflation forecast for this year is due to tariffs? And since the policy path remains the same, are you effectively reading this as a one-time price level shock?
Okay, so how much of it is tariff? So let me say that it is going to be very difficult to have a precise assessment of how much of inflation is coming from tariffs and from other, and that's already the case. You may have seen that goods inflation moved up pretty significantly in the first 2 months of the year. Trying to track that back to actual tariff increases, given what was tariffed and what was not, very, very challenging. So some of it, the answer is clearly some of it. A good part of it is coming from tariffs, but we'll be working, and so will other forecasters, to try to find the best possible way to separate non-tariff inflation from tariff inflation. In terms of your sort of looking through question, too soon to say about that. As I've mentioned, it can be the case that it's appropriate sometimes to look through inflation if it's going to go away quickly without action by us, if it's transitory. And that can be the case in the case of tariff inflation. I think that would depend on the tariff inflation moving through fairly quickly, and it would depend critically as well on inflation expectations being well anchored, longer term inflation expectations being well anchored.
Well, I guess I'm looking at the out years here and the fact that the policy path doesn't change at all and inflation is unchanged in the out years also. Doesn't that imply you all have basically decided that there is no signal here and that it's just we're back to transitory again?
So I think that's kind of the base case. But as I said, we really can't know that. We're going to have to see how things actually work out. And the fact that there wasn't much change, I think that's partly because you see weaker growth but higher inflation. They kind of offset, and also frankly a little bit of inertia when it comes to changing something in this highly uncertain environment. I think there is a level of inertia where you just say maybe I'll stay where I am.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. You just described inflation expectations as well anchored, but has your confidence in that assessment changed at all, given the increase in certain measures and the high degree of uncertainty expressed by businesses, households, and forecasters?
So on inflation expectations, of course, we do monitor inflation expectations very, very carefully, basically every source we can find, and short-term, long-term, households, businesses, forecasters, market-based. And I think the picture broadly is this. You do see increases widely in short-term inflation expectations, and people who fill out surveys and answer questionnaires are pointing to tariffs about that. If you look in the survey world, if you look a little further out, you really don't see much in the way of an increase. Longer-term inflation expectations are mostly well anchored. If you look at the New York, for example. Then you have market-based, and it's the same pattern. People in markets are pricing in break-evens. Some higher inflation over the next year must be related to tariffs. We know from the surveys. But if you look out 5 years or the 5-year forward, you'll see that break-evens are either flat or actually slightly down in the case of the longer-term one. So we look at that, and we will be watching all of it very, very carefully. We do not take anything for granted. It's at the very heart of our framework, anchored inflation expectations, but that's what you see right now.
And how much weight do you put on the deterioration in consumer confidence surveys? You said recently that this is perhaps not the best indication of future spending, but I'm curious, what you think is behind this deterioration and to what extent it could be a leading indicator for hard data.
So let's start with the hard data. We do see pretty solid hard data still. So growth looks like it's maybe moderating a bit, consumer spending moderating a bit, but still at a solid pace. Unemployment's 4.1%. Job creation most recently has been at a healthy level. Inflation has started to move up now, we think partly in response to tariffs, and there may be a delay in further progress over the course of this year. So that's the hard data. Overall, it's a solid picture. The survey data, both household and businesses, show significant rise in uncertainty and significant concerns about downside risks. So how do we think about that? And that is the question. As I mentioned the other day, as you pointed out, the relationship between survey data and actual economic activity hasn't been very tight. There have been plenty of times where people are saying very downbeat things about the economy and then going out and buying a new car. But we don't know that will be the case here. We will be watching very carefully for signs of weakness in the real data. Of course we will. But given where we are, we think our policy is in a good place to react to what comes, and we think that the right thing to do is to wait here for greater clarity about what the economy is doing.
Nick Timmeros, The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, Chair Greenspan once defined price stability as an environment in which inflation is so low and stable over time that it doesn't materially enter into the decisions of households and firms. Can you say that today that we have that price stability, that households and businesses are ignoring price growth when you see buy in advance psychology, big changes in inventories, and surveys that show consumers, at least in the short run, expect higher inflation?
So I do like that definition a lot. In fact, I used it at the recent conference where I spoke. So I think a world where people can make their daily economic decisions in businesses and they're not having to think about the possibility of significantly high inflation. We know inflation will bounce around. That is price stability. You know, I think we were getting closer and closer to that. I wouldn't say we were at that. The inflation was running around 2.5% for some time. I do think with the arrival of the tariff inflation, further progress may be delayed. The SEP doesn't really show further downward progress on inflation this year, and that's really due to the tariffs coming in. So delayed, but if you look at our forecasts, we do see ourselves getting back into the low twos in 26 and then down to 2 by 27, of course, highly uncertain. So I see progress having been made toward that, and then progress in the future. I think that progress is probably delayed for the time being.
If that's the case, why are there cuts in the SEP for 2025?
So again, people wrote down 2 cuts the last time, and they look at the, you know, they wrote down, you know, meaningful decline in growth from 2.1 to 1.7 in 2025, a tick up in the unemployment rate, so not much there, but core inflation up by 0.3. And so those kind of balance each other out. So people, not everybody, but on balance, people wrote down similar numbers. The changes aren't that big. The other factor, though, as I mentioned, is just really high uncertainty. What would you write down? I mean, it's really hard to know how this is going to work out. And again, we think our policy is in a good place. We think it's a good place where we can move in the direction where we need to. But in the meantime, it's really appropriate to wait for further clarity. And of course, you know, the costs of doing that, given that the economy is still solid, are very low.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So with near 4% unemployment rate, that should be low enough to bring people in from the sidelines in terms of hiring. But we're seeing the hiring rates have been stuck at 2023, 2024 levels. So what's going on there?
Yeah, so that's a feature has been for some time a feature of this labor market. You have pretty high participation accounting for aging. You've got wages that are consistent with 2% inflation, assuming that we're going to keep getting you know, relatively high productivity. We've got unemployment, you know, pretty close to its natural level. But the hiring rate is quite low, but so is the layoff rate. So you look at initial claims or layoffs. So you're not seeing people losing their jobs, but you're seeing that people who don't have a job having to wait longer and longer. And, you know, the question is, which way does that break? If we were to see a meaningful increase in layoffs, then that would probably translate fairly quickly into unemployment, because people are, you know, it's not a big hiring market. We've been watching that, and it's just not in the data. It hasn't happened. What we've had is a low firing, low hiring situation, and it seems to be in balance now for the last 6, 7, 8 months. That's where we are. There's healthy levels of job creation too. So overall, it's a labor market that's in balance, and you know, we watch it very carefully.
So then, have we seen the new administration's policies in the economic numbers yet? And when do you anticipate that happening?
In labor or in other?
In labor and inflation, just across the economy, have we started to see the new policies take effect in the numbers?
You know, only in a kind of an early way. I mean, it's only been a few months, right? You know, for example, the layoffs that are happening here are, you know, they're certainly meaningful to the people involved, and they may be meaningful to a particular neighborhood or region or area, but at the national level, they're not significant yet. But we don't know. We don't know how far that will go. We'll find out much more. I mentioned that you saw we've had two very strong goods inflation readings in the last 2 months, which is very unexpected. I think hard to trace it to specific tariffs, but it must have something to do with, it's either noise and it'll come back, and that's very possible too. But if it is persistent, then it must be to do with, you know, people buying ahead of tariffs or raising prices ahead of tariffs and things like that. Those kinds of things happen, and they're very, very hard to capture because so much of it is indirect. A great example is their washing machines were tariffed in the last round of tariffs, and prices went up. But prices also went up on dryers, which were not tariffed. So the manufacturers just, you know, they just kind of followed the crowd and raised it. So things happen very indirectly. And so there'll be a lot of work done in coming months to try to trace all that through. But Ultimately, though, it's too soon to be seeing significant effects in economic data.
Craig Torres from Bloomberg News. Thanks, Chair Powell. You said transitory price increases from tariffs are the base case. Transitory is the base case. Wasn't it the base case last time? And didn't the FOMC forecast lower inflation ahead last time? And wasn't the lesson that it quickly got into services, haircuts, daycare, everything else? And so I'm just wondering why the 9 aren't taking that on board and are cutting twice this year.
When you say last time, are you talking about the last
Pandemic? Yes, during the
because you
pandemic.
could have been talking about the last time there were tariffs, in which case the inflation was transitory. Yeah, no, of course we're well aware of that, and you know, it's still the truth. If there's an inflationary impulse that's going to go away on its own, it's not the right policy to tighten policy, because by the time you have your effect, you're in effect by design, you are lowering economic activity and employment. And if that's not necessary, you don't want to do it. In real time, as we know, it's hard to make that judgment. And we're well aware, you know, of what happened, obviously, with the pandemic inflation. But I mean, we have to look at this as a different situation. There are differences and similarities. I mean, it's a different time. You know, we haven't had real price stability fully reestablished yet, and we have to keep that in mind. And you know, we hear that people are very reluctant to take on to allow prices to go up. At the same time, we hear that businesses are intending to pass many of these prices through. So it's hard to say how this is going to work out.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Chairman. The Bank of Canada, in its last policy statement, said monetary policy cannot offset the impacts of a trade war. What it can and must do is ensure that higher prices do not lead to ongoing inflation. I wonder if that kind of reflects your own sense of prioritization faced with higher prices and weaker growth, that the idea is you have to take care of inflation.
You know, so we have two goals, right? We have maximum employment and price stability, and we have to balance those. And you know, there can be situations in which they're in tension, right? And we actually have a provision in our consensus statement that says what we should do in that case. That's a very challenging, you know, situation for any central bank, and certainly for us. And so what we say that we'll do is we'll look how far each of those two goals is, each of those two measures is from its goal. And then we'll ask how long we think it might take to get back to the goal for each of them. And we'll make a judgment, because our tools work in one direction. We're either tightening or loosening. So it's a very challenging situation. Let me say, we don't have that situation right now. That's not where the economy is at all. It's also not where the forecast is. I don't know any mainstream forecast that really shows significant problems like that.
Well, just to follow up, yesterday, the UCLA Anderson forecast said there's high probability of a recession. Where do you stand on whether or not the slowdown you're seeing creates a higher probability or concern that you may have on recession? Thank you.
You know, there's always an unconditional possibility of a recession. It might be broadly in the range of 1 in 4 at any time. If you look back through the years, there could be within 12 months a 1 in 4 chance of a recession. So the question is whether whether this current situation, those possibilities are elevated. I will say this: we don't make such a forecast. If you look at outside forecasts, forecasters have generally raised, a number of them have raised their possibility of a recession somewhat, but still at relatively moderate levels, you know, still in the region of the traditional, because they were extremely low. If you go back 2 months, people were saying that the likelihood of a recession was extremely low. So has moved up, but it's not high.
Hi, thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. As you know, I guess last night, President Trump fired 2 members of the Federal Trade Commission, an independent agency, and this could cause the kind of legal fight about the administration's power to fire independent people. If those firings stand, is that a threat to the Fed's independence? Could he do the same thing to the Fed board?
So I think I did answer that question in this very room some time ago, and I no desire to change that answer, and have nothing new for you on that today.
Well, well, maybe I'll have another mulligan. As you know, I wanted to go back to the consumer sentiment, particularly the inflation expectations in the University of Michigan survey. In the summer of 2022, you cited the rise in the long-term inflation expectations in that index as the reason that you went big with a 3/4 point hike. So I know you've talked about all the different measures now, but you seem to not be placing the same weight on that. And so I'm just wondering, are you dismissing that, what we saw last week from the University of Michigan, or does that carry the same weight as it did in the past?
So I mentioned it back then, but in no way did I place a huge weight on it. I think that was a ex post story, but it wasn't the case. That was a preliminary reading, and so is this. And it's also, this is that Michigan, the one you're referring to, the longer term thing. You know, we look at it, we don't dismiss data that we don't like. We force ourselves to look at it, but it is an outlier compared to market-based and compared to other survey-based assessments of longer run inflation expectations. So we got to keep that in mind. And I would just say we look at all of them, and that one's kind of an outlier, but you know, nonetheless we take notice of it.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. There's a worry on Wall Street that when you say you want to study the net effect of the fiscal policies we may see on the economy, that you would end up waiting too long and be behind the curve in responding to any downturn. How can you reassure people that you can spot a problem early enough unless you decide to be preemptive?
Yeah, look, we're aware of we're well aware of how things are going to evolve and the timeframes and all that. And, you know, we will use our tools to foster achievement of our goals to the best we can. And of course, we're going to try to be timely with that. For right now, the hard data are pretty solid. We are obviously aware of the soft sentiment data and high uncertainty, and we're watching that carefully. And we think it's a good time for us to wait for further clarity before we consider adjusting our policy stance.
Do you think it's going to be hard to get clarity in a government by tweet? I mean, do you have a feeling that at some point you actually will have a forecast you can trust?
Yes, I think we will. It's hard to say when that will be. You know, these decisions are going to be made and they're going to be implemented, and then we'll know. At that point, we'll know what the decisions are, and we'll have to make assessments then about the implications for the economy. Those things will happen. A lot of them will happen over the course of, in coming months, certainly over the course of this year, and we'll be adapting as we go.
Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thank you for taking our questions. At the beginning, you were talking about separating the signal from the noise and tariff inflation from non-tariff inflation. Can you walk us through what that looked like over the last couple of months, if there were specifics from the January meeting to now that helped you make those distinctions?
So when we say separating the signal from the noise, that's just a way of saying that things are highly uncertain, and that, you're reading about developments. The news is full of developments of tariffs being put on and taken off and things like that. Some of that is noise in the sense that it's not really telling you anything. You're trying to extract a signal from that. And the signal is what's going to be the effect on economic activity, on inflation, on employment, and all those things. So that's really when we say signal and noise. Sorry, the second thing was?
Or similarly for tariff inflation, non-tariff inflation, ways that you're making the distinction.
That's sort of a special case of that. The idea being, and I do think that the first 2 months of this year are a great example. You've got high readings for goods inflation after a string of readings that average close to zero, and you have to ask, it's coming during tariffs, but you can't. It's very hard to actually scientifically go back and match up those increases and say, yes, I can prove that that's from tariffs, but it kind of has to be to some extent. Plus noise. There can be idiosyncratic readings in various categories, which will shortly reverse, and that happens too, and that could be a big piece of it. I think we'll know in a couple of months. We'll know whether those were, where that really was from. But that's another case where I think it's going to be very, very challenging to unpack the inflation that we see over the course of this year and be able to say with confidence how much of that came from inflation and how much of it, from tariffs, and how much of it didn't. But that's what we'll be doing. We'll be doing that, and so will everybody else, and we'll all be trying very hard to make that assessment. And I'm sure we will make a lot of progress on that, and we already have, but it's going to be a challenge.
Do you have a sense yet as to what in your mind would make something cross from noise to a signal, what that threshold would look like?
It would depend on what we're talking about. I mean, obviously you're looking for direct evidence that particular pieces of inflation are or are clearly not caused by tariffs. For example, it's something that was, in the service sector that was far away from anything that's tariffed, you might think, okay, well, that is, like, frankly, housing services inflation, which by the way has been behaving well, which for some time was kind of our problem. Now it's slow, but it's definitely, moving down in a very good way. It's more now with goods and to some extent with non-housing services inflation.
Thanks for taking our questions, Chair Powell. Kelly O'Grady, CBS News. So consumer sentiment has dipped dramatically, but you say the economy and the hard data is still solid. What is your message to consumers that clearly disagree and don't feel that strength? Because the hard data they're looking at is their grocery bill.
Okay, so a couple things. The grocery bill is about past inflation, really. There was inflation in 21, 2, and 3, and prices went up. The current level, it's not the change in prices. It's they're unhappy, and they're not wrong to be unhappy that prices went up quite a bit, and they're paying a lot for those things. So I think that is the fundamental fact, and has been for a long time, a couple of years, why people are unhappy with the economy. It's not that the economy is not growing. It's not that inflation is really high. It's not that unemployment is high. It's none of those things. We have 4.1% unemployment. We've got 2% growth, and it's a pretty good economy. But people are unhappy because of the price level, and we completely understand and accept that.
And just to follow up, why are you still projecting 2 rate cuts this year if your own projections show inflation higher for longer? Does that mean you see a slowdown in economic growth as a real threat?
So I think remember we came into this with, at the December meeting, the median was 2 cuts, the median was. And so you come in and you see, broadly speaking, weaker growth, but higher inflation. And they kind of balance each other out. So you think, and unemployment is really only a 1/10 change. So there's just not a big change in the forecast. There really isn't. Modest, meaningfully higher growth and meaningfully higher inflation, which call for different responses, right? So they cancel each other out, and people just said, okay, I'm going to stay here. But the second factor is it's so highly uncertain. It is just, we're sitting here thinking, and we obviously are in touch with businesses and households all over the country. We have an extraordinary network of contacts that come in through the reserve banks and put in the beige book, and also through contacts at the board. And we get all that. And we do understand that sentiment has fallen off pretty sharply, but economic activity has not yet. And so we're watching carefully. So I would tell people that the economy seems to be healthy. We understand that sentiment is quite negative at this time. And that probably has to do with, turmoil at the beginning of an administration that's making, big changes in areas of policy. And that's probably part of it. I do think the underlying unhappiness people have about the economy, though, is more about the price level.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I wanted to ask, first of all, if you could clarify, you were talking about how tariffs were a good part of the uptick in the inflation forecast. And I was just wondering what that specifically refers to. Is that the tariffs that have already been put in place? Is that anticipating some of the tariffs that might be coming on April 2nd? And then also, if you wouldn't mind, talking a little more about the balance sheet decision and what drove that. Did that have anything to do with expectations of how the debt ceiling, raising the debt ceiling, might affect the reserve supply?
Yeah. So in the SEP, you'll see that there's not further progress on core inflation this year. We're kind of flatlining, going sideways. We don't ask people to write down how much of this is from tariffs and how much of it is not, but some of it is from tariffs. We know that tariffs are coming in. We know that they're probably already, all forecasters have tariff inflation affecting core PCE inflation, core CPI inflation this year, without exception. I'm not aware of an exception. So it's in there. I can't tell you how much of that it is. In terms of the balance sheet, so yeah, I think, I guess the way I'd say it is, it was the flows in and out of the TGA that got us thinking about it. But as we thought about it, we really came to the view that this was a good time to make the move that we made. And broadly, committee that came around to the view that we would do the same thing we'd already done, which is I guess in June, was it June, whenever it was, we lowered the pace of QT, and we're just going to do that again. We're going to cut it roughly in half. And the sense of that is, if you're cutting the pace of QT roughly in half, then the runway is probably doubled. Okay, so it's going to be slower for longer. And people really like that. People thought that's a good idea. It's like a plane. You can think of it like a plane coming in for a landing. As we get closer, and we by the way, we still think that reserves are abundant, although you begin to see some of the things we look at begin to react a little bit, but we still think that they're abundant. And of course, now the TGA is emptying out, so reserves are higher now, so you can't really see the underlying signal. So we came around to the view, and it had a lot of appeal, and so we did it. It has no implications at all for monetary policy. It has no implications at all for the ultimate size of the balance sheet. It isn't sending a signal in any hidden way that you can try to tease out. It's just not there. We're basically, it's very consistent with our plans and our practices that we've published and that we've followed since we began this, what is a very successful rundown of the balance sheet. Again, the second time that we've slowed the pace, and we've said that we would stop when we were somewhat above the level we judge as ample. And clearly we're not at that level yet, but we're going to be approaching it more slowly. It's a common sense kind of a thing, and it had pretty broad appeal, I will say.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. You said in January, Chair Powell, that inflation expectations remained well anchored. Would you still say they remain well anchored today? And just to reiterate the question others have asked, if they're not so well anchored, why hasn't there been a more radical shift to the policy path today? Thank you.
So when we talk about inflation expectations being well anchored, we're talking about longer run inflation expectations. And they really haven't moved much. I mean, if at all. There's one reading that everyone's focusing on that it's higher, but the other survey readings and the market-based readings all show relatively, well anchored inflation expectations. You would expect that expectations of inflation over the course of a year would move around because conditions change. And in this case, we have tariffs coming in. We don't know how big, what speed. There's so many things we don't know, but we kind of know they're going to be tariffs, and they tend to bring growth down. They tend to bring inflation up in the first instance. So I would say, I'm not dismissing what we're seeing in short-term inflation expectations. We, as I mentioned, follow that very carefully. But when we say expectations are well anchored, we're really looking at longer terms, 5-year and out. And there's really no story to tell 5 years and out, either in market-based or in surveys. But we'll watch it. I mean, we're not we're not going to miss any evidence that longer term or medium term inflation expectations are moving.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. Treasury Secretary Bessent has observed that a large share of job growth over the last couple of years has been in what he calls government or government adjacent sectors, healthcare, education. Do you agree that there's some weakness in underlying private job growth? And do you see the composition of job growth as something that has policy implications?
So that has been the case. We talked about that over the course of the last year. There were some good number of months and times when a lot of the job creation was concentrated in, educational institutions, healthcare, state governments, things like that. There were also times when private sector job growth has been moving in a healthy range. I mean, they're all jobs, but and remember, we're at very low unemployment for quite a time now. So I think it's a good labor market, but it's something that we monitor carefully. From our standpoint, employment is employment. But the elected government is entitled to have we don't have policies that address different kinds of employment, but the elected government has a different role, and they can have those.
Can I do a quick QT question? Does the committee envision at some point tapering the MBS runoff as well?
I think tapering it, I don't know. There's no plan to do that. At a certain point, we'll stop runoff. And we may or may not stop MBS runoff, though, because, we want to stop runoff in net at some point. We haven't made any decisions about that. We want the MBS to roll off our balance sheet. We really strongly desire that. So, but we haven't made any decisions about that. I think we'd look carefully at letting that keep going, but hold the overall size of the balance sheet in, constant at some point, a point that we're not out yet.
Simon Rabinovich with The Economist. Thank you, Chair Powell. Several times today, you've said that you feel you're well positioned to wait for greater clarity. At the same time, you could point to quite a few growth risks at the moment. We've seen a stock market that's gone quite wobbly, rapidly cooling housing sales, plunge in confidence surveys. Today, not only did the S&P mark down the growth outlook, 17 of 19 see risks to the downside. So my question is, how confident are you that you're well positioned, or is that one more thing that you're uncertain about?
I'm confident that we're well positioned in the sense that we're well positioned to move in the direction we'll need to move. I don't know anyone who has a lot of confidence in their forecast. I mean, the point is we are at, we're at a place where we can cut, or we can hold what is clearly a restrictive stance of policy. And that's what I mean. I think that's well positioned. Forecasting right now, forecasting is always very, very hard. And in the current situation, I just think uncertainty is remarkably high.
And sorry, standing here today, would you be surprised to pivot back towards rate cuts in May?
I think we're not going to be in any hurry to move. As I mentioned, I think we're well positioned to wait for further clarity and not in any hurry.
Matt Egan with CNN. Thank you, Chair Powell. The Fed statement released today removed the line that previously said the committee judges that the risks to achieving its employment and inflation goals are roughly in balance. Can you explain the decision to remove that line? Does it mean that you're now more concerned about inflation or about employment?
Actually, it does not mean either of those things. Sometimes with language, it lives its useful life, and then we take it off, and that was the case here. There's really not meant to be any signal here. Over the past year, conveying the sense of the balance of risks was important, that they be in balance or close to being in balance. That was useful as we approached liftoff, if you remember. But we're past that. Beginning to cut. So we just took it out. I actually would say that the more important thing now about risks, and this is in the pages like 10, 11, 12 of the SEP, if you look, participants widely raised their estimate of the risks to of uncertainty, but also of the risks to growth and our employment and inflation mandates. That's a more salient point now than whether they're in balance.
Just on the stock market, the stock market has obviously declined significantly since the Fed last met. Are you concerned at all about some of the market volatility having a real economic impact in terms of hurting business spending or consumer spending, especially among higher income households?
So financial conditions matter to us because, financial conditions are the main channel to the real economy through which our policy has its effects. So they're important. But what matters from a Fed standpoint for the macro economy is material changes to overall financial conditions that are persistent, that last for a while, long enough to actually affect economic activity. So that's what we're looking for. I'm not going to opine on the appropriate level of any market, equity, debt, commodities, or anything like that. And I would just point you to the bigger picture again. The real economy, the hard data are still in reasonably good shape. It's the soft data, it's the surveys that are showing, significant concerns, downside risks, and those kind of things. We don't dismiss that. We're watching it carefully, but we don't want to get ahead of that. We want to focus on the hard data. If that's going to affect the hard data, we should know it very quickly. And of course, we'll understand that. But you don't see that yet.
Jennifer. Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. As you look to navigate higher inflation and lower growth, the Fed has talked about heeding the lessons from the 1970s. Is the Fed willing to have a recession if it means breaking the back of inflation?
Well, fortunately, we're in a situation where we have seen inflation move down from, higher levels to pretty close to 2%, while the unemployment rate has remained very consistent with full employment, 4.1%. So we now have inflation coming in from an exogenous source, but the underlying inflationary picture before that was, basically 2.5% inflation, I would say, and 2% growth and 4% unemployment. So that's what we did. That's what together the economy accomplished. So I don't see any reason to think that we're looking at a replay of the 70s or anything like that. Inflation, underlying inflation is still running in the twos, with probably a little bit of a pickup associated with tariffs. So I don't think we're facing, I wouldn't say we're in a situation that's remotely comparable to that.
And last month, the idea of a Doge dividend was proposed, which would send $5,000 checks to every taxpayer from Doge savings. President Trump and Elon Musk have supported this. There's reports there could be a bill introduced on Capitol Hill. What impact might that have on household savings and spending in terms of your growth and outlook for inflation?
It's not appropriate for me to speculate on political ideas or fiscal policy for that matter. So I'm gonna pass on that one. Thank you.
Hi, Chair Powell. Daniel Avis from Agence France Presse. You mentioned that tariffs are already having at least some impact on inflation. I'm just wondering how you and your colleagues on the FOMC have been thinking about the possibility of retaliatory tariffs from other countries, especially with April the 2nd coming up. Was it something you considered during this meeting? Thanks.
So since the very beginning, we've had kind of a placeholder. The staff has a placeholder of a range of possible outcomes from tariffs and from trade policy generally, and they generally assume full retaliation in those, and so that's kind of baked into the numbers. What happens? It will be complicated, and there will be some retaliation and some not, and all that. But ultimately, they're trying to, with the placeholder, give us a broad sense of what this might look like. When we actually know the specifics, we'll be able to have still uncertain, but better informed forecasts. So yes, that's in there.
Last question goes to Jean.
Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with MNI Market News. Had a couple questions on the balance sheet change that you made. So the minutes had initially described your discussion on slowing QT as temporary until the debt ceiling is resolved. But from what you said earlier, it doesn't sound like there's a desire to kind of regain the pace of QT that we have at the moment after the debt ceiling is resolved. Is that the case?
Yeah, so we looked at pausing and we looked at slowing, and really people came together very strongly behind slowing, not pausing, for a variety of reasons. And so people really came to be, pretty strongly in favor of this move. Slows down the path and probably lengthens it, doubles it effectively by slowing it by half. That people thought that's a good place to be. It'll help us assure that this path is a smooth one as we get closer and closer to that. So that's how that came about.
Well, I guess my question is more, was that meant to be a temporary measure during the debt ceiling episode, or?
It was the TGA flows, Treasury General Account flows, that got us thinking about this. But the more we thought about it, we came around to this. And it is, yes, it was provoked. The original discussion was provoked by that. But I think what we came up with, though, was broader than that and different than it. It does address that issue, but it really is also, it fits in really nicely with our principles and our plans and the things we've done before and the things we said we would do. So that's why, pretty strong support. I just say it's nothing to do with monetary policy, nothing to do with the size of the balance sheet. It's just kind of a common sense adjustment as you get closer and closer. Let's slow down a little bit again. And that way we'll be more and more confident that we're getting where we need to get. You can take our time getting there. You know, we're shrinking the balance sheet every month. And we think it was a good play. And as I mentioned, well supported. Thanks very much.
I hear every day about the products you all wish MyPillow carried. Well, guess what? We probably do. Slippers, bathrobes, pet beds, blankets, mattresses, sleepwear, loungewear, duvets, comforters, pot holders, aprons, oven mitts, and so much more. And they're all on sale. For example, get our best-selling standard MyPillows for only $14.98. Body pillows, $29.98. 6-piece bath towels or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And I've never done this before. When you spend $100 or more, you're going to get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media. But I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup. The sequel to the best-selling Sci-War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that. And strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real. And we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
When I came in office, I said, Elon, we got to get them out. You have a rocket ship handy? How many people have a rocket? And Biden left them up. He abandoned them. You know, we could have done this sooner, but Biden didn't want to because he was embarrassed by what happened. So they were up there. They were supposed to be there for a few days. They were there for many months. And now they're coming back. There are many more that love our country. And they love our country now more than they have maybe ever in their lives. There's never been a movement like MAGA, like America First, call it whatever you want to call it. This is the greatest movement in the history of politics. The one thing they never talk about is, where did these billions of dollars go? They never want to look, because when you see where the money went and the scams, you don't even have to see anything. Just look at the heading and the scam that they've created. And a judge like him will never look at that. Look at the fraud that we've caught. We've caught so much fraud, so much waste, so many employees that never showed up to work. And we have a judge from a very liberal state who ruled like that, because it would have never happened if I were president. That was not a war that was supposed to happen. And it did happen. So that's where we are. I never did defy a court order.
And you wouldn't in the future?
No, you can't do that. However, we have bad judges. We have very bad judges. And these are judges that shouldn't be allowed. I think at a certain point, you have to start looking at what do you do when you have a rogue judge. I think that President Xi would like to get along, and I think Russia wants to get along with the United States. I also think we're a much different country than we were just a few months ago. We're a country that's now respected. We were not respected. We were being laughed at. We had incompetent leadership. This was a war, as an example, that would have never happened if I were president.
You can see they recognize that we're enforcing our federal laws, that we're not letting people just walk across the border anymore. As you can see, we mean business. You know, we are building wall, we are securing our borders, and that we're not going to let this illegal activity continue. They recognize that we're enforcing our.
And to my friends on the other side of the aisle, the Trump administration has been in place about 6 weeks. We've had an open border for 4 years. And so to try to hang this on the Trump administration or Elon Musk that's beyond a stretch, Mr. Chairman. And I would think that would be obvious to most people, but apparently not. So I just need to add that to the record. I have a question for Mr. Perez, but I want to just point out There's a personal connection all over the country for this. And with the Flash Act, we're attempting to ensure Border Patrol has full access to federal lands. And even in my home state of Idaho, which is not a southern border state, we're actually a northern border state, but we have had the impacts of this substantially. We've got, in 2023 alone, 264 deaths related to fentanyl. And we've had 568 emergency department visits due to opioid overdose, and there were some deaths that occurred as a result of that too. So this is impacting all of us in a very significant way. And in your written testimony, Mr. Perez, you mentioned that you have greater access to privately held borderlands through partnerships, which is understandably frustrating. Could you just expand on that? And then what do you mean by that? Because, and forgive some of us, by the way, because we got dueling committees. So if this is a repeat, forgive me for that. But please talk about that through these partnerships. And then also, have there been cases where there's these restrictions to federal land have led to known escapes or the inability to apprehend?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. So the partnerships that we've developed with ranchers that have privately owned land, they'll allow us to patrol their ranches. They benefit from it as well. They allow us to patrol the ranches, place infrastructure such as sensors, cameras. They allow us to go in and actually interdict groups of aliens that are coming across with smugglers, and also interrupt cartel activity. What we encounter on federal lands is we have to get permission to actually patrol. They will allow us in an emergency situation to get onto the land and go across country if we have to, either with ATVs or vehicles, but that's only in an emergency situation. So what happens is the cartels take advantage of that fact, and they are able to operate in those areas without us being able to interdict them, because we don't have the ability to go on there without an emergency being
So
present.
if I understand correctly, there is at least a time delay. There might be an emergency access provision, but there's a time delay that could be harmful.
Absolutely. It does not allow us to effectively patrol those areas.
Mr. President, my friends on the other side of the aisle are arguing as well that the increasing Border Patrol access to federal lands could harm the environment. Now, I picked up on some of the conversations about the environment and environmental concerns, but what's your perspective on how we should prioritize this argument of environmental concerns over security?
Well, the priority should always be security. The amount of people that have been let into this country unvetted is a very scary notion for anybody in the country to understand that we had no way to vet the millions of people that we let in. And so there are, as you well know, there are criminals out there, there are gang members. The administration right now is doing everything they can to apprehend and remove them. But because we weren't allowed to do the job for the last 4 years, it's become a critical situation.
Thank you for that. Quick question for for the sheriff. Sheriff, you mentioned in your testimony that there's the smugglers frequently change their tactics. Now, what we're trying to do with this flash is to increase access so that we can get access to federal lands. Do you anticipate, as a function of this, cartels shifting their routes deeper into private lands or possibly into more urban areas?
No, sir. I foresee them going to more of the remote areas. As a matter of fact, down in Bigby National Park, what we spoke of just a few days ago, there was another group apprehended out in that way. We don't see a lot of activity in that specific area, but we do anticipate more activity in more of those rural areas versus those more urban to urban environments on both sides of the border.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your service collectively.
Will the
and,
gentleman yield?
Gentleman will
I
yield.
just wanted to point out regarding the staffing levels that in 2023, 34% of the National Park Service employees were still working from home.
I guess that substantiates my point, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Benz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you all for being here. Sheriff Cleveland, I'd like to talk about your space. I think you note that the size of your county is large, I'm familiar with large spaces. My district, I think, is the second largest congressional district in the United States that's not a full state. So I understand broad, huge open space. I think mine is 72,000 square miles. I noticed that you have about, it says shares 54 miles of international border with Mexico, and then it takes care of about 91 miles. The bill suggests that we need a road or a barrier in even these remote areas. And when I was going through the materials, I noticed that your testimony mentions that 43 people have passed away out trying to cross those huge, wide open, empty, usually no water spaces. Am I getting the numbers correct? This is over the past 4 years. Is that right?
Yes. So prior to the Biden administration, we'd have approximately 1 death in our county. Not very many. But over the last 4 years during the Biden administration, we actually had 43 people die trying to cross our portion of the U.S.-Mexico border.
The idea of having a road and a barrier would, at least we hope, start preventing some of those deaths. Is that your thought?
It definitely could. In Border Patrol, we utilize, we have a sensor package where if someone's in need, they can push a button to a rescue beacons, which are actually referred to receive help. Just due to limited access in a lot of our area, we don't have very many of those deployed. I think we may have 3 or 4.
Part of the problem appears to be access. I think you mentioned that. So with a road, you could at least be down there and try to provide that kind of help. And the border's a lot longer than the miles that you patrol, and there's an awful lot of open, difficult terrain. What about the local private landowners? Are they supportive of a road or some sort of a barrier? What do the local ranchers think?
Most definitely. So our portion, talking about barriers, we don't need a barrier. In much of the Big Bend region, the Big Bend Border Patrol sector makes up 517 miles of the entire U.S.-Mexico border. That's 1/4 of it. What we have out there is what I call a God-made barrier. We have anywhere from 500 to 15 to 2,000 foot cliffs. The right deployment of technology and personnel is something that would benefit us. And then, of course, some of those access roads. And I was talking with Mr. Krummenacher earlier about our access roads. And to be honest with you, a lot of it is to give our landowners, something back, if you will, because we trespass on their land. Like Mr. Perez said, our relationships are superb with our landowners. They support us. They support the U.S. Border Patrol. And we're often trespassing on their lands. And there is a lack of access into some of those border areas.
This isn't a problem, I don't think, in Texas, but in California, the penalty for growing marijuana was dramatically reduced down to a misdemeanor. And thus, there's not much enthusiasm for apprehending folks that are growing marijuana because who cares, right? They're going to be probably turned loose. But this bill contains increased penalties, consequences actually, for cartel members that are growing marijuana. And thus, at least in states like California, there would be a penalty. You're a sheriff. You have to understand the value of having consequences when you go to the DA and say, hey, we apprehended. What do you think of that part of the bill?
And I'm smiling because it really coincides with the border security portion of it. If we don't have a consequence, which we didn't have over the last 4 years, people are going to continue to come. Same thing with the growing of marijuana. And I made the same analogy earlier. We used to catch tons of marijuana on the U.S.-Mexico border. When I first came in the Border Patrol in 1996, that was the primarily narcotic that we caught. We don't catch as much anymore because some of it just is being grown here in the United States because it has been legalized.
Yeah, well,
so if you don't have a consequence, yes.
Yes, we could talk for quite a while, sadly, about the negative impacts of legalization of hard drugs up in Oregon and the incredibly horrid consequences when it comes to fentanyl death and poisoning. And again, it's because the consequences of such practices were reduced down to basically nothing. Really appreciate your testimony, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Kennedy for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to have this hearing. I was just in Nogales, Arizona to witness the border for myself. And I will say there's been, as I'm a freshman and as an outsider, there was a lot of talk about we need to pass legislation to control the border. And in fact, there's order at the border now because we have the right president. We need legislation as well. And I do think, and I'll compliment Congressman Subcommittee for this legislation. I think it's a step in the right direction for us, and I'm a big fan of passing legislation, but it takes a president with the will to control our border, and we actually do have a president with that will. When I went to the border this weekend and witnessed what was there was essentially nothing there. Nothing was happening. Now, there's always something happening, but and I was there for 48 hours, but it's impressive to see the order that has been brought, and I appreciate all of you for being here and being our witnesses to help us. I'll start with Sheriff Cleveland. Thanks for your testimony. And actually, I'll also point out to Mr. Lopez that I do want to, if you have any follow-up from your presentation, I understand you were cut short. So with my residual time that I hope to have, I'd like to turn that over to you. So if you'd prepare any comments you might have. But I'm a family practice doctor professionally, and I'm sensitive to the challenges that people can face when seeking medical care. And Mr. Cleveland, Sheriff Cleveland, in your testimony, you said Terrell County saw strains on the medical emergency resources as a result of the surge in border crossings. Has there been a rise in emergency room visits, and has it been to the detriment of your population? Can you tell me more about that?
Since the new administration came in, we've had very little activity, and we've had only one deceased legal alien we assisted with the neighboring county with, but we've had no emergency medical calls that I can recall since this new administration.
Congratulations. Previous to this new administration, what was that like for you?
Yeah. So again, we're a very large county. We're a very poor county, and there's not a lot of revenue coming in. So our sheriff's office, it's myself and 2 deputies. Fortunately, through Operation Lone Star, we've been able to hire an additional 2 in Operation Lone Star as Governor Abbott's response to the border. Like the sheriff's office, our emergency medical services only has 1 crew on at a time, which is made up of 2 people. So at times, if they're responding to border situations, it takes them out of service to respond to possibly situations that may be needed there in our county.
You told us there were how many deaths in the past?
The last 4 years, we had a total of 43 deaths.
43
of people trying to cross our portion of the border illegally.
Tragic. Everyone is tragic, but 43 of those is extremely tragic. But Mr. Lopez, if we can, did you have any further comments you'd like to make that you didn't get to make earlier?
I do thank you for your time to me. I'd like to point out that part of my testimony would include it's called carbofuran, which is a highly toxic chemical.
Used in the marijuana cultivation. Right?
Correct. And I'd just like to point out how that affects my county going forward. So according to research from the LA Times, illegally smuggled carbofuran from Mexico to the US is used on 90% of marijuana grows on public land in California. Illicit cannabis contaminated with carbofuran from California is a significant source of marijuana in states where it remains illegal. As this problem proliferated throughout our region, San Bernardino County, some of our northern counties in California, like Siskiyou and Humboldt County, also saw the same thing because there were virtually no consequences in California under Proposition 64. Recently, Los Angeles Times tested 25 cannabis products that were purchased from California legal retail stores and had them tested at private labs, which showed concentrations of pesticides above levels that the state allows or at levels that exceed federal standards for tobacco. The contaminants include chemicals tied to cancer, liver failure, thyroid disease, and genetic and neurological harm to users and unborn children. These harmful pesticides, many of which originated from China, are being smuggled into the United States and used in illegal cannabis cultivation on public lands. Seized cannabis from illegal grows in San Bernardino County and Siskiyou counties has been traced to licensed facilities in Oregon and California, revealing a dangerous contamination risk. Many of these samples are coming back with these harmful pesticides that are originating on our public lands and inundating the legal market, created a public health situation where users of cannabis believe that their cannabis is legal and safe, but it is not safe. These pesticides have avoided detection by labs because the states like California do not require labs to test foreign labeled pesticides. After all, we shouldn't be using them. This poses a severe public health threat and contributes to the environment degradation. Thank you. I yield back the time.
Thank you very much, and I'll just conclude. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity, but we're allowing this carbofuran to toxify our citizens while we claim that floating barriers are creating a muscle concern at the border. And I'll just point out that we want to keep poisons out of our citizens' lives, and thank you for bringing up that testimony. I yield the remainder of my time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Stauber, do you mind if I go to Representative Hageman next? Is that okay? I recognize Representative Hageman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today. The Biden administration's open border policies have fueled a historic crisis of illegal immigration, drug trafficking, and environmental degradation along the U.S.-Mexico border, especially on federal lands. Roughly 35% of the southern border is comprised of federal land, which has been exploited by human traffickers, drug cartels, and illegal immigrants due to its remote and uncontrolled nature. Federal land management agencies have failed to provide Border Patrol with timely access and adequate infrastructure, allowing criminal activity to flourish and damaging public lands. H.R. 1820, the Flash Act, restores control by authorizing road construction, reducing environmental restrictions on border enforcement, increasing law enforcement access, and holding federal agencies accountable for securing our public lands. Our witness's testimony highlights the Flash Act's necessity to defend national security, preserve environmental resources, and empower local and federal law enforcement to combat illegal activity on our public lands. Sheriff Cleveland, Wyoming may be more than 1,000 miles from the southern border, but the consequences of failed border security have reached every single community. Fentanyl and other narcotics are flowing into Wyoming through illegal border crossings, and the cost to public safety and human life has been enormous. You have described the severe environmental damage in Terrell County caused by illegal crossings, including trash, human waste, erosion, and destroyed property. Have you seen evidence of long-term degradation of federal lands like national parks and wilderness areas in your region?
I would say yes, ma'am. And again, based on trash that's left behind, again, being a native of that area, having worked out in Arizona, in the Coronado National Forest, you know, a career in the U.S. Border Patrol and seeing the amounts of trash that's left behind. I also spoke to the buoys down in Eagle Pass and how the administration targeted our governor about the deployment of those. And then yet I can take you to a portion of my border in my county and show you where those mussels, although they aren't a human life, but where they're still, if we're making a point that those buoys are poisoning them or killing them, then I can show you where human crossing the border are definitely having an impact on those.
Okay. Wyoming is home to millions of acres of federal land, and we know firsthand how restrictive management practices can hinder law enforcement. How have road access limitations and federal permitting delays impacted Border Patrol's ability to secure terrain like in the Big Bend region?
So my county, there is no federal land other than on the wild and scenic Rio Grande River that we spoke of that's part of the national park system and the Big Bend National Park. All of our roads are personally owned, privately owned by landowners. In the Big Bend, I'm not aware of any problems. Again, great working relationship between the National Park Service, U.S. Border Patrol, and then our local law enforcement, speaking about Sheriff Dotson there, who we're both very familiar with. We do a great job, meaning all of us working together to protect our portion of the border out in that area.
Well, Mr. Perez, I'm going to turn to you then. Border Patrol's ability to access and patrol federal lands is not just a border issue, and it's in fact a national one. In Wyoming, 48% of our surface estate is owned by the federal government, and we know the challenges of dealing with land management agencies that prioritize paperwork over safety. You testified that Border Patrol has better access to private lands than to federal lands in some instances. Can you provide specific examples of how these access limitations have delayed apprehensions or prevented effective surveillance?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So I can point out to deaths that occur because we're not able to patrol those lands unless there's an emergency, and we don't have the tactical infrastructure set up, so we can't monitor that area. So we've got essentially blind spots along the border, and the cartels take advantage of that because they don't adhere to the regulations we have to adhere to, and so it's very detrimental for us.
So under the Flash Act, the Department of the Interior and Agriculture would be required to install at least 584 miles of navigable roads within 10 miles of the border. From a national perspective, including in states like Wyoming, how would improving access infrastructure on public lands affect our ability to intercept drugs and human trafficking operations before they reach interior states?
This would essentially end what we call the no-go zones. We'd be able to actually go and patrol and have eyes along the border and take back the areas that we have ceded to the cartels because of the previous administration's policies.
Well, I think that that's all a very good thing for us to do. I appreciate your testimony. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. I now recognize Representative Stauber to back cleanup here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Krummenacher, thanks for your service to the National Park. I want to just ask you this question. When, in your mind, did you feel the Park Service was fully staffed?
I don't think it's ever been fully staffed, sir, in my experience.
Okay. So it wasn't staffed under Bush properly, wasn't staffed under Obama, is that correct? Wasn't staffed under Trump 45, in your opinion, and it wasn't staffed properly under Biden. So as we move forward, I think that we have to look at making sure that, number one, the staffing is there, and number two, the parks remain open and accessible to all people, including those with disabilities. My wife and I are blessed with a child who is disabled. And so what we're seeing is we're working that angle. I think it's important that we keep that perspective. Mr. Perez, I have to tell you that I really appreciate what you do. I was in Yuma, Arizona, and then we went down to the Eagle Pass, Texas. I was speaking to some Border Patrol agents, and to my left was a young Border Patrol agent. I was talking about what they see as agents: dead bodies, murders, victims of rape, babies floating in the Rio Grande. And I saw this young agent just well up with tears. When I was done, I went over and I shook her hand and thanked her for her service. And she says, "Thank you for mentioning that. What we have gone through these last 4 years, what you in law enforcement have seen, what the two other law enforcement professionals here today have seen. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. It's going to be different now. The border's going to be secure. You don't have to see babies floating in the Rio Grande. You don't have to see murder victims or rape victims or people who died along the way. I just want to say thank you for your service. I went down there more than the Border Czar did. It was devastating.
Thank you for that, sir.
I can't say it enough, and I will never forget that young agent crying because what she saw, and she knew that I knew. As a law enforcement officer myself, there's only a few of us in Congress that have ever worn the local uniform, and I'm one of them. I knew exactly what she was feeling. So with that being said, it's going to be different now. I do want to say that we have a northern border too, right? We have a northern border. When that influx was coming through the southwest border, you were bringing agents from the north to help, to give you some relief and help with the number of illegals that were crossing, which left our northern border wide open. 5,000% increase in crossings. The higher propensity of terrorists coming through our northern border. It's unconscionable. I'm part of the Grand Forks sector. I'm northern Minnesota. There's 600 miles. At times, there were 2 agents. Only 2 on that whole 600-mile stretch. Because of the Biden administration's policies, they were bringing everybody down or making them work during the day to in-process them via computer. People say, "Pete, what keeps you up at night?" Terrorism to our people and our food supply. We know, because of the Biden policies, this country now has to be on red alert because of what may happen. You all know, you as law enforcement officers, you know, you've seen it. I've been down there. You as leading law enforcement professionals, your councilmen, your township supervisors, your county boards were begging us to shut down the border. They couldn't handle it. The schools, the hospitals, the social services couldn't handle it. The farmers couldn't handle it. The farmers, one of the farmers lost hundreds of thousands of dollars of crops because when there's fecal matter or urine around a certain part, you have to remove, the crop within a distance of that. Hundreds of thousands of dollars because of the policies of the Biden administration. It stops under this administration. In just 6 weeks, 97% reduction in illegal crossings. Mr. Perez and the others, thank you for your professional service. You have no idea how much we, as an American people, support you, and we will always defend you. God bless you all.
The gentleman yields and sums up the hearing quite well. I'd like to thank all the witnesses for their valuable testimony and members for your questions. Members of the subcommittee may have some additional questions for witnesses, and we will ask that they respond to those in writing if you would respond to them. Under Committee Rule 3, members of the subcommittee must submit questions to the subcommittee clerk by 5 p.m. on Friday, March 14, 2025. The hearing record will be held open for 10 business days for those responses. If there is no further business, without objection, the Subcommittee on Federal Lands stands adjourned.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling Sci-War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A. The heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
You're still looking good.
I'm still feeling good. You know, I've got all your MyPillow products. Mattress topper, bed sheets, MyPillows, towels, slippers, blankets.
I'm interrupting this commercial to do something I've never done before. Get 2 MyPillows absolutely free on orders of $100 or more. I can't do this forever, so get on board with this great sale today. Our best-selling 6-piece bath towel sets or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Our famous standard MyPillows only $14.98. Queens $18.98. King size only $1 more. Body pillows $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase $9.98. Save $40 on our spring percale and Giza Dream bed sheet sets. Any size, any color. So go to mypillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And when you spend $100 or more, get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
So this is the Declaration of Independence. And they ask that this be done. It's never been up. It's been in the vaults for many, many decades. And they said, we have to do something like drapes or something because the light eventually affects it. And it's very cool. Oh my gosh. Isn't that great? Just went up yesterday. Wow. Think Joe Biden would do this? I don't think so. Do you think he'd think of it? Do you think he knows what it is? So this is
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.